issues of public policy, mostly on international relations. With no further ado, we can proceed after the rest of the greetings to the subject matter. Thank you.
Now, please welcome Kostis Fragoulis, President of the International Propeller Club, President of the Propeller Club Port of Piraeus, Founder, President, and CEO of Franman.
Καλημέρα. Thank you, Anna. Κύριε Αρχηγή. It's true that Mr. Platias, Professor Platias, is the heart and soul of this conference, and as Propeller Club, we are very happy to be back for the third time, and I'm sure it's going to be a very successful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great privilege to welcome you at the third Maritime Security Conference here in Athens, at a time when shipping and maritime security are being tested in new and complex ways. I would like to begin by thanking our co-organizers, the Council of International Relations, the Society for Geopolitics, and the Foreign Affairs Institute, as well as our partners, the University of Piraeus and the Institute of International Relations, IDIS, and all those who have contributed to bring together such a distinguished group of participants. Your presence here today reflects the growing recognition that maritime security is no longer a specialized topic. It is central to global stability. Shipping, as we all know, remains the backbone of global trade, carrying approximately 90% of world commerce. But today it operates in an environment that is far more complex, fragmented, and unpredictable than at any point in recent decades. We are witnessing the return of geopolitics at sea. Strategic choke points are once again at the center of global competition. The trade routes are being tested, disrupted, and in some cases weaponized. The line between economic policy and security policy is becoming increasingly blurred. At the same time, technological transformation is reshaping our industry at an unprecedented pace, from artificial intelligence and cyber risk to new forms of propulsion and surveillance. And all of this is taking place in what many now describe as a permanent gray zone, where uncertainty is no longer the exception, but the norm. This conference is designed to address exactly those challenges. Today's panels will focus on how geopolitics, geoeconomics, technology, and operational risk are reshaping global and Greek shipping. Because Greece, as one of the world's leading maritime nations, has both a responsibility and a strategic interest to actively engage in this dialogue. Greek shipping has always demonstrated resilience, adaptability, and a global outlook. Yet, in today's environment, success will increasingly depend not only on commercial excellence, but also on our ability to understand and navigate geopolitical risk. That is why gatherings like this matter, because today we bring together policymakers, military leadership, industry practitioners, and academia, creating a platform for meaningful dialogue, exchange of ideas, and ultimately better informed decisions. At the Propeller Club, this is exactly the kind of dialogue we seek to promote, connecting the maritime community across borders. Before I conclude, I would like to thank all our speakers and participants for their contribution, and of course, our partners and sponsors for the support. I am confident that today's discussions will be insightful, forward-looking, and highly relevant for all of us. And as a leading maritime nation, Greece must not only navigate these challenges, we must help shape the agenda, set the standards, and lead the global maritime dialogue forward. Thank you.
Now, please welcome Angelos Pandouvakis, Dean of the School of Maritime and Industrial Studies at the University of Piraeus.
Καλημέρα. Πήρα το λάπτοπ σήμερα, σας το λέω, αλλά δεν μπορώ να το ανοίξω. Άρα εφαρμόζω το backup plan, το οποίο όμως προϋποθέτει να έχουμε και γυαλιά μαζί μας. Επομένως, βλέπετε ότι υπάρχει security, αλλά θα δούμε τι θα κάνουμε. Άκου να σου πω, δανείστηκα, Λεωνίδα. Μπορεί να μην είναι δικά μου, αλλά δανείστηκα. Τώρα, ακούστε, επειδή λέει η φίλη μου Δανάη ότι πολλές φορές τα λέω και απ' έξω, θα φύγω λίγο. Distinguished colleagues, members of the Greek shipping community, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this third Maritime Security Conference. Actually, it is my honor, our honor, to address and welcome in this conference all of you. First of all, who care, and second, who carry. Who care about the society, who care about the security, the maritime industry, who care about everything and something. And those who carry, because those actually are the very strong backbone of our community. However, I can say that oceans, and I'm sure that more competent and more knowledgeable than me will say, no longer behave like the way we have been taught. I have a joke, but I was said that it's better to avoid about Trump shipping and Trump administration. So I said, please do not say it. For these textbooks and for the best part of these 8 decades, actually we have what we can say, we have rules. We have rules and we have order. And this is actually what we believe. Rules, order, discipline. We have freedom of navigation, we have predictable insurance markets, we have sanctions, regimes, technical, but broadly multilateral. And this order has gone. It did not collapse in a single dramatic moment. It eroded choke point by choke point, and nowadays, I think that, as for spring 2026, that almost 5 out of 6 big maritime arteries are in trouble. Why? Because, as they have said, it's easier to attack a ship. It's not easy to attack a cash flow. It's not easy to attack something. It's very easy to attack a ship. A quick saying about an answer. How Greeks should answer. Sometimes many guys outside maritime industry do not believe that Greece is a global power, that we have a unique diplomatic advantage. And how should we answer? First, I feel that, and here is the contribution of Mr. Platias and Mrs. Bociu, that they have convinced and me as an engineer that geopolitics are of big essence, that the vetting process or the port state control process or any inspection is very good, very crucial, but we have to think geopolitically. We have to think when we new build, we have to think when we are making insurance or reinsurance, we have to think of being except counter-cyclical investors, like the more of the shipping. We have to be counter-geopolitical strategies and operators. We have to go a step further. And this is the first pillar. The second pillar is that cybersecurity, AI, attacks, and attacks sometimes the ships, and attacks sometimes even the hearts of the people. And sometimes we have to include in our curriculum not only how the students could understand the balance sheets, but how do they treat threat models and AI technology. And third and final, As Greece is on a very good, very big strategic position, and as Greek ships are flagged with dozens of registries and cruise camps from many nationalities, I see that it's not just an industrial excellence. I feel it's a diplomatic asset that everybody should capitalize on. Closing. Distinguished guests, crisis always comes with opportunity. This is the sayings of Buffett. I think that regardless of the choke points, regardless of the sanctions, regardless of the problem, Greek shipping started some 100 years ago, followed all the ups and downs, and I'm pretty confident that our generation will be judged by how we navigate this one. As you most probably know, calm waters are not for Greek people. We love to be a little bit rough, and if we are outside in the sea, we love it. But we love it and in the shore, but anyway. So I think that those three pillars will be discussed by more experts than me, and I would like to thank the organizers, and in that order, I would like again to thank the Council for the International Relations, Professor Platias and Professor Botsiou, the Propeller Club, Mr. Fragoulis, the Society for Geopolitics and the Foreign Affairs, the Institute of International Relations, and actually I look forward to today's discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now, please welcome Leonidas Dimitriadis Evgenidis, IMO Ambassador to Greece and President of the Evgenidis Foundation.
Distinguished guests, dear friend Dimitris, it's a real honor and pleasure to be here, and we're so interested to listen all what we have to listen this very exciting day. We are entering a period where the assumptions that shaped global stability can no longer be taken for granted. Globalization is not collapsing. It is being redesigned. We are moving away from a relatively stable and unified system towards a network of regional alliances where power, security, and economics are increasingly linked. Dependence on the United States, particularly in financial and technological terms, remains decisive, while uncertainty and imbalances continue to grow. At the same time, China is pursuing a coherent long-term strategy, reducing its own dependencies while increasing those of others. This is not simply about growth, but about control over value chains, raw material, and critical infrastructure. As a result, a more polarized system is emerging in which Europe must navigate between centers of power without yet having achieved the level of strategic autonomy required by this new under-shape environment. In this environment, geopolitical instability is no longer abstract. It is directly reflected in economic outcomes. The crisis in the Middle East and the disruption of the Straits of Hormuz are not simply regional developments. They are systemic shocks. They show how quickly critical maritime arteries can become choke points for global trade and energy flows. Recent developments in shipping markets make this reality clear. Energy flows are being rerouted, trade routes are shifting, and competition for transport capacity is intensifying. Demand for alternative corridors, such as the Panama Canal, has surged, with transit costs rising sharply as pressures builds. And it's not only costs, it's the question of disruptions, bottlenecks and very dire consequences. Therefore, this is not a technical issue. It's a direct economic expression of geopolitical disruption. As vessels are forced into longer routes, ton miles increases, and inefficiencies spread across the system. Being a ship owner, no bad, as you said, crises make opportunities. But I doubt, long-term, whether this is sustainable, still being a profound and convicted ship owner believing in efficiencies of shipping, notably Greek shipping. feeding into higher energy costs, rising prices, and inflation. More importantly, this is not temporary, at least to my point of view. The system is not returning to its previous balances. Highly unlike. It is adjusting to a new reality, one shaped less by efficiency and more by resilience under pressure. At the core of this shift lies energy. Today, energy is not a resource only. It is a tool of geopolitical influence. Its use often leads to inefficient outcomes shaped by conflict dependency and strategic positioning rather by pure economical logic. At the same time, technological disruption is redefining the landscape. Artificial intelligence, automation, digital systems are transforming how shipping operates and how trade is secured, while also introducing new vulnerabilities. The next major disruption may not originate from a physical event, but also from a digital one with unprecedented consequences. The more so as AI is evolving and we consider humanization. You all know what we're talking about, quite unpredictable things. Within this context, shipping is not simply a transport sector, it's a critical geopolitical actor. Carrying 90% of global trade, is also the first to absorb the systemic shocks, whether from conflicts, sanctions, energy disruptions, cyber threats. Maritime security, therefore, is not a technical issue. It is a matter of governance and stability. Sea lanes are increasingly used as instruments of pressure, while threats are expanding from physical disruption to cyber vulnerabilities in critical infrastructures. What we are facing, however, is not simply an expansion of risk. It is a shift in the nature of the system itself. Traditionally, risk could be identified and managed within known parameters, game theories, name it. Angela, I mean, we're young and we became old with these things. But today, we are increasingly operate under conditions of, as Mr. Fargul said, uncertainty, where events are not only unpredictable in scale, but difficult to anticipate. Geopolitical tensions, technological vulnerabilities, and systemic dependencies no longer act separately. They interact and reinforce one another, producing outcomes that cannot be fully controlled. This distinction is critical. Managing risk is about optimization. Managing uncertainty is about resilience. And this requires a fundamentally different approach from operators, institutions, and policymakers alike. In this environment, one principle must remain clear. Shipping requires a stable and secure framework. The sea cannot become a space where the tensions of the land are transferred. It must remain a domain of stability, cooperation, and freedom. Because if this balance is lost, the consequences extend far beyond shipping. They affect global economy and society. Therefore, the conclusion, and sorry for getting you a bit tired, is clear. We are no longer managing a system defined by predictable risk, but one shaped by structural uncertainty. In such system, shipping is not simply a part of global economy. It could be and should be a force for stabilizing. For countries like Greece, this is not only a challenge, it's a responsibility. Because in times of uncertainty, stability is not given, it is created. It also highlights the need for a coherent international regulatory framework. What we're witnessing nowadays, United Nations, difficult times. One that ensures consistency, stability, and fairness across global shipping, because an environment defined by uncertainty, fragmented, or unilateral approaches are not sufficient. What's required is coordination at a global level, capable of supporting both security and the efficiency of the trade. Sorry for taking your time.
Now please welcome Michael Hauberg, co-founder of the Society for Geopolitics.
Welcome, everyone. I'm the chairman of the board at the Mackinder Forum, which hosts the Society for Geopolitics, led by my colleague, Roger Baker, who's the president. It's a real great pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank all of the panelists who've flown out to participate and all the sponsors of the conference. I'd particularly like to thank Athanasios Platias for the opportunity to participate. Every time I talk to him, I walk away having learned something, either new insights into how the world works, or maybe more valuably, learning from his example of how to build things like this conference and how to lead from a place of strategic prudence. It's really a pleasure to work with him. There was a time not that long ago when many businesses could mostly ignore geopolitical risk. Internationally engaged businesses have discovered, much to their chagrin, that those days are past. They really can no longer think of geopolitical risks and dynamics as an occasional side issue or as something that's too big and too far away to address. Just a quick look around the world over the past few months highlights how significant geopolitical dynamics, how significant a role geopolitical dynamics play in business operations, whether through war and conflict, formal and informal regulatory changes, shifting patterns of trade, or resurgent economic nationalism. While a few industries have remained aware of geopolitical risk during the post-Cold War moment, many others are now really revisiting these ideas for the first time in a generation or two. But they're often overwhelmed by the risks that appear, on the one hand, unpredictable and confusing, and where they don't have a way to frame them into a cohesive, coherent way of seeing the world. At the same time, you turn on the news and the word geopolitics is being used as a catch-all for anything that happens across borders and anything that violates a sort of dominant narrative that is still with us of a liberalizing world. You turn on television, you look in the newspaper, and what you see is punditry and shallow opinions that are rampant, making it very hard for business leaders to discern who to trust and how to interpret global events. The Society for Geopolitics was established to bring really desperately needed coherence to the field by bringing together industry, analysts, and academia to better understand how companies can actually use and operationalize geopolitical insights and strategic outlooks. This means identifying and honing best practices and developing skills training for professional development, and by putting a more cohesive framework around just what geopolitical risk actually is, and how corporate interests interact with and differ from national or political interests. More importantly, perhaps, once you have an understanding of geopolitics and geopolitical risk, you're in a position to identify geopolitical opportunity. The great opportunities for success in business don't always come from a flattening world. Sometimes they come from the friction and from the complexity of operating across borders that prevent a world market from existing. The places where the world is not flat and where it's getting frictional and complex are often the places where you can generate the greatest business opportunities. So our vision is simple. The Society is intended to serve as both an industry association for dialogue and training and as a center for excellence to explore and investigate the interaction of international business and global geopolitics. There are three pillars to this. One of them is providing a forum for collaboration and exchange of geostrategic ideas and frameworks. The second is cultivating the field, collecting, developing, and strengthening methodologies and approaches, providing training and career development for geopolitical risk and strategy analysts, and elevating the industry, advancing the industry by promoting geopolitical thinking outside the walls of academia, hosting productive dialogue among strategy developers, executives, policymakers, military leaders, and practitioners. This is something we're very excited about. It's a great pleasure to have Athanasios' help and to have Roger's leadership. There are a whole pile of people in this room who've been amazingly helpful in getting this off the ground. And I'm looking forward to meeting anyone who's interested in this and who'd like to contribute. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Athanasios.
Please welcome Vice Admiral Dimitrios Kataras, Chief of the Hellenic Navy General Staff.
Kalimera, Ambassador Mrs. Maria Theophili, President of the Eυγενίδης Foundation Management Committee, Mr. Leonidas Dimitrios Eυγενίδης, former Commander-in-Chief Admiral Ioannis Pavlopoulos, President of the International Propeller Club, Mr. Kostis Fragoulis, professors, friends of the Hellenic Maritime Community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure, profound honor, and a true privilege that I address this distinguished audience today on the occasion of the third International Maritime Security Conference here at the Eυγενίδης Foundation. Having attended the first two iterations of the conference, I'm happy that this event has gained significant impetus and visibility. Although I would wish that it had happened in a nicer time, I truly hope that next year's conference will be addressing the results of what happened a year ago. In this respect, I would like to thank the Council for International Relations Greece for offering me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the conference theme, a subject that captures the essence of the current challenges we collectively face. Today, more than ever, the uninterrupted flow of maritime trade, the protection of critical infrastructure, and the safeguarding of freedom of navigation constitute fundamental prerequisites for economic growth, prosperity, and international security. Over 80% of global trade is conducted by sea, while underwater cables, energy pipelines, and offshore installations form the invisible backbone of the global economy. However, this vital domain is increasingly contested. The East Med, our immediate neighborhood, reflects this complexity. It is characterized by a wide spectrum of conventional and hybrid threats, geopolitical tensions, terrorism, cyber attacks, irregular migration, trafficking networks, and vulnerabilities in critical maritime infrastructure. These challenges are further amplified by three forces of disruption. First, geopolitical shifts are reshaping alliances and redefining power balances. Regional conflicts, strategic competition, and unilateral allegations are projected at sea, transforming the maritime domain into a space of both cooperation and contention. Second, geoeconomic competition is intensifying. Control over sea lines of communication, energy routes, and maritime choke points directly impacts global markets and national prosperity. Current developments in the Strait of Hormuz are a great manifestation of this effect. Third, technological transformation is rapidly evolving the character of naval operations. Emerging technologies such as unmanned systems, artificial intelligence, advanced strategic weapons, and cyber capabilities are redefining how we monitor, perceive, and operate in the maritime environment. These innovations offer significant opportunities, but also introduce new vulnerabilities, responsibilities, and risks. In this complex and challenging environment, maritime security is by no means a trivial task. Cooperation among navies, international organizations, industry, and academia is not optional. It is essential, and in this context, the Hellenic Navy participates consistently in NATO, EU, and UN operations and initiatives, contributing forces, expertise, and infrastructure. At the same time, we place particular emphasis on defense diplomacy. Through multilateral synergies and capacity-building initiatives, we promote trust and interoperability among partners. By tradition and strategic posture, we act as a reliable security provider and not a consumer in the region and beyond. In this regard, I would like to highlight the fact that we maintain the command of EU operational speeders in the Red Sea, one of the world's most vital maritime regions, safeguarding maritime trade and protecting the lives of fellow seafarers. Moreover, our recent prompt and decisive response to provide security support to the Republic of Cyprus with our frigates set a precedent for unity and solidarity in the European Union. The Hellenic Navy constitutes the military component of our country's naval power. In concert with the merchant dimensions of the term, shipping, shipbuilding, and combined with the perpetual bonds of the Greek people with the sea, the projection of a credible naval power supports state diplomacy and enhances our nation's footprint in areas of geopolitical importance. Ladies and gentlemen, in this era of disruption and unpredictable challenges, uncertainty is the new normal. However, within this uncertainty lies opportunity, an opportunity to strengthen cooperation, to innovate, and to reaffirm our commitment to shared values and collective maritime security among allies and friends. The Hellenic Navy, as the key instrument of our naval power, stands ready, relevant, capable, credible, proactive, and determined to remain at the front line of this effort. Guided by our 3,000-long tradition, yet focused on the future, we continue to decisively promote our national integrity and interests at sea. I wish you every success and a productive conference. Thank you very much.
And now, Ambassador Maria Theophili, head of the Task Force of the United Nations Security Council.
Thank you. Kyria Hige, dear co-organizers, dear coordinators, dear speakers, dear all. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be again here for the third Maritime Security Conference, which focused on an issue of utmost importance, an issue that has become more relevant than ever. A maritime nation and a global player in international shipping, Greece, as an elected member in the Security Council for the terms 25-26, has highlighted right from the start maritime security as a core priority of its tenure. When we took the decision to place maritime security high in the agenda of the Security Council, we did not intend to play the role of Cassandra. On the contrary, recent developments in the Gulf have proven the importance of maritime security, but also the high price of putting maritime security at risk. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz has caused disruption for around 2,000 vessels, more than 44,000 companies from approximately 170 nations. At the same time, we have witnessed the urgency of protecting seafarers and addressing additional navigational risks. Shipping and seafarers should never be instrumentalized in geopolitical tensions. Now, in the framework of the UN Security Council, the last time maritime security was included in the agenda of this body was in 2021, when India was an elected member of the Security Council. Our aim and planning since the preparation of our tenure has been to bring back the focus to this issue. Greece now, on the second and last year of its tenure, has undertaken a number of important initiatives and actions that have been widely supported by the international community, while developments on the ground, or to be more precise, at the sea, have brought renewed interest to the issue. Our aim is to present and cover each time different aspects of maritime security, and to enhance, highlight, and adequately frame the intersection between maritime security and Security Council. Now, during the last year until now, we have undertaken, I will want to just highlight some of our initiatives. In May 2025, Greece, having assumed the rotating presidency of UN Security Council for the month, organized a high-level security event, open debate, on Strengthening Maritime Security through International Cooperation for Global Stability, chaired by the Prime Minister, and invited briefers were Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, Ms. Travlos, President, Board of Directions, Union of Greek Ship Owners, and Dr. Berger, Professor of International Relations at the University of Copenhagen and Research Fellow of UN Institute for Disarmament and Research. The goal of the debate was to address the threats to maritime security at the international level and the need for states and competent international organizations to intensify their efforts to address them by enhancing international and cross-sectorial cooperation and coordination. The wide participation in the open debate of more than 80 delegations from all geographical regional groups contributed greatly to a fruitful and substantial discussion and showed the strong interest and commitment of the global community to the issue of maritime security. In September 2025, during the high-level week of the UN General Assembly in New York, we organized a high-level side event on maritime security titled Safeguarding the Freedom of Navigation, Maritime Security and Coordinated Responses, which was attended by Deputy Foreign Minister Ambassador Papadopoulou, the Secretary General of IMO, the representative of UN Office on Drugs and Crime, Mr. Pasquale, and the Chief Business Development Officer of the Diaplus Group, Mr. Georgopoulos, who was the key speaker. The event showcased practical aspects of coordinated interaction between member states, international organizations, and private sectors through the success story of the salvage operation of oil tanker Sunion in the Red Sea, severely damaged while being attacked by the Houthis. Our third initiative took place in November when Greece, along with India and Philippines, co-organized an informal meeting of the Security Council on maritime safety and security protection of seafarers, with a broad, once again, participation of delegations. The meeting underscored the importance and essential contribution of seafarers as the backbone at international maritime transport. A workshop was also convened in December in New York with the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, enhanced and systematic coordination for stronger maritime security, and most recently a roundtable discussion from the high seas to the consumer security, securing maritime trade and the global economy with the Delphi Economic Forum, where Greek Foreign Minister delivered remarks. But furthermore, in the UN Security Council, as part of our continued commitment to maritime security, we undertook the very important role of co-penholders with France for the renewal of 2 UN Security Council resolutions on Operation Irini for the inspection of vessels on the high sea off the coast of Libya, which is the only tool for the maritime enforcement of the UN arms embargo, and with the United States for the renewal of 3 resolutions on maritime security in the Red Sea. It is to be noted that Greece successfully managed to introduce language regarding maritime security in these resolutions. At the same time, we remain committed to working with all partners to prevent and respond to current and emerging threats, as we are already doing through the leading role that Greece has assumed, as Commander already said, in the EU naval operation Aspides, as well as the operation Atalanta and Irini. At the same time, we are committed to stressing the central role of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, which sets out the legal framework within which all activities in the sea must be carried out. During the current crisis, we are in constant contact with our key partners, including UK and France, within the framework of proposals and initiatives related to the current situation in the Gulf. Now, as we said, we are already in the final year of our tenure, but we are convinced that the issue of maritime security will remain in the agenda of the Security Council, as also Panama and Bahrain, 2 fellow member states in the Security Council, share this vision. In this respect, we are aiming at adopting a UN security product, probably a resolution on maritime security, to contribute to the formation of an adequate global maritime security architecture. As I finally conclude my remarks, I would like again to congratulate all organizers for organizing and hosting this timely 3rd edition, which is more pertinent than ever. And as the UN Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, has recently stressed, without maritime security, there is no global security. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your opening remarks. Without further ado, I'd like to call panel 1, Maritime Geopolitics in a Fragmenting World, Mr. Athanasios Platias, University of Piraeus and Council for International Relations, Len Hochberg from Mackinder Forum, Roger Baker, Executive Director of Stratfor Center for Applied Geopolitics, Scott Smidson, Professor and Director at Denison University Grand Strategy Program and Chief Strategy Officer of Geopolitics Incorporated, and our moderator, Maria Elena Copa, Dean of School of International Studies, Communication and Culture at Pantheon University and Counselor for International Relations.
Good morning. Good morning. We are running a little bit out of time, so my opening comments will be really brief. I just want to say that last year, during our second conference on maritime security, nobody could predict the relevance of this topic this year. This is a defining moment in world politics, in a framework where, as the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, say, the international order is collapsing, and we have global shifting of power dynamics. So without any further ado, I would give the floor to our first speaker, Professor Athanasios Platias. Please.
Kalimera και πάλι. Good morning again. I will try to offer a broad overview in order to explain the causes of the instability that we see. There is geopolitical instability. And this geopolitical instability influences maritime trade. So I will try to get into the causes. My presentation will focus on 4 pillars, 4 themes. First, the freedom of the sea is at risk. Freedom of navigation is no longer guaranteed. It's contingent on power, conflict, and strategic competition. And by the way, this is unprecedented. It's the first time that it's happening after the end of World War II. And this is going to characterize the next decades. So shipping enters a very volatile area, and it's not going to stop. Shipping is also part of a strategic infrastructure. Ships, ports, routes are weaponized, are tools of power. The third theme is that globalization is becoming fragmented. It's not changing, but it's becoming fragmented. And the fourth theme is that military power, naval power, it's connected with financial systems, industrial capacity, and this, everything becomes part of geopolitical competition. So I will concentrate mostly on the big picture, try to explain what's going on. Okay, let me start with this graph. Naval power allows countries to control the sea, thalassocracy. If you control the sea, you can control the maritime trade, and you can offer security to allies, and this creates wealth. You become rich. And if you become rich, you can invest more on sea power. And this is a virtuous circle. This is what it characterized the sea powers, the thalassocratic powers. This recipe was invented here in Greece by Themistocles, by the ancient Athenians, and every maritime empire has followed this route. Invest in shipping, in naval power, control the sea, control the trade, become rich, and then create a virtuous cycle. But in international relations, nothing stays forever. Things are changing. And this virtuous cycle that I described, it worked for the British, and it works now for the Americans. But now they have a competitor. Now thalassocracy is becoming competitive, contested. We are entering a period of contested thalassocracy. Why? Because of the rise of China. You have a challenger to the maritime supremacy of the United States, which creates new trade patterns, new infrastructure of shipbuilding and innovation, and you have new competition for maritime resources, and all this creates contested thalassocracy. So the reason of the instability that we see is precisely that. Now, let me try to connect military strategy applied at sea with what we see happening in our days. There are 3 basic functions of maritime power. The middle one is thalassocracy, sea control. By controlling the sea, you apply power from ship to sea, you eliminate the enemies at sea, and you ensure freedom of navigation for yourself. That's the typical model of thalassocracy, controlling the sea. And if you control the sea, you can project power. So the Americans, for example, were controlling the sea after World War II, and it created the precondition for globalization and shipping. And this allowed them to project power, what we saw in Venezuela, from sea to land, from aircraft carriers to Venezuela, what we see right now happening in the Gulf, from sea against Iran. But at the same time, because of contested thalassocracy, the Asiatic continental powers are responding. And how they are responding? By sea denial. What is the pattern that we see all these years? Russia tried to deny the Black Sea from the Ukrainians and NATO. The Houthis trying to deny Red Sea from maritime trade. 12% of the maritime trade was passing through the Red Sea. What is happening right now? Iranians try to deny, denial of the Persian Gulf, 20 plus of the world energy. And also China is doing the same thing around Taiwan in the first island chain and around South China Sea. So that's why I say it's contested thalassocracy. It was a period that the United States and its allies can go everywhere. Now they cannot go everywhere because of anti-access, anti-denial. That's precisely the causes of the instability. So we are moving in an international system from bipolarity that we had the Cold War, then we had the period of globalization, which was underpinned by American maritime power that allowed free trade. And now we are getting into a period of contested thalassocracy, fragmentation, which is the new Cold War. Like the old Cold War, it happens between the two blocks, the global West, blue, which includes United States, Europe, but also parts of Asia, Japan, Korea, Australia, against Eurasia, the Eurasian power, which is mostly China, Russia, and Iran. And these countries are involved in this global competition. But the new Cold War, unlike the first one, had a lot of similarities: geopolitical competition, arms races, economic warfare, political subversion, technological competition, a lot of wars by proxies. We see all this, but we have new elements. Two new elements are important. During the first Cold War, the competition took place in Central Europe, inland, in a static environment. Now the competition takes place at sea. And the second characteristic, the second difference is during the first Cold War, the two blocks were not interrelated. Now, because of globalization, they're completely interdependent. Therefore, it's easy, because you cannot have nuclear war, to weaponize this interdependence. So we see every relation being weaponized. Now, although interdependence is weaponized, and although the West tries to decouple from the East, you cannot stop globalization. You see trade is increasing every year. It's more than 25 trillions. And by the way, 80% of this moves by the sea. Why? Because it's cheaper. So globalization is fragmented. It's not stopping. Now, because of the geopolitical competition, as I said, it happens in the sea. But which seas? The seas around Eurasia. Why? Because the Eurasian powers, China, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, are trying to expand. So what the West is trying to do is to contain them. When you contain them and you stop them, there is flashpoints. Look all these flashpoints. Where is happening? In the periphery of Eurasia. All the wars are around this area. The seas are on fire. Baltic Sea, Black Sea, East Med, Red Sea, Persian Gulf. And the competition is spreading. Probably next year we will be talking about South China Sea and East China Sea and the Arctic. So that's the causes of maritime instability. Now, to understand why this is happening, there is a seismic change, an unprecedented power transition that has to do with the rise of China. It's clear. Look what's happened in the last 20 years. China was a fraction of the US GDP. Now, in terms of PPP, buying power, China has managed to overcome the United States by 27%. It has the double industrial capacity, it consumes double energy, and most importantly for contested thalassocracy, because of its shipbuilding, in the end of this decade, it will have 50% more ships. The United States will struggle to have 300 ships. The Chinese will have 435. So that's why we have a contested thalassocracy, and that's why we see all this trouble. By the way, during the First Cold War, the Soviet Union did not even manage to get more than 40% of the GDP of the United States. Now the Chinese have managed to overcome the United States by 27% in PPP terms. In nominal terms, it's 80% of the US GDP. You see power transition, and it's not only economics, it's technology, it's shipbuilding, so this is changing global power. And the international system is readapting in this power transition, and there is the instability that we see. Now, if you're sitting in Washington and you see China's rise, and also you see the trend favoring China, what do you do? Do you allow the system to stay like this? It would be stupid to do that, because it will favor your opponent. So you disrupt the system. That's what Trump is doing. And we all talk about the end of rule-based order. That's the logic that the rule-based order that the Americans built, now they have to destroy it, because it works in favor of their opponent. Professor Hoberg will talk about the American strategy, but I would like to point out 3-4 characteristics. The number one opponent is China, primary enemy. How you deal with China? First of all, you have to consolidate your area, which means the Western Hemisphere. Consolidation, it means try to control resources, including Venezuela oil, but most importantly, throw the Chinese out, roll back. That's what happened in Venezuela. With Venezuela, you also get Guana. This is what's going to happen to Cuba. This is what happened to Chinese ports in Panama. So, first step is consolidate the Western Hemisphere, and that's how we have this discussion about Greenland. Second is reduce commitments in Europe in order to concentrate to Asia. That's why we have this trouble in transatlantic relations. The United States, unlike the First Cold War, now it has to concentrate on the East. So it's disengaging from NATO. The Europeans, they don't like that, and we have all this problem in transatlantic relations. And third, you have to stabilize Middle East. But in order to stabilize Middle East, you have to destabilize it first, in order to build a new architecture. That's precisely what's happening right now in the Gulf. So, as I said, 26 trillion trade, 80% of it goes through the seas. And by the way, 70% of this trade goes through straits. So the majority of the trade, something like 15 trillions, they pass through choke points. One choke point, Strait of Malacca, is 5 trillions, just to understand the importance. And by the way, there are more choke points that you can imagine, not only the so-called famous one. Suez, Panama. As you can see, there are more critical choke points. And by the way, it's not only trade. 80% of energy goes through the sea and through choke points. And that's precisely what we see now on Hormuz. And by the way, Hormuz is not the number one in terms of energy. It's the Strait of Malacca that is more important. Here I have the most important choke points, but from different risks, from geopolitical risks to piracy to terrorism. You see, all choke points face high risk. So it's very easy to weaponize them. It's as simple as that. But most importantly, there is weaponization of shipping. We have direct kinetic threats. For example, in the Strait of Hormuz, 25 ships have been attacked. 10 crew members have died. And its use of top advanced state technology, from missiles, drone, mines, to attack commercial shipping, but also hybrid tactics, lawfare. Is it permitted Iran to block the Strait of Hormuz or not? There are two legal opinions there. So, lawfare. We have maritime militias, we have port inspections, we have guaranteed strategy or blockades, double blockades in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, ecological warfare. You see, it's very easy to weaponize a strait by create risk. If you create risk insurance, they don't risk the ships, and ship owners afraid, the crew is afraid. So essentially, with very limited means, just by creating threat at this ecological level, you can block it. So it's easy and efficient. That's why all these zones, from Black Sea to Red Sea to Persian Gulf to Horn of Africa, are already in flames, and there are future danger zones. Roger Baker will concentrate on these issues. Now, sometimes we are lucky that if you block a strait or a sea like the Red Sea, we have alternatives, like what happened in the Red Sea. It may be costly, it may take 12 more days, but there are alternatives. But not always alternatives. In Hormuz, there's no alternative. And by the way, in the Strait of Hormuz, it's not the first time that we have trouble. The older of us, we may remember that we had the tanker war in the 80s, that 259 tankers have been attacked, and other shipping. So it's nothing new there. It's a repeated pattern. Why the Strait of Hormuz is so important? Because on geography, it's very easy to have anti-access area denial, simply because of geography. And there are very few alternatives. From 21 million barrels per day, maximum 7 can be diverted through pipelines. Now, we are losing something like 12 million barrels per day, plus 2 million barrels per day in Ukraine, in Russia, because of Ukraine attacked. So every day, there are 14 million barrels per day that they don't go to the market. Now, from the time that the trouble started in Iran, and assuming that there is an agreement today, until the energy market stabilize, it will be missing 1 billion barrels from the global economy. Now try to understand what this means and what ripple effects it will have. You see, the existing alternatives, first of all, they are fragile, but still, the maximum that they do is 1/3 of what it goes to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, from this geopolitical rebalancing at the energy level, who is the beneficiary and who are the losers? The losers are the countries that import energy. The winners are the ones that are exporting, mostly the United States. So essentially, the United States is using its dominance in energy in order to do a rebalancing. Look who is losing. The Gulf and the Russians in the westward, which means the Asian basin, the Eurasian Asian. Who is winning? The Atlantic. So there is an energy realignment, and energy is a precondition for global power. So look what happened in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, in terms of energy trade, because of tankers, only 10% of tankers are passing compared to what used to be before. That's the weekly, there were about more than 250 tankers passing. Now they pass around 25. So 90% off. And who is losing? Asia, because most of the Strait of Hormuz was going to Asia. But because of ripple effect, it's not only energy, it also creates food insecurity, which is trouble for stability. Remember, the Arab Spring started because of food. Now, the number one problem has not erupted. It's a minefield waiting to erupt. South China Sea. South China Sea, as you can see, it's 1/3 of the global trade and 1/3 of the energy trade. And China, East China Sea is contested. The Chinese are claiming they want to do what the Americans are doing in the Atlantic, in the Caribbean, a zone of influence, their own Mediterranean. They claim the red dots, the 9 dots, 95% of the South China Sea. But all the other neighbors have interest there. It's the same thing that's happening between the Greeks and the Turks and the other countries in the Eastern Mediterranean. Same problem. And it's been weaponized. We don't have naval ships, but we have Coast Guard, we have naval militia, and the Americans are sending the big boats in order to ensure the freedom of navigation. They send aircraft carriers. That's a typical trip of an aircraft carrier, which means the threat of escalation is always there, because the Chinese are harassing these American ships. And by the way, these American ships are flotillas, because as you probably know, one aircraft carrier, it can be more than other 40, flotilla can have up to 40 pieces from submarines to other ships. Now, the threat to shipping, and because of the freedom of the sea, may come to this. If the freedom of the sea is contested, countries look for alternatives. And although using the land is not efficient, it may be the only option, although it's costly. And that's why China is building the One Belt, One Road, because of its vulnerability on American thalassocracy to control the sea and close, let's say, the Strait of Malacca. With the end of the Strait of Malacca, the Chinese cannot export and cannot import. So they built alternatives, and they also built energy alternatives. So one threat to shipping is if sea is contested, they're looking for alternative routes. That's a long-term threat to the maritime industry. I talk about geopolitics. The next panel will be on geoeconomics, so they will deep in on this thing. But there is a fundamental restructuring. During globalization, the United States and the West offshore production to the East. Now they want it back. They want it either reshoring or near-shoring neighboring countries like Mexico, for example, for the United States, or friends like India and Vietnam. All this creates trade realignment, trade rebalancing, which influences the maritime industry. One way to do that is tariffs. By the way, Liberation Day was the 2nd of April, the day that we had our last year conference. So we were the moment that we were discussing these things, Trump came with tariffs. But the most potent weapon is sanctions. And the United States, look, they sanctioned Venezuela, Russia, and Iran. But suddenly the Americans discover that the sanctions that they did in these countries was working in favor of China. Why? Because China Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, they were selling their oil 40% discount to the Chinese. So essentially, the Americans were subsidizing, stupidly and indirectly, the Chinese industry who was competing against the European and the Americans. So you can understand that they have now changed that. They realized that that was a big mistake. So one other instrument, I talk about weaponization of shipping, of ports, is the financial architecture, and most importantly, insurance. Mr. Dominic Donald will talk about this. Now, the strategy of the United States is decoupling from China, but this cannot happen. I mean, the supply chains are so integrated, it's very difficult to interrupt. So what firms are doing, they have the China +1 strategy. They still have China as a way of producing, of buying things, but they add one more alternative, because the other alternative, nearshoring and reshoring, takes time, and it's costly. So we are moving away from efficiency, as Mr. Evgenidis said, but for how much? So the most hedging strategy is adding one more supplier to China. You cannot take China out, not because of its magnitude of what's building, but also of the complexity of what's building. Look compared to its opponent. So that's why companies and states start building China +1 strategy. All this creates a complete rebalancing in trade. You can see it. Rebalancing does not mean that trade stops. Trade continues to grow, but it's rebalanced. You see, it's like a balloon. You push it in one point, it expands in another. But the most important is this map. This map, it shows the energy map after the war in Ukraine, concentrated mostly in Eurasia. With what is happening this year, all this thing is changing. Energy, the center of gravity of the planet on energy, it moves from Eurasia to the Atlantic, to the United States, to Canada, to Venezuela, to Guyana, to Brazil, to Mexico, to Western Asia, and Norway. That's the winners. Who is losing? The Gulf countries. And Russia, by the way, 40% of the Russian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, have been destroyed. So although the Russians are making money because the price of energy has been increased, they still are losing 40% of the energy that they could put in the market. You see where the tankers go? To the United States. Look at it. So there is an energy rebalancing, which is Americans, they do what they promise on their strategy. American dominance, which means rebalancing energy. And energy, by the way, it's important in the most important competition in artificial intelligence. And last, I will finish with that. Mr. Varvitsiotis will dive into the subject matter, the geopolitics of shipbuilding. Why shipbuilding is so important? Because the Chinese yards that they built, your ships, the Greek ships and others, are dual use. There is fusion between the military and the civilian. And they create an infrastructure that they have, as I said, will build ships more than the Americans by 50% by the end of the decade. Not only that, they have the latent capacity in case of war or in case of conflict to grow. Look how the Americans managed to win World War II. They had the latent capacity, they transformed their industry into shipbuilding, and they managed to prevail. Now the Americans, they don't have that capacity, it's the Chinese. So the Chinese have the advantage of ships, the advantage of latent capacity to expand. The only one that it's missing is the bases around the world in order to provide logistical support. That's why their power is only limited around the South China Sea and the East China Sea. That's why they are irrelevant in Iran. That's why they were irrelevant in Venezuela. But if they start building bases, certainly the Americans will have somebody to compete with them at every level. Now the competition, The contested thalassocracy, it's regional. It will become global. So all this is how geopolitics is affecting shipping and why it's important for the maritime community to understand, but also from the military and the policy makers to make these links clear. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Platias. I give the floor now to Len Hochberg from the Mackinder Forum.
Two important documents recently appeared on U.S. government websites. The 2025 National Security Strategy, NSS, of the United States, and the 2026 Department of War National Defense Strategy, the NDS. These documents are undoubtedly the product of various compulsions and constraints, prioritization of emerging threats, the military capabilities to meet those threats, and infighting among relevant bureaucracies. Such documents do not necessarily guide specific policies, whether regional or global, but they represent a consensus that coalesces around a president's campaign promises, his appreciation of global opportunities and geostrategic threats, and his desired legacy. The purpose of this presentation is not to provide an overview of every point made in these documents. That would take too long. Rather, I hope to suggest how two classical geopolitical theories align with the strategic priorities advanced in the 2025 NSS and the 2026 NDS. Before proceeding to the theories, here are the key assumptions and/or propositions on which these two documents rest. First, America's strategic policy will be guided by American interests in what advances national security, what enhances the freedom of Americans, and what contributes to the prosperity of the nation. Second, the degrading of the southern border, which enabled large numbers of illegal immigrants to cross into the United States, along with cartel members, narcotics traffickers, and potential terrorists, requires that Americans secure our hemisphere, quote unquote, our hemisphere. Third, the engine of global economic growth has shifted from the Atlantic and Europe to the Pacific Ocean, with China becoming a peer competitor to the United States. America must now prioritize the defense of the homeland over the threats originating first and foremost in the Pacific and secondarily in Europe, the Middle East, and finally in Africa. Fourth, these documents call on allies and partners in the Western Hemisphere, Europe and East Asia, and in the Middle East to cease being quote-unquote free riders on American defense establishment, instead to share the burden of defense against regional threats by investing in their militaries and their military industries. Fifth, the United States will not engage in military adventures to impose our way of life on adversaries. No nation building. Nor will the United States act on behalf of international organizations or the so-called rules-based international order unless those organizations and rules advance American national interests. Sixth, the United States seeks energy dominance, quote-unquote energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear to grow American industry, the economy, and its middle class. Energy dominance means becoming an major exporter of energy, thereby enabling allied powers to shift their dependency away from common adversaries. Finally, President Trump wants what he calls peace, but he also wants peace through strength. The latter is suggested to obtain the former. However, will the quest for deals to achieve peace undermine deterrence? This ambiguity is not addressed in these two documents. So the first geopolitical theory I'd like to address is the geopolitical theory of pan-regions. And let me see how this works. I'll let you do it. Okay, is it up there?
Well, you missed this. Go ahead, somebody will fix it.
Okay. The idea of pan-regions was first introduced by Karl Haushofer, a Nazi geopolitical theorist. His vision of the world represented an intellectual assault on the notion of the North Atlantic maritime community, which had tied Europe and North America economically together prior to World War II. Instead, he recommended the division of the world into 3 blocks, or pan-regions, each with a northern power center dominating its respective southern region. The United States in the Western Hemisphere, Germany in Europe, the Middle East and Africa, and Japan in the Western Pacific, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. Professor Andrea Colli has drawn a map, here it is, figure 1, designed to project current geopolitical trends onto the world. He foresees a possible Russian victory over all of Ukraine and Russian domination over the stands in South Asia. The United States still dominates the Western Hemisphere. China, however, takes the place of Japan as the core power in the Western Pacific and East Asia, and Germany is a possible core for the rest of Europe, the Mediterranean, the Arabian Peninsula, and Africa. However, Professor Colli indicates that Germany and Europe may not have the economic and military clout to secure an independent geopolitical bloc, in which case, of course, these areas will be contested. Now, in the NSS and NDS documents, the Western Hemisphere is characterized as, quote unquote, our hemisphere, suggesting possessiveness. These documents reassert the validity of the Monroe Doctrine as amended by President Trump, and I'm quoting, "We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets, and that supports critical supply chains. And we want to ensure our continued access to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine," close quote. Despite paying lip service to the legal equality among nation states, i.e. all nation states are sovereign and should be accorded respect, the authors who wrote the NSS asserted that, and I'm quoting, "the United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity, a condition that allows us to assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to in the region," close quote. Thus far, the United States has urged Canada to become the 51st state, has insisted that Panama significantly curtail communist Chinese influence over the Panama Canal, has sought to acquire or secure Greenland from a NATO ally, Denmark, and has decapitated the leadership in Venezuela. In short, to implement a pan-region vision for the Western Hemisphere, the United States has acted as a revisionist power. To envision the reasons for these initiatives, one could infer geostrategic and geopolitical factors from the relevant maps. Territorial considerations such as land, population, and/or resources may be found in the Canadian and Greenland initiatives. Nevertheless, all the cases also have maritime consequences, greater control over the northern Pacific, the Atlantic, and the Caribbean littorals, greater access to the Arctic littoral and the resources to be found there, enhanced maritime surveillance over the waters between Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom, and the reassertion of power over a strategic location, the Panama Canal. The NSS offers the nation states of the Western Hemisphere with a stark choice. Quote, "The choice all countries should face is whether they want to live in an American-led world of sovereign countries and free economies, or in a parallel one in which they are influenced by countries on the other side of the world. Close quote. The decapitation strike against the Venezuelan regime revealed the extent to which the Trump administration was prepared to allow one sovereign country in the Western Hemisphere to inhabit a parallel world dominated by adversaries. Trump held to his desire to fight a short, decisive war to eliminate foreign adversarial influences, no nation building. Policy changes in Venezuela promise an end not only to the purchase of weapons from Russia and China there in Venezuela, but also the sale of oil to China at below market rates, a potential economic blow to Chinese economic competitiveness. Now, the second geopolitical theory I'd like to mention is the one of the Eurasian heartland and rimland. The idea of a Eurasian heartland was first broached by the geopolitical theorist Halford Mackinder in his 1919 masterpiece, Democratic Ideals and Reality. Mackinder defined the heartland as that area of Eurasia that was relatively unaffected by naval power and maritime commerce. Figure 2, oh, you got it, thank you. Figure 2 depicts the geography of the Eurasian heartland, stretching roughly from the Arctic littoral to the Himalayas and from Moscow to the Lena and Kolyma river basins. This region was cut off from the sea by the polar ice cap, with its rivers running north to the Arctic or to isolated inland seas. Mackinder highlighted how, in 1905, Tsarist Russia was on the eve of becoming a significant power by deploying the most advanced military equipment available at the time, a transcontinental railroad reaching across Siberia. Russia, the power that occupied much of the heartland, was on the verge of upsetting the balance of power in Europe. The rimland, a concept that was introduced by Nicholas Speakman in his book, The Geography of the Peace, 1944, combined the three amphibious regions to provide a contrasting comparison to Mackinder's heartland. The European coastland, the Arabian Middle Eastern desert land, and the Asiatic monsoon lands. What drove Mackinder's analysis was his nightmare that the heartland power might one day secure control over the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea littorals in the adjacent rimland, thereby gaining access to maritime resources and warm water ports that would permit the building of a vast fleet, enabling the heartland power to wrest control of the high seas from Great Britain, the then thalassocracy. Today, as Professor Platius has mentioned, three autocratic powers dominate the heartland. The traditional occupant of the heartland, Russia, Iran, which has access to the Persian Gulf and is attempting to dominate the Strait of Hormuz, and China, which also has a long coastline and has built a naval force to rival that of the United States. China has also claimed the South China Sea as its own. By building artificial islands, China is attempting to turn that international waterway into a lake. It might then assert the right to charge tolls for passage. Geopolitical analysis suggests that such a maneuver would put South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines at an economic disadvantage. Despite their ideological differences, these three autocratic powers, Russia, China, Iran, have entered into agreements demonstrating a common interest. They hope to overturn the current American-dominated world order and to break the maritime control that the United States and its allies and partners have held for the last 40-so years. The NSS and NDS nod toward Mackinder and Speakman without explicitly mentioning their theories. In a discussion of burden sharing in the NDS on page 13, the document states, America's alliances, and partnerships form a defensive perimeter around Eurasia. Not only do these relationships offer favorable geography, but they also include many of the world's wealthiest nations. Recall the positive and reinforcing circle of activity that Professor Platius mentioned a moment ago. Taken together, our alliance network is far wealthier than all our potential adversaries combined. As a result, if our allies and partners invest properly in their defenses, together we can generate more than enough forces to deter potential opponents, including if they act concurrently, close quote. The NSS insists that the United States must preserve freedom of navigation along major sea lanes to retain overseas access to the supply of both key and strategic goods. Energy, rare earths, minerals are among the strategic goods mentioned. Semiconductors manufactured in Taiwan is mentioned as a key good. With one possible exception, the NSS and NDS do not recognize the legitimacy of a Russian or Chinese pan-region. According to these documents, the Trump administration wants Russia and Ukraine to reach an American-brokered quote-unquote deal in the interest of quote-unquote peace, a deal in which land is traded for peace and a security guarantee. These documents, however, insist that no adversary achieve economic or military dominance in the Pacific. For instance, and here I quote again, there is rightly much focus on Taiwan because of Taiwan's dominance of semiconductor production, but mostly because Taiwan provides direct access to the second island chain and splits Northeast and Southeast Asia into two distinct theaters. Given that 1/3 of global shipping passes annually through the South China Sea, this has major implications for the U.S. economy. Hence, deterring a conflict over Taiwan, ideally by preserving military overmatch, is a priority, close quote. Furthermore, to engage in denial, a term that Elbridge Colby introduced, these documents argue for the strengthening of an Indo-Pacific alliance, the Quad, comprised of Japan, Australia, India, and the United States. Figure 3 shows that the goal is to maintain a favorable balance of power in the Pacific. First, by reinforcing the military strength of the nation states in the first island chain. Second, by deploying standoff weapons and dispersing military assets across the second island chain. And third, by using the third island chain as a last resort should China's Navy break out into the Pacific. Meanwhile, it must be noted, the Chinese are responding by extending their political influence among those islanders who have been neutral regarding the U.S.-China relationship or who are open to Chinese blandishments. This Chinese geostrategy is tantamount to political island hopping into the Pacific, finding client states by jumping over the first island chain. You may wonder if there is a grand strategy implicit in the NSS and NDS that is now being carried out by the Trump administration. Reasoning back from actions to intentions is fraught with difficulty. Sometimes a perceived pattern is an incorrect interpretation of opportunistic actions designed as a response to immediate threats. Nevertheless, American actions, decapitation and policy change in Venezuela, and the counter-blockade at the Strait of Hormuz has limited Chinese access to crude oil sold at below market prices. Meanwhile, Ukraine has been attacking refineries, pipelines, and ports to degrade the Russian economy and war machine while limiting the sale of Russian crude to China. So, is this threefold assault merely an accident, a surprising coincidence, or a settled design? It may be possible to argue that in degrading the Venezuelan and Iranian connections to China. The United States is not directly confronting China in the Western Pacific, where China is strong, but in the maritime locations where the United States remains a dominant naval power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now turn to Roger Baker, Executive Director of the Stratford Center for Applied Geopolitics. And
all right, well, thank you for having me here. Oh, I do have slides. Go ahead. I will be concise because I'd love to get into the Q&A or the discussion part of this, and because we covered half of my talk already in talking about strategic choke points, what's going on in the Indo-Pacific. I'll at least be able to hit the Arctic. One of the things I want to do is really emphasize the idea that we all are sort of aware of what are strategic choke points. We know what these are, these narrow spaces and things of that sort. But not every choke point is equal. Not every choke point should be thought of in the same way. There are choke points that are disruptive but have alternate routes. They simply lengthen things. And we've seen that with the Suez Canal, the Bab el-Mandeb. There's not a lot necessarily coming out of that geography that's going to other places. Yes, it's a bit of a challenge for some of the regional countries, but in general, that's about movement. You can add another 10, 15 days to transit. They're pretty good alternatives. Even things like the Strait of Malacca have alternatives that add distance. Then we see things like the Strait of Hormuz, which doesn't really have alternatives. That's a lot more about a disruption creates a major change in accessibility to key commodities, to key resources. And then we can think about some of these straits in terms of how important they are regionally rather than internationally. Let's hit the next slide real quick. Or give me the remote. So when you look at this is a recent paper that came out that tries to quantify and identify which straits have the biggest impact on which countries, and identify also on the global impact of global economic activity, how much moves through some of these choke points. One of the things you'll notice on here is the Strait of Hormuz is not one of the biggest ones. And one of the challenges with looking at choke points as individual lines is that they don't think about secondary, tertiary impacts and implications. The Strait of Hormuz moves a certain quantity and dollar amount of product, but that product that's moving through the Strait of Hormuz has a significant add-on impact in other places. In South Asia and Southeast Asia, they are not able to access fuel. It's not just a matter of price, it's a matter of actual inputs into their economies. Once that input into the economy hits, you slow down other manufacturing that's going to other places. If we think about the Strait of Hormuz and the disruption, you hit the helium trade. Well, the United States is the major producer of helium, but coming out of the Gulf is some of the greatest amount of exported helium. Well, what's the helium going into? Yes, it's going into party balloons, it's going into MRI machines. It's critical in the semiconductor manufacturing sector. And if you start to disrupt the helium, you have challenges in the manufacturing of semiconductors. Now, the Chinese, the South Koreans, the Taiwanese, because of disruptions to rare gases coming out of the Ukraine conflict, really readjusted their own domestic capacity to be able to recover, recycle, and actually produce many of the gases that they need for the semiconductor industry. Southeast Asia, not so much, which means that the low-end chips are going to be hit, which means now we have a first order, you lose the hydrogen, a second order, lower and moderate end chips, which goes into a third order, all consumer electronics and automobiles. That's going to take months and months to ripple into the system. So the other thing as we think about these choke points is not thinking about them in what is being disrupted today, and when the choke point opens, everything is back to normal. It's what's the tail end on that. If we think about the urea and the other components that are going into fertilizers, we are at the moment when fertilizer needs to be applied. So various countries and farming is looking at saying, okay, we will reduce total crop, we'll plant the same amount but expect lower harvest, we'll change what types of crops that we put in place. Doing so means that not today, not tomorrow, do you have food insecurity, but this autumn. When you get to the fall harvest, you start having the first impacts of the food security dynamics, where the stored up food is already done, the new food is supposed to be coming online, but there's a lower amount. We're already hearing India thinking about reducing rice exports to the region. Well, if you have your major producing regions reducing the rice exports, what's that going to do? That's going to come back in and hit pricing. It's going to hit availability. It's going to hit social stability in countries in North Africa, in countries in South Asia and Southeast Asia, in the fall, winter, and spring of next year. That's going to then have an impact on manufacturing, on social stability, on all of those aspects, months and months down the road, even if everything opens up tomorrow and is flowing perfectly fine and flowing perfectly freely. So when we think about these, one, don't think about the straits in single isolation. Don't think about the commodities as just what's going through in that raw number amount. And don't think about it as the tail stops as soon as things open. We know that there are very long elements to this. Second thing as we look at these this is just some quick data from 2 years ago, looking at what do the disruptions do. Well, what do disruptions do? They start changing the relationship between the miles that the same amount of goods transit, right? Well, that means that you add cost, you add time. Ultimately, unless you add ships and additional ships, you reduce the total quantity of goods that are able to move. Now, these are short-term disruptions, but those short-term disruptions led to pretty lengthy, significant impacts. As we start to see changes and adjustments in the pace, scale, scope, frequency of these types of disruptions, yes, for the shipping industry, it is, oh, we'll just move our ships somewhere else, or we'll still be paid, or the price goes up, we're still recovering it. But start to think about what is the impact then on the manufacturers and on the consumers, and again, what's the longer tail on that? So if you have higher prices because of, and delays because of higher shipping costs, because of time delays, then you start to get into questions of, do you start reducing consumption of certain things? Do you change the products you're going to produce? Do you start shifting where you're going to source from? And that's going to ripple back into the shipping industry itself on where are the ships necessary? Where do they need to be? What types of commodities and goods, finished goods, are going to be moved from where to where? Are we going to see shifts in shorter routes, longer routes? People moving and starting to utilize alternates to maritime trade. So you think about, there are now 22 weekly timed rail transits along the Belt and Road Initiative from China to Europe. They're no longer random. They have timetables, they have set number of cars, they become mappable to people's supply chains. They take half the time as sea, they cost 3 times as much as going by sea. But if you start to have disruptions and you're worried about your supply chain and you're worried about a subcomponent part coming into your broader supply chain, you may start to adjust and say, I'm going to move 20% of my goods to rail transit rather than sea transit to give me the buffer space. And that's going to be cost effective because it gives me certain guarantees. And we're seeing from the work I've done with supply chains and supply chain companies, a lot of move towards storage, redundancy, shorter routes, multiple routes, changing supplying dynamics. And again, this is things that are going to ripple back into the industry as we think about that. So what are we seeing from ways countries are dealing with this? So we've talked a lot about China. Why is China worried about their maritime frontier? We've looked at it from the perspective of China wants to dominate the world and things of that sort. But if you are China, what do you see when you see your coast? You see the United States in a little double arch surrounding your coastline. Taiwan sits at the keystone of that double arch, and it's U.S. treaty allies and U.S. partners in the U.S. military holding you in. It looks like the Caribbean as if the British and the French sat on every island and every coast around the Caribbean and could seal in the United States. Obviously, for the Chinese then, they have to develop a way to break free from that. And they've done a threefold strategy. Number one is build alternative routes that are not directly cost effective, that not fully replace what's there, but that give you optionality during moments of crisis or other times that soften your overdependence on a particular couple key routes. The second thing that you do is start reshaping your consumer markets. Who are you consuming? A big part of Belt and Road is to build up new consumer markets in interior Central Asia. So Western China can trade with Central Asia instead of worrying about what's going on in Eastern China and trading in other places. And the third is you build out a massive navy and you start protecting things. And the Chinese have a grand strategy as they look at global trade of wanting to own everything from start to finish. Own the mine, own the road that goes from the mine to the port, own the ships, own the routes, own the fuel that's coming into the ships, own it all, so you reduce places where the US, using geoeconomic tools, can constrain you there. We see that the Chinese, because they're not a democracy, are able to a great degree, compel their businesses to go along with national strategy. Not perfectly, but they do a pretty good job of that. That's much harder in the West. You can't move that money and move those resources. So what does the United States have to counter this? They have the TRIP, right? The little Trump route that's, I think, 47 kilometers in the middle of the Caucasus. And that's going to take $400 million and, I don't know, 5-7 years to build out. If they rush it, they'll have it done in 2.5 years. That creates one extra rail line that creates the connection between Azerbaijan through Armenia and over. It doesn't actually replace the middle corridor that the Chinese have built. It just creates one leg that creates some alternative routes. The West has struggled to come up with the ways to counteract these infrastructure dynamics. Now, on the other hand, if countries decide to use the infrastructure for other purposes or decide to exclude the Chinese can't repatriate a rail line. So when you hear debt diplomacy and things of that sort, it's very hard for the Chinese to call in those loans. So we have this change of looking at alternate routes. One more. What's the biggest alternate route that is being seen from a maritime perspective? And that's the Arctic. So last year's numbers in Arctic transit, the bulk of Arctic transit in the Eurasian Arctic is not on here. Most of that transit is not actually cross-Arctic transit. It's from the Arctic out and out into the Arctic. But what we are seeing is an increase in the use of the Arctic route, not only for raw commodities, which have been able to move relatively effectively through there, but now in containerized shipping, including an entire ship that went from China to the UK. So we're starting to see the containerized shipping. It's not terribly reliable. The seasons are on and off. The Russians are still fighting with the Chinese over exactly which route to use. If you look at most of the routes, in fact, the Chinese are trying to skip going between Russian islands and the Russian coast to bypass some of the costs that Russia imposes on you if you travel in. So from the Russian perspective, the Northern Sea route is internal waters. From the Chinese perspective and the US perspective and international perspective, it's an international strait and they shouldn't be able to charge, they shouldn't be able to make requirements. We are seeing the build out both in Murmansk and in Petropavlovsk, Kamsky, in Kamchatka, transshipment ports. And the transshipment ports, if they are developed effectively, will fundamentally alter the viability of the Arctic route. Because the Arctic route right now requires certain Arctic-class ships to be able to move through it, and those ships right now are usually going the whole route and then going outside of the Arctic to other destinations. And if instead you can create viable transshipment points there that are allowing you to offload using a regular ship, move it only on an Arctic ship through the Arctic so you're not wasting those ships and wasting the transit time, and then move it on a non-Arctic ship back out the other way, you start to increase the value. It's not going to be the route that's going to replace everything, but it's going to be a pretty important route. And then one final thing that we can look at really quickly here, we talked a lot about the South China Sea, about what China is doing, obviously going back to how China looks at Taiwan. There was the reference to Taiwan splitting North and South East Asia. Taiwan also splits the Chinese coastline, which is why they're so worried about it. As we think about this, a year ago, this was the topic here, right? It's disruptions in the Taiwan Strait. Everybody was worried about that. This year, we've moved over to the Middle East. Next year, we'll be back to this region again. Think about, though, the connections between these routes that we're seeing. The Pacific-Arctic connection, the Arctic-Baltic connection. These connections are linking in areas that could sort of be seen traditionally in different ways. A lot of the trans-Arctic routes actually run from Chinese Pacific ports over the Arctic to Russian Baltic ports and back. They are moving, they're connecting this whole area as a new area of strategy. The Europeans have moved, and the Canadians, to expand their maritime capability, naval capability, Coast Guard capability within there. The United States is miles behind. The United States doesn't have a single deepwater Arctic port. The closest Coast Guard assets are down on the southern coast of Alaska, and currently the United States is trying not to cooperate with many of its Arctic neighbors to be able to secure that. I think as we think in terms of geopolitics going forward, a couple of things to keep in mind as we think about straits. Number one, we are seeing not only the geoeconomic competition, but the attempt to nationalize and securitize all aspects of trade. Moves trying to find strategic autonomy, to shrink supply chains to certain regions, to try to rebuild shipbuilding, manufacturing within countries, which means not an end to global trade, as we've noted, but changes in where and how we see prioritization, where and how we see things move. The second to really keep an eye on is if we do see countries starting to go through and implement threats to limit access to ports of ships made in certain countries. Because if we start seeing action on the risks to Chinese-made ships or other types of made ships, it really readjusts the way in which we have to think about fleets, what can move where, what can't move where, how fast and how structured. And I think for now that's good. We'll pass it on, and hopefully we'll get a couple minutes for conversation.
Thank you very much. So last but not least, Mr. Scott Simpson, Professor and Director, Denison University Grand Strategy Program and Chief Strategy Officer, Geopolitics Incorporated. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so very much for the kind words and invitation. And I want to especially thank Dr. Athanasios Platias for the great opportunity to be with you here today, with you ladies and gentlemen. I'm on a fantastic panel, and many of the panelists have hit some very, very important points. And so what I want to do today with my time is to really focus on the maritime security dimension of what I call the greater Caribbean and Western Hemisphere, and to do so from both the historical, theoretical, but also a true geopolitical perspective, cognizant of the fact that impacts that are currently happening right now in the Middle East, but in other regions, are directly impacting what we're seeing in Latin America and the Caribbean, and by extension, United States grand strategy going forward. I think this matters because we're seeing not only a convergence of challenges, but convergences of threats and opportunities at key locations. Panama Canal will be one that I'll talk about at length today, but there are others. This matters not just for countries that, like the United States and China, but also for what I call consequential powers, like Greece, going forward, something for us to consider. I think one of the most important insights that we're going to get today is this idea that the geometry of global trade is changing, and has been changing for quite a while, even before the second administration of President Donald Trump. And lastly, no surprise to anyone in this room, but as a surprise to other industries and to other armed services, sea power and geography is back with a vengeance, and it is coloring and influencing everything that we're seeing geopolitically going forward. So just to begin, you heard earlier some brief mentions of some important geostrategic theorists that help us understand these ideas of sea power and maritime power. And while I won't belabor all of these points again, there's a few things that I think are relevant when we try to understand how is the current administration thinking about these things, what's happening globally, and how do theoretical concepts underwrite policy decisions that we're seeing played out right now. First, I want to just briefly mention the works of the great American sea power theorist, Alfred Thayer Mahan. It's important to note that Mahan's ideas of sea power were really incubated in the Caribbean. In fact, he called the Caribbean America's Mediterranean in his writings, most principally an essay he wrote titled The Interests of America in Sea Power, Present and Future, which included this map that you see on the left that not only shows the Panama Canal, but also distances in the most important sea lines of communication. One of Mahan's most greatest insights behind his ideas that you heard earlier today about choke points, securing energy, was this idea and this realization that for the United States to be a power going forward globally into the late 19th and earlier 20th century, it needed to have influence in the Caribbean so that it could simultaneously be both an Atlantic and a Pacific power. And this is something that I hope that when we think about the Western Hemisphere, we recognize that this is the part of the world that is unique in the fact that it is both simultaneously. The ability to sit astride these two major areas of power projection and trade. Mahan was also writing at a time of great power competition. Britain was the dominant power, Germany was in the ascendancy, and there was a rush for the very type of things that Athanasios discussed at the beginning. Who would control sea lines of communication? How could you have guaranteed access to energy? How could you weaponize that energy in a way to maintain one's industrial base? And how was sea power key and essential to doing that? The other thing that I think is important that Mahan discussed was that for the United States to be successful, it had to be secure in the Western Hemisphere, in the Caribbean, before it could think about things globally. So in many ways, you see a resonance with the actions and words of President Donald Trump with Mahanian concepts. My colleague Glenn Hochberg briefly mentioned the Dutch geopolitical theorist Nicholas Speakman. Speakman obviously focused a lot on the greater Eurasian landmass, but interestingly, during World War II, Speakman cautioned the United States about the necessity to avoid hostile European or Asiatic powers in what he called the equidistant zone in the southern part of South America. For him, Caribbean security was not just a function of what was going in and out of the Gulf of Mexico, but what was happening in the northern half of South America, both politically and in an industrial sense going forward. And I think that this is something that really is important when we try to think about not only the maritime aspect, but the littoral and ground campaign aspect of where we see security going forward. In many ways, this cautionary tale that both Mahan and Speakman, and I think that we would all agree to today, really was proven true in the First and especially in the Second World War. The map that you see on the right shows German U-boat patrol locations in 1942. Many of us, when we study World War II in the maritime perspective, when we think about the Battle of the Atlantic, we tend to think about the high north, some of the areas that Roger spoke about. But in actuality, more Allied tonnage, American, French, Dutch, and British, was sunk in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Caribbean, in this part of the Mediterranean, this part of the Atlantic, than in any other part of the Atlantic Ocean. And so, in essence, what the United States had to do is it had to establish a massive military footprint in the Caribbean just to enable what I call fighting the fight to get to the fight. The need to supply Soviet and British allies in North Africa and in the European continent was predicated on the ability to project force and maintain secure hemispheric lines of communication going forward. So how does this kind of matter for some of the things that we're discussing today? I think first and foremost, we have to understand that the way that we understand geography is contingent and can change. Last night at a dinner, we had discussions about how geography was not a limiter at all to globalization after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the beginning of the post-Cold War unipolar moment. But now geography is coming back in ways that are barriers, not necessarily enablers. Second, the ability for the United States to organize a massive military footprint to conduct undersea warfare was based partially on the fact that it had good relations with its partners in Latin America and the Caribbean. So in other words, favorable geopolitical partnerships on land were necessary to compel power in the maritime and eventually the air domains going forward. That does not just happen overnight. There was a general I used to work for said, Scott, you cannot surge trust. Third, as I think as the German U-boat indicates, because obviously there were not German land forces in Latin America at the time, adversaries can use operational reach and technical capability in one domain to hold at risk interests in other domains. We're going to probably talk about this afternoon when we talk about the disruptive impact of AI and cyber. But even right now in Latin America, China maintains 3 major signals intelligence locations in northern Cuba. Russia's ground-based control stations for the Russian equivalent of GPS, GLONASS, the majority of GLONASS tracking stations are not in Russia. They are in Honduras, they are in Cuba, and they are in other parts of Latin America. So I just say this because this is a highly consequential and contested location. What makes it so going forward? I think one of the things that we have to look at when we look at the image on the left is this fact that great power competition, despite what some are hoping, is not limited to the greater Eurasian landmass. And in fact, competition between the United States, Russia, and China is going on and is going on at an accelerated pace and has been for decades. It's only been after the United States stopped its focus and attention on the global war on terror that it re-woke to its vulnerabilities in Latin America and the Caribbean going forward. We've talked a little bit already today about the actions of China, Russia, Iran. One of the things I think that's crucial when we think about gray zone competition in Latin America is it just doesn't happen. It's enabled by certain regimes. And while there's a lot of focus, obviously, on the Maduro regime or what's happening in Cuba, what's happening in Honduras, Russia and China would not be able to do, and Iran to a lesser degree, to do what they do in America and the Caribbean, would it not be for permissive political relationships with regimes that support each other and support that presence going forward. Classic example. 17 out of the 31 countries in this region are part of China's Belt and Road Initiative. China uses those Belt and Road Initiative relationships and parlays that to diplomatic isolation of countries that recognize Taiwan. The vast number of countries that recognize Taiwan diplomatically today are all found in the Caribbean and in the northern South America area going forward. Venezuela alone, in the last decade, received $615 million of weapons sales from China. And Venezuela has been a critical hub, and I point out its close approximation to the Panama Canal, for multiple political, military, and economic and information investments going forward. The same could be said for Russia. Russia alone has had $9 billion of weapons sales to the region. 16 of 31 countries within Latin America receive Russian security and military training. In both port calls and the use of Russian naval activity has all increased significantly in the Latin American region. And these numbers come from before the beginning of Donald Trump's second administration going forward. Last but certainly not least, when I kind of round out this portion of the talk, we've seen it's not just the United States and other countries that have adopted and used some version of these Mahanian ideas of sea power and its connection to geopolitics, but Chinese strategic and maritime doctrine is suffused with Mahanian concepts. A little bit of Corbett, but definitely a lot of Mahan. And we're seeing this play out right now in China's presence in the region. First and foremost, just last year, China underwrote the building of a huge megaport in Peru worth $1.3 billion, subsidized mostly by the Chinese shipping giant COSCO, which is trying to create a major center of gravity for South American trade for a Pacific-oriented market. The United States is trying to put pressure on the Peruvian government right now, but there is no major alternative to this in South America at the moment. You're also seeing this contestation play out in the Panama Canal zone. One of the benefactors, if you will, we talked about risk and opportunities of the disruption of the Strait of Hormuz, is the Panama Canal is getting more and more traffic. The shipping itself has significantly changed. Many Asian markets that are now buying more and more American LNG and oil are now utilizing the Panama Canal to do so. Panama Canal traffic has increased significantly just in the last few months, over 3.7% of a year-on-year increase, and now constituting more than 5% of global trade. While this is going on, this shift in the geometry of international competition that I mentioned is playing out in real time. So right now in Europe, as we all know, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine and now the current conflict in the Middle East, many European countries are looking to diversify their energy resources. President Trump's talking about buying American LNG and oil, but now more and more European countries are looking to Canadian markets for liquefied natural gas, even at above market. What does this mean? Not only is energy flowing from the Panama Canal from the American East Coast to Asia, now Canadian energy is going from the Pacific across the Panama Canal directly to European markets. So the Panama Canal itself, as an important piece of real estate, is only increasing. All this is happening while you have significant legal competition between Chinese-owned firms, Panama, and the United States. China is linking new supply chain security regulations to disputes over port access in Panama. This is part of a broader trend in which China has significantly expanded export controls and economic countermeasures in response to U.S. policies and allied efforts to constrain its technological and commercial activity. Some recent events. Recently, Panama's Supreme Court invalidated a long-standing concession by Hong Kong's C.K. Hutchison, and that interim control of those ports has now shifted to subsidiaries of Maersk in the Mediterranean Shipping Company, who we all know, amid U.S. pressure. China has sharply increased inspections in response in massive detentions of Panamanian-flagged vessels. So we're seeing geopolitical competition being played out at these maritime choke points, not just militarily, but also legally and economically. All of this is, again, kind of changing the vision of what we have. As Len Hochberg mentioned, President Trump has really invoked this idea of the Monroe Doctrine of the Monroe Doctrine of the United States. And as Athanasios mentioned, we see this played out with this idea of consolidating the American influence in the Western Hemisphere. Interestingly enough, this is not a new idea. The image that you see on the right is a map that was painted in the late 1930s called the Technate of America. There were a group of industrialists and technologists who felt in the late 1930s that democracy, free market capitalism, and policy-oriented individuals were not smart enough to create a standing and independent United States, and that in fact technologists should drive the thought leadership on what that could be. And in their estimation, that was an expanded the United States that went from Greenland all the way through Mexico, the Panama Canal, and into northern South America. These are the exact places that we're seeing played out of the exertion of American military force and power right now. And interestingly enough, Elon Musk's grandfather was part of this group that was pushing this idea going forward. As I kind of wrap up, these different images kind of show you the significant shift that we're seeing in the maritime space. There's more American military power that is obviously having an impact on commercial maritime activity in the Caribbean and in the Gulf than we've seen since the end of the Cold War. So this obviously was played out with the raid to seize Nicolas Maduro, but it's also being played out in the way that the United States and some countries are approaching transnational issues, like the striking of narcotic-based vehicles, enabling special operations and intelligence operations, all in these maritime locations. Again, the United States pushing its interests more and more. I think to kind of just wrap up, a few things that I think are important as we kind of think about this hemisphere and we think about how some issues here resonate with some of the other risks that we've seen. I think first and foremost, Speakman's warning is one that's important. While some, to include President Donald Trump, may think about spheres of influence, Russian and Chinese interests are global. They're not contained to Asia or the greater Eurasian landmass. So eventually you are going to have conflicts and confrontation in places like Latin America, places like the Middle East, places like Africa, where the great powers all have zero-sum interests. And I think this is essential to consider going forward. Third, I think that the last two wars that we've been witnessing, both Russia-Ukraine and the current war that we're seeing in the Persian Gulf, demonstrate the great vulnerability of fixed energy infrastructure. I don't have a map of it, but if I plotted to you just the energy infrastructure alone that is in the Gulf of Mexico and the greater Caribbean, it is not protected militarily. And it is highly vulnerable, in my estimation, to both state and non-state threats. Predatory commodity extraction in the region continues, and I think that you're also going to see in this region both political as well as economic hedging. For example, the country of Mexico, under the leadership of President Claudia Sheinbaum, is creating what's called the new Trans-Isthmus Corridor, a multimodal transshipment infrastructure project linking east and west, not necessarily to replace the Panama Canal, but one to provide different alternatives going forward. So again, it's a very, very interesting time in geopolitics and the maritime aspects of things. The convergence of energy security and maritime security are one and the same, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for four excellent presentations. Unfortunately, we're running late. There is no time for discussion. We're half an hour late. So I immediately give the floor to the next panel on geoeconomics and the urbanization of shipping. Unfortunately, our moderator, Sofia Galani, is indisposed, so it's my colleague, Professor Hadji Manuel, who will be the moderator. Thank you very much. Do you want us to stay for a photo? All said very interesting things. We didn't get much wiser anyway. Έλεγε φωτογραφία.
Okay, so may I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? We are starting immediately, since we are running late. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please take your seats? This panel follows seamlessly the previous one on geopolitics. Our topic is geoeconomics and the weaponization of shipping. We have heard a lot about choke points in the previous panel, and of course, we have recently seen how physical choke points have led to the weaponization of trade routes in the context of actual military conflagrations. We have seen it in the Red Sea. We are now seeing it in Hormuz, with deleterious consequences for the world economy. Also in the South China Sea, with the use of fishing, of the Chinese fishing fleet as a quasi-offensive weapon in the struggle for control of the South China Sea against the Philippines. Personally, I came across the concept of choke points in the context of finance, since I'm a financial expert. You know, the dollar, SWIFT, and payment systems, how they are weaponized by the United States. But the two concepts, physical choke points in maritime routes, financial choke points, are very closely linked. Sanctions and secondary sanctions are also leading to the weaponization of shipping, since the shipping industry is made to conform to international pressures, and we have also seen the involvement of shipping, the unwilling involvement of shipping in the tariffs war, with the imposition or potential imposition of heavy charges on non-US built ships. All these issues, I suppose, are of acute interest to the shipping industry, but also to the economy more generally. Trade, finance, insurance are immediately affected, and we have today 5 eminently qualified speakers to speak about these issues. The first to take the floor, he will speak from the podium, is Mr. Panitoza, the Director of Maritime Security in Singapore, and also the President of the Institute of Chartered Ship Brokers. Mr. Rosa, you have the floor. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Dr. Platias, thanks for the invitation again this year. I think the last year was already quite exciting times for geoeconomics or geopolitics and maritime. I think this year we have got an unprecedented amount of challenges to look at. It's a pleasure because obviously I come from the industry, having worked in dry bulk shipping companies all my life, and now getting more involved in the teaching of this from a practitioner's perspective. I'm also very fortunate that I get a chance to teach at University of Piraeus on this very course or topic. So when I looked at this particular thing, I wanted to emphasize that there are these 3 documents that America has brought out, and they are hidden in plain sight in some ways because we are obviously not able to connect the dots that easily. Obviously, people in the maritime industry are very busy in their own firefighting challenges. So there is a challenge to try and connect the dots. And these 3 documents are essentially the US trade policy, the new one, 2026 version, the national security strategy, and the maritime action plan. And this set of slides is to try and explain and understand how they are all connected with each other, and they have some kind of common objectives which are interlocked with each other. But more importantly, they will have tremendous consequence on the maritime industry and the trades going forward. So I want to emphasize that space. Before I start that, I would like to say that there's a tremendous amount of skepticism that whatever documents are put out by President Trump's administration are then kind of more or less torn apart, and then a new path is looked at by Mr. Trump on a regular basis. Having said that, I still believe that a lot of these things are difficult to reverse once they are implemented. There is also an end goal understanding which is clear. Maybe the path keeps changing. But more importantly, these documents give you vital points to monitor as a maritime industry that we need to keep an eye on what's actually going on. So let me just try and see why these are convergence points in my mind. When you look at the 3 policies, they are all essentially looking at the trade, which obviously has tremendous maritime connotations. But the idea is that even though a Supreme Court order came about and took away the powers on the IEEPA that the president had, you are still finding these investigations being done. So the trade policy, again, as I said, the end goal is clear. It's something which is being pursued. Now maybe there are roadblocks, but that doesn't really stop the administration from going further ahead. The second part is the national security strategy. I think Professor Platias, Len, and others have actually talked a lot about it, where for the first time I find that China is right front and center when it comes to America. This has massive connotation. I come from Singapore, and I can tell you that we are in the ASEAN space extremely concerned that we should not be taking sides, but it is going to get more and more complicated. With 75% of global trade and shipping being Asia-Pacific specific, we are going to actually have a bigger challenge on our hands as to whether we are actually with China or with America going forward. And companies will have to eventually make that decision. The Maritime Action Plan, which is actually a kind of a rewiring of the US port fees challenge that was there. There was a retaliatory action by China. Both sides have actually decided to drop hands for some time, but this is just a ticking time bomb in my mind. And the Maritime Action Plan has actually expanded this beyond China, looking at pretty much all foreign-built vessels coming into the ambit in some form or the other. So what they're really trying to do is effectively get back the ability to build ships in in US, and that's not going to be an easy task in general, but they are going to try level hard to actually get that going. And that's something that is worth monitoring, obviously, from the maritime industry perspective. LNG has become a big part of that push, and obviously that's going to have a big implication if the Maritime Action Plan does get implemented. Right. So let me look at these individual spaces just to give you a perspective. We don't have that much of time. These slides are available, and I'm sure the organizers will be able to send them across to you. There's a tremendous amount of impact that is having. But as I keep saying, starting from the time he came into the second term, he has actually consistently worked on small steps to try and look at implementing this end goal of trying to get reshoring done as much as possible, trying to protect America's interest in the trade side, and try and punish and penalize anybody who's actually allegedly suspected of trying to harm the American interest on the trade side. That policy has consistently worked in spite of the fact that there have been roadblocks like the Supreme Court order. So this is something which will go on, and it's had tremendous implications in terms of both the actual money that's going in, but also importantly the trade that is going towards US has reduced to a substantial extent. The Maritime National Security Strategy, we've already discussed this in the previous panels, but I just wanted to highlight that China being the primary adversaries, which means that they are trying to look at proxies. Today in the Iran war and the Hormuz crisis, one of the biggest challenges is that they're saying Iran and its proxies will eventually have to be held off in some way or the other. China is going to have the same challenge in terms of the fact that US is going to look at China as a holistic space, and that is going to be a huge problem when it comes to trade and shipping. We need to monitor this going forward. Finally, the Maritime Action Plan, as I said, there are 3 limbs to that. This US shipyard space, which is obviously a big part of reshoring that they talk about. The workforce and infrastructure, which is well thought of, but it still has challenges in terms of trying to get the talent in, especially given the policies of allowing certain nationalities and others to come in. And finally, how do you counter China's dominance at the end of the day? It is, unfortunately, how these 3 documents are structured. They have the China countering the China dominance as the central policy going forward. So you have to look at this from a perspective that this is aimed at one country alone. Obviously, you're having a huge issue with regard to potential challenges if this does go through in terms of how the container shipping looks at it, but there'll be probably mixed signals for both tanker and dry bulk because of the fact that you will have ton-mile redirection, ton-mile reallocation going forward. The car carriers are actually at a bigger risk going forward, especially if they actually have these massive amount of cost escalation which can happen because of the $150 charge, if that actually goes through. So here lies the biggest issue going forward. When it comes to the ship owners, there's going to be a big problem with regard to flag risk. There's going to be a big problem with regard to the dominance of US and its way of working across the space. There's going to be a massive amount of challenges with regard to working with American companies. Also, on top of that, you're going to have an idea when you buy an asset, you don't buy it just for short term, you're going to buy it for a longer term. When you have this much of uncertainty, you'll try and err on the side of the caution. That's exactly what the Americans are trying to think about as well. The clauses and all the other aspects will obviously come in because of legal challenges which will follow. At the end of the day, we will feel that the compliance burden is going to become a lot more substantial for ship owners. This is going to be costed in at some point of time. Whether you like it or not, it's going to become operational procedures more than compliance at the end of the day. And that's something which is important. This is my slide of really telling you guys what do you think is going to happen and what do you need to be ready for. First of all, policy neutrality is gone. You really have to take sides at some point of time. There are going to be times when US is going to push ship owners and shipping community to come its way and follow its diktat, and the Chinese are going to actually look at retaliatory actions as well. Balancing these two and walking tightrope is going to be a big challenge going forward for all the shipping companies going forward. cost structures will shift permanently in my mind. As I said, it's very difficult to kind of reshape or retract some of these things. The first Trump term introduced a tremendous amount of tariffs and burdens down the line on China. The Biden administration could hardly take back any of them in reality. Supply chain diversification is not optional anymore. So I think that's where the real ability for shipping companies to be smart about it. Their customers will actually have to start looking at new routes, new ideas, new places to source their commodities. That is where shipping companies can actually start offering a very innovative way of building the customers, the diversity of supply chain spaces that they're looking at. On top of that, this is something that will please my co-advisory board members in S4Geo. Intelligence and visibility will become competitive assets. I think the information flow that you have, I spoke at a conference a year ago saying that in future, the shipping companies will have to employ a new person on the C-suite called Chief Geostrategic Officer. He's going to be a guy who looks outside the company with what's going on and connects it with what's happening inside the company. Eventually, you'll have to outsource that to organizations where you can trust their insights and their ability to actually get into the nitty-gritty of the businesses that you're in and how that can actually be a clear strategy planning, scenario planning. This is not going to be something which is an internal compliance role. It has to be something that you have to actually factor everything that's happening outside and bring it back into the company. So as I keep saying, there are 4 C's that you'll have to focus on: countries and their reaction to these challenges, companies and their actions with these challenges, commodities and the changes in their flows, and customers and their overall strategies. These 4 C's will determine how we take this forward in our global scenario. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mr. Dominic Donald from Autolicus Advisory. He has very long experience as an advisor on geopolitical risks, so he's a risk expert. He's also a member of the Lloyd's War Risks Committee, so who better to illustrate and illuminate these issues? Mr. Donald, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just start off with a small clarification. I'm not actually a member of the Joint War Risks Committee. I'm an advisor, which is a lovely position to be in because you suggest things and they can ignore you or listen to you. And if everything works, you get the credit. And if everything goes wrong, it's all their fault. So if I have any advice to young people in the audience, it's try to be an advisor. So that's my first.
I mean, a Greek name for your advisory, but he was a thief, wasn't he?
Yes. Autolycus is a character in Shakespeare who is described as the snapper up of unconsidered trifles. So he's someone who sees nice, shiny things and he steals them. And I actually think that most geopolitics advice is a function of seeing nice, shiny ideas that other people have come up with and stealing them and putting a label on them and then handing them to your client as advice. So there is a strange logic to the naming of my company.
Shakespeare never thought about that.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so thank you very much. Professor Platias asked me to speak today, and he asked me to offer the perspective of an insurance underwriter. Now, as I've just indicated, I'm not an insurance underwriter, but I've been working with war risk underwriters for about 20 plus years, and so I have a fairly decent idea about, firstly, how the Lloyd's, the London war risk market works, and secondly, how war risk underwriters think and view the world. So I can offer an insight into this particular part of the overall equation, but please bear in mind that I'm not actually an underwriter, so it may be that this is the point at which you need to go to sleep and reckon that my word isn't worth anything at all. So, firstly, what are the current and emergent risks to shipping? And I'd say there are four broad areas, at least in as much as my brief, as they affect my brief. The first is kinetic, essentially things blowing up. And the threat there is mostly posed by military-grade ordnance. In the past, it might have been pirates with knives or rifles. Now, it's missiles and drones. Secondly, the second current and emergent threat is seizure. For most people looking at the way the marine insurance market works, they don't necessarily think of a vessel being detained as a threat. But actually, if you're an underwriter, it's perhaps a bigger threat than the vessel being damaged. Because if the vessel's detained, you lose it, full stop. If it's detained for 6 months, it's probably a write-off. So if the vessel is detained, you probably lose it and have to pay out. If it's just damaged by a missile, you can fix the damage, send it out again. The third threat is delay, in essence, to damage commercial interests or stop vessels using certain waters. Now, in all three of these cases, the kinetic threat, the seizure threat, the delay threat, in all three cases, the perpetrator is acting in the interest of a state or sub-state actor. So this is, in effect, a matter of policy for somebody. It's not strictly commercial, illegal activity. It's actually policy. Part of their overall strategy is this action. And that means that this is basically a geopolitical problem which is outside the toolkit that the owner of the vessel has for dealing with problems. Okay. It's outside their ability to deal with it. And then again, in all three cases, increasing geopolitical instability and volatility means increased risk. So more kinetic threats, more seizure threats, more delay threats. The fourth area of current and emergent risk, I'm just going to touch on because it doesn't really follow through in what underwriters see, and that's legal risk. Ship owners obviously face the threat of sanctions and tariff-related measures. So, if those are the current and emergent risks to shipping, how do underwriters evaluate and price uncertainty in this environment? Broadly speaking, the threats I've just outlined, they fall under what are called war risk policies. And these are policies that essentially cover things that might happen to ships that aren't in the normal business of everyday moving around the world's seas. It's essentially the threats that might be presented by a government. It's detention, hostile action, that kind of thing. So underwriters typically will apply two levels of pricing when it comes to war risk policies, and understand that war risk policies are only a tiny fraction of the overall insurance cover that a ship owner will generally have. They may not have war risk cover for most of the world, but they will need to have it for high-risk areas. So there are two levels of pricing. Most of the world, where effectively there is very little war risk threat, and then excluded areas, areas of high risk. Now, the excluded areas are areas of heightened risk as determined by the Joint War Risks Committee, which I advise, to their chagrin. So it's determined by the Joint War Risks Committee in the Lloyd's insurance market. And the JWC aims to identify current threats, but also, crucially, impending threats. So it tries to get ahead of likely crises. So, for instance, at our recommendation, the JWC listed the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov about 3 weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. We were asked, we actually said in December that we were fairly confident, an 80-90% probability that the invasion was going to happen. And that turned into the JWC listing these waters ahead of the invasion. So they try to get ahead of things as well as identify what the current risks might be. And I've been advising the JWC since 2004. Now, typically, excluded areas pricing is around 0.2% of the insured value of a vessel's hull and machinery. So if you're sailing to one of the areas that is currently an excluded area, generally speaking, you will pay about 0.2% of the value, insured value of the hull and machinery. And so that means if you're going, for instance, to, if you're calling in Nigeria, or you're calling calling in Lebanon, or in areas of Mozambique, these are all areas that are on the list of excluded areas, and you might be charged 0.2% of the value of the vessel. But in a sudden crisis, pricing will multiply. And in the Hormuz crisis that we've just had, and we're still enjoying, it went up to between 1 and 2% of the insured value. So it multiplied by a factor of 5 or 10. You may have seen reporting in newspapers that it went up to 5%. Complete nonsense. It didn't. So certainly in the London market, there may have been people elsewhere who were trying to charge more, but the London market, it went up to between 1 and 2%. Most war risk policies, they've got a 6-day notice period. And this is actually what gave rise to a lot of the panicky headlines when the Iran war started. There's a 6-day notice period on a war risk policy. At the end of, you invoke the notice period, at the end of that period, the old policy is defunct, and you settle a new policy on new terms. And so what typically happened in the Hormuz crisis in late February, early May, was that all across the market, underwriters called in their notice period. They said, we're going to have to renegotiate this in 6 days' time. And then when the renegotiation process started, they then said something to the effect of, okay, between 1 and 2% of the insured value of the vessel. But crucially, that's immediate. That happens even if your old policy had only been in place for 3 days. And crucially, it's money down, and you need it if you're going to get out of Hormuz. So logically, that's going to be a bit of a shock within the sector. Shipping operators are going to say, oh, can we find, here we are, we've got a VLCC, it is just as a hull worth $200 million. Suddenly, we're going to have to find $2 million or $4 million in straight cash overnight. That's setting aside the cargo. It's quite a jolt. So that was very much what happened at the beginning of the crisis. Now, previously, war risk insurance was generalized. Vessels of a certain type would pay similar rates to transit similar areas. So the rate for a container ship was X. The rate for a VLCC was Y. The rate for a bulk carrier was Z. But increasingly, as all of the things that have been talked about so far have developed, it's becoming much more specific to the vessel and the cargo and the flag, the ownership. And that means that whereas previously you'd have a market that operated primarily in terms of grouping everything together, now you've got a market that's operating on a much more individual basis. And that's going to have cost implications and bureaucratic administrative implications. So that's how underwriters evaluate and price uncertainty. Actually, there's one thing I should add to that. In terms of the JWC, what the JWC does, it does not mandate anything. So we advise the committee advises the market. So within the market, you will have people who just choose not to pay attention to the recommendations of the committee, maybe for commercial reasons, maybe for reasons related to a particular client. So what we recommend to the JWC, and the JWC then recommends, is not mandatory. Okay, so what does the threat look like? And we've touched a bit on this. The kinetic threat, this military ordnance, missiles, drones, mines, artillery, increasingly unmanned vessels. Crucially, the actor using them is, as I mentioned, they're pursuing a strategy. They're going to have a lot of these weapons, and they'll keep using them for as long as it is in their interest to do it. When it comes to seizure, what does the threat look like? Essentially, hijack or seizure at sea by a state or a sub-state actor. Iran, the IRGC, has long done this, perhaps because of a ship's links to a given state. And then the other kind of detention that we'll see, seizure that we'll see, is in port. Essentially, local authorities prevent the ship from leaving, and it's stuck there for a long time while lawyers fight and the vessel slowly deteriorates at anchor. If the vessel is held for 6 months, it's probably a write-off. A lot of clauses, a lot of underwriters will essentially specify if the vessel is out of the owner's control for 6 months, it is a write-off. So detention, you can see, would be a big problem for an owner or an operator and an underwriter. The delay threat, what does it look like? Instructions to avoid certain waters, interception at sea by navies, Coast Guard, maritime militias, dubious inspections and quarantine enforcement in port. The point that Mr. Oza was just recently making about the United States Maritime Action Plan, that would fit into this kind of category. Flag or constructor-specific port charges. It also takes the form of hybrid tactics short of the use of force. AIS spoofing or jamming, VHF threats, buzzing by aerial drones or fast boats, all of which aims to make the vessels choose a different course, avoid certain waters. And again, crucially, all of these are part of a strategy that the ship owner or operator is unlikely to be well informed about. They don't know why this is happening. The vessel is essentially leverage over other state actors or other commercial interests. The strategy may be far-reaching and long-term, and it is likely to involve different tools being used at different times, depending on how states and commerce are responding to that strategy. So the range of threat and the intent behind the threat has changed, and it is all becoming much more complicated for ship owners to manage, and for the underwriters, it is becoming much more complicated in terms of how to understand and price that risk. So the final point I'd like to bring up is one that's very dear to Professor Platias's heart, which is insurance as a strategic weapon, essentially the weaponization of insurance. And I'm going to use a very specific example here, which I think is very current and people might be able to identify with. And it relates to the Strait of Hormuz, but it also relates to the assumptions that a lot of people have had about what's happened in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran built a force to close the Strait of Hormuz. They built it over 40 years. In March, it closed Hormuz, and it never deployed this force. Iran closed Hormuz with VHF warnings and other technology that was not specific to closing the strait. So the real weapon that Iran has for closing the strait, it hasn't even got out of its garages or out of its tunnels. And the United States Navy does not know where it is because it is concealed in garages and tunnels. So at any point, Iran can actually mobilize the capability it created to close off Hormuz. But it managed to close it anyway. How? What I'd term ripples. Iranian threats, plus a few attacks, plus underwriters giving notice, plus no US security assurances for going through Hormuz, created gridlock. Now, Iran didn't actually understand or plan for these ripples. But now, they probably think they've learned how to weaponize insurance. They will go by the open source material that all says, it was all the fault of the underwriters. They made everybody pay lots of money, and even though no ships have been sunk, it's all the fault of the underwriters. And they will probably think that's the way to go. With more ripples, they can close it off again. If just a few drones are enough to block Hormuz, they can do this at any time. Then looking across the world, we can look at China. Perhaps China thinks it has learned how to weaponize insurance too. If it imposes a blockade on Taiwan, Western underwriters, surely they're going to stop traffic. They're going to say, oh no, vessels might be hit. We've got to put the rates up to entirely fictional number. But I think both would be wrong. What is keeping Hormuz closed is uncertainty. Owners don't know what the level of threat is or how to transit without breaking the law. Now, this is something that military people and defense policymakers don't necessarily understand. If you are a commercial entity, you cannot break the law without major consequences. And the difficulty with a ship owner or an operator wanting to transit Hormuz is that if you pay tolls, it is probably illegal. And if it is illegal, your insurance cover is voided. If you enter into negotiations with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, that is probably illegal. You will expose yourself to sanctions punishment. If you go through any kind of arrangement to transit Hormuz, you are probably violating international maritime law. That will void your insurance when you go through a high-risk area. None of this is certain, but you can bet that underwriters in a court, if your vessel is hit and you want to claim your policy, underwriters will say, oh, well, by the way, you broke the law. If you didn't break this law, you broke that law, you broke that law, you broke that law. No, not paying out. And 3 years later, lawyers, very rich, people like me, advisors, made a little more prosperous, but actually the owner is out and probably the underwriter is fine. So it all means that if you're going to get vessels through Hormuz, you need a legal, protected means of transit. If you get that right, a legal, protected means of transit, transit will resume. Ship owners and operators, ship's masters, are used to quantifying risk. They sail in the most inhospitable domain in the world. They're used to it. If there is something they can base an assessment on, they will do it. So if they know they're going to be covered for insurance, they're going to be covered under law, and there is going to be some degree of protection, they will probably resume transit. But the crucial thing is here, that transit can't be provided by the United States, because the United States is a belligerent. And my perception, anyway, from people I've been talking about in this regard over the last month, is that if the United States were providing the protection for transit through Hormuz, people would not resume transit, because they would think that at any point they had essentially identified themselves as targets for the Iranian government. So, if Iran were to try to apply pressure via insurance in the future, it wouldn't work, because Iran shooting at ships again would be baked in to the assessment underpinning the policy. In essence, people would be ready to take the risk. And that's why I think China would be wrong to think that they could weaponize insurance in the same way if they were to try something in relation to Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Donald. That was fascinating and gives a lot of food for thought. I'm very glad to give the floor now to Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis. He is the CEO of Hellenic Shipyards. Of course, Mr. Varvitsiotis has been a very important and successful politician in his previous life. I mean, until 2 years ago, he has served twice, as twice in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as Deputy Minister and then alternate, so he has ample experience and done great things in governmental capacity. Lately, he has taken over the Hellenic shipyard, and he's making sure that this industry, which has been neglected institutionally over time, will be revived. And we certainly hope that he will be successful in this new effort that he has undertaken. Mr. Varvitsiotis, the floor is yours.
Christos, thank you for your kind words. Well, actually, the name of the company has changed because now we are having a new company. It's called Skaramaga Shipyards. Hellenic Shipyards is the old company that is being
defunct now.
It's being, let's say, under special administration, and a new company has been formed upon this very significant infrastructure built in the 50s, developed until the years 2000 under various managements. The original idea came from the late Stavros Niarchos, who has committed a lot of capital and energy into that, in actually meeting what was the request of the time, that Greece should have had a shipbuilding capacity. And that brings me to the main topic of my presentation, which is whether shipbuilding is a geopolitical tool or not. And if we, Professor Platias and other distinguished guests, know from the ancient times that the ability to build your own and operate your own ships actually meant power. Yesterday I was at a shipping event after your event that they celebrated again the 100 liberties that they were given to the Greek ship owners after the World War II. What were liberties? Liberties were ships built in huge numbers, 5,700 ships were built during the Second World War, in order to facilitate the movement of goods and of armament from the United States to its allies, namely UK and Russia at the time. And a lot of these ships have been used also as in various ways during the war. A lot of these ships have been damaged, have been obsolete, and at the end of the war, these ships were given to various countries, among them to Greece, 200 ship owners, from which they revived the shipping industry that has been heavily damaged during the Second World War, because Greeks have lost almost 75% of their ships during the Second World War. Liberties have been managed to be built even within 4 days. This was the record time. In the same time, the Germans were able to build U-boats in large numbers, a new U-boat every 40 days. Imagine these building capacities, and bring these building capacities, shipbuilding capacities, in the modern world. I was reading a report recently about the shipbuilding capacity of US and China. And the report made an hypothesis that both their Pacific fleets have a class over Taiwan. 40% of both fleets is being damaged, obsolete. The time needed for China and the US to replace the units that they would lose in this conflict, it's totally different. 7 to 8 years for China, 20 to 24 years for the US. And this is actually known to everybody. It's not an information that Miltiadis Varvitsiotis keep it for himself. It's well known, the shipbuilding capacities are very well known, and actually the idea that Southeast Asia, Japan, China, Korea, nowadays a little bit of Vietnam, have become the shipbuilding hub of the world, didn't come into vacuum. It was a political decision made mainly by the US and the European Union. And I'm not here to judge the US politics, but I'm here to judge also EU politics as an EU citizen and EU politician, a former politician. And in the year 2000, in Europe, we were building 55% of the world's new ships, only 25 years ago. Now we are building less than 5%. What has happened? Several things. First of all, shipyards were excluded by any kind of investment directed and funding from the European Union. Totally excluded. It's the only industry that is out of the EU spectrum. The EU Council came one day and said, no, we are not going to subsidize shipbuilding. Second, very heavy environmental rules and safety and worker safety protection rules and all this that accumulates in an increased cost, plus the new state aid rules that actually forbidden the countries to give export guarantees to the shipyards, export guarantees that are given widely in China, Japan, and Korea, and therefore it was impossible for these shipyards to undertake new orders. And we have managed to export this expertise, to start building in Southeast Asia in such big numbers, like never before. And now they have actually mastered the shipbuilding productivity in an unprecedented, let's say, capacity by using historical data in order to make their ships more efficient, by using robotics in order to become more efficient. The designs are there, everything is there, and they are giving also orders to themselves. To say something which I find it quite interesting, there isn't a single Chinese order out of China. There is only 10% of Korean orders out of Korea and less than 20% of Japanese orders out of Japan. In the case of Europe, it's only 1% orders in Europe. To understand where we stand. So, what are the challenges ahead of us? First of all, the biggest challenge, and I think that the biggest, let's say, the good thing that has happened over the last 25 years is that the Greek shipping community has grown. Regardless of where the ships are being built, the ownership by Greeks that enter in this highly competitive market, what actually makes, it makes sure that nobody of the key players, and I'm talking especially about Chinese, may control the prices of the transfer of goods. By owning and controlling almost 20% of the tanker market, 12, 13% of the dry cargo, and fewer percentages in the LNG and container markets, the Greeks actually make sure that international competition is still alive. And whenever European Union actually said, we should tax ship owners, we should put tariffs on carbon footprint, we should make this business more transparent because we want to, whatever policy makers out of Brussels, but in various countries that socialist ideals prevail, they come up with a new idea. They actually harm the possibility of Europe to maintain its competitive advantage. We import 90% of our energy resources. We import 80% of all the other resources. We rely more than the US on seaboard trade. So nowadays that everybody realizes what is the importance of shipping, and they realize how the flow of the energy is going in and out of the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, not the Gulf of Americas, and they realize that it's very important to keep all the routes open, alive. Nowadays, we start to realize, of course, what is the importance. Because we read a lot of things. We read about the record high rates that are being paid to VLCC tankers and to Suezmax tankers. After 40 days of war, these contracts cease to be realized. They may be announced, but there is no cargo available, and there isn't also the availability to pass through the straits, so you can't materialize. There is a shortage of tonnage, and there is a shortage of cargo in the same time, and we see a discrepancy in the market that actually creates more and more insecurity about our energy supply chain. The other thing that we see, especially in our business, is that we see a shift in the ship repair works up till January, because of the high market, of the very good market in the tankers. We didn't have a lot of calls from tankers in Skaramaga shipyard. Nowadays, we are full with Suezmaxes because all the shipyards in the Gulf are not approachable. And in the Gulf, there are huge investments in the shipyards, both in Kuwait, Doha, in Qatar, and elsewhere. And of course, the Saudi Arabia is building their own shipyards as well in order to have access and to maintain their own fleets, but also all the ships that they come in the area. What can be done? Because it's very nice it's very easy, to condemn what has been done in the past. The thing is that we should look forward. First of all, we should use, and I'm talking only for Europe, I'm not talking about the US because I think what has been already presented shows a great confusion. Penalizing Chinese-made ships without having the capacity to replace it on time and at a normal price that will not actually make this trade impossible to bear. For Europe, we have put together, and it has been presented by Gigi Kostas and others, the new maritime, quote-unquote, policy of the European Union. To tell you, I'm going a little bit in the past to tell you that Europe hates maritime policy, hates. After COVID, we made the conference on the future of Europe. And we came together, all the minds of Europe, and they were putting papers, presentations, debates, and blah, 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 blah. This ended up to a draft that came to the EU Council that I was a member, to the General Affairs Council. The draft with 80 policy recommendations and 500 policy subscriptions. There was one word missing, the word sea. In the most coasted continent in the world, with more than 250 million people working by the sea, out of the sea, and from the sea, and within the sea, sea is out of the question for Brussels. I'm closing this paragraph, to say that the new maritime policy is actually calling for greener ships, for more energy sufficient ship, efficiency, and other calls, but doesn't call for one thing, that whatever ships are going to be financed by EU should be made in EU. The made in EU clause is not in this policy. So once more, we are trying, and I'm heavily campaigning about that, we are trying to give our money to others to build things and expertise out of our money, instead of keeping them in Europe and build our own expertise, develop our shipyards, increase our shipbuilding capability, and, of course, try to regain some of the lost ground. The second thing, and I'm referring especially to the Navy people that are here, is that, guys, if you want to have a Navy, you have to have a shipyard. Buying out of the shelf and trying to maintain elsewhere is a no-go process. I remember when I was Minister of Shipping in the midst of the crisis, and we were trying to maintain our helicopters. The offers we were getting from third countries to deliver the service was 4 times higher than EAV. And I remember a Super Puma being blocked in Spain for a long period of months because they were overcharged the parking fees in their factory. Something that would never happen in any Greek shipyard vis-a-vis the Hellenic Navy or the Hellenic Coast Guard. Guys, we should work together for the future. And I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I find today's discussion very interesting. And I think that at the end, what actually will happen after all these crises are going to be over, either the Russia-Ukraine war or the crisis in the Gulf, I'm not very optimistic that we are going to learn our lesson. Because a few years ago, a very prominent politician, President Macron, came out and said we should get strategic autonomy. A few months later, COVID erupted. And we realized that we are not making our medicine, we are not making our masks, we are not making our respirators, and we are helpless. And we said, oh, we should to react and come together and start building our own goods. COVID went away, and nothing ever continued into that direction for a continent of 500, not a continent, I'm talking about a union of 550 million people, the second largest economy in the world, still, and a player who relies on its geopolitical and trade ties in order to keep things running. Thank you very much.
We thank you, Mr. Vavitsiotis, for this call to arms, if I may say. This was outspoken, but exceptionally useful. Thank you so much. Now, the floor goes to Mr. Simon Ward of Ursa Shipbrokers. It is Ursa, it is not initials, correct? It's like Ursa Meyer, the bear. Okay.
Kalimera σας. Thank you, first of all, Professor Platias, for inviting me. And we don't have much time, and I'll try and be brief, but how can I put this? What's going on at the moment, what I've been asked to talk about, would take days. In fact, this is what we as a company at the moment are living through on a daily basis. But I want to float some ideas and maybe dispel some myths about shipping in itself, the business of shipping, and perhaps suggest, or otherwise, consequent opportunities that may arise. I'm not going to be concentrating on container shipping. We're in Greece, so tramp shipping, please, bulk carriers and tankers. Not only because they are the markets I'm most familiar with, but also it is the ships that service these trades that dominate our fleets here. But also it's in these markets that the data shows up quickest when geopolitical risk comes along. How does this work? Okay. But first of all, how does the tramp markets work? Very briefly, it's in the world of perfect competition. This is a global market, and I think you're absolutely right when it's very important to remember that still, until now, there is not one player, not one country that can dominate or get a monopoly position. Sinocor have been trying their hardest to get VLCCs and so on and so forth, but even they have not been able to do so. The second thing is information. All information is universal. Everybody is providing the same product, i.e. the transportation of goods by sea, and there is no barrier to entry or exit. Just a hell of a lot of cash is needed to get in and perhaps to get out as well. We're all on the same oceans, doing the same thing, and the chance of finding a unique opportunity that can take advantage. Excuse me a second. No, that's stop. Where am I going to go? There we go. I don't think there is a chance of finding a unique opportunity without going completely dark, let's say. And in any case, those opportunities will not last for anything long. At Orsa, we're shipbrokers, and naturally enough, we're asked often, what will happen to the markets? My colleague, Dionysios Chilioris, a graduate of the University of Piraeus, our head of research, has developed this model to explain how things run. And I think this is the kind of thing that's missing in many of the discussions. Okay, to start off with, market direction. Which way is the market going to go? There's two fundamental things here involved. One is the fundamental structural forces. Supply and demand of cargo, supply and demand of ships. All these are fairly easily measurable and fairly easily forecastable. The non-fundamental forces are the things that really make it flip. So, for the fundamental structural forces, we can look in terms of short-term, weeks, medium-term, months, quarters, and long-term, the strategic. That's where shipbuilding and everything else comes in. The non-fundamental forces, of which, let's say, geopolitics is a huge influence, are either supporting in inefficiencies most of the time, or depressive, and that's mostly in efficiencies. But none of this is actually measurable. This is all an opinion. Let's have a look. And I've just got a couple of slides here. There's been lots of slides and everything else, and I'm not going to tell you how the markets work and so on. But this is a very interesting graph. This is from 2020. So these are three different, shall we say, non-fundamental shocks that have happened. And the first time, this is dry bulk carriers, okay? You've got COVID, beginning of COVID, oof, oh my God, what the hell's going on? And then suddenly, mainly as a reaction to the container market moving, but for also other reasons, look at that peak post-COVID. Then we go back down again. Russia sends it back up again, Russia and Ukraine. Then we go back down again. And then coming here, we're only just seeing the influence of what's going on in the dry bulk market at the moment. In the meantime, as you can see, the asset prices, they're the lines, not the red line, the asset prices, they're kind of going upwards and upwards and upwards. Why? Because people are getting money from the dry bulk carrier market, but the prices are going up because people see in geopolitical risk, in my point of view, see in geopolitical risk that there are opportunities for big spikes in the future. And so the demand for ships is there. When you have demand for ships, the prices go up. All other things being equal, as the economists would tell you. Tankers, I will not bore you with the values of the ships. Let's just say up there somewhere, okay? I'm not sure the screen would manage. This is what's happened. Obviously, COVID crash. Then you have a brief and then upwardly rising thing post-Russia-Ukraine, and now what you're seeing. Stop. So, this is why, if you look on the right-hand side of the graph, that is the fundamental, I may add, result of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, another point, these are shipping numbers. These are not commodity prices. There is no, and I repeat this to people that try and bring this into conversation, there is no link, no correlation whatsoever with commodity prices and freight rates, positive, inverse, or otherwise. It doesn't happen. We're talking in shipping about volumes being moved, not the price of something. This is really important to remember. This is true for tankers and oil and anything else you may want to mention as well. So in shipping, ship owners will be looking at what is being moved, not what the price is. This is a disconnect. Now, at the moment, commodity traders are making huge amounts of money. Now, this is a guy called Rob Armstrong from the Financial Times, and Rob Armstrong is a columnist that I follow a great deal. He is the person that coined the phrase TACO, Trump always chickens out. Okay, and it was the TACO trade, which is basically, as soon as the markets say no, Trump backs down. This, I hope, is the only time I mention the President of the United States in this speech, because we've heard him often enough. But he comments, the big commodity trading houses are making huge profits from these dislocations. They are responding to price differences by moving commodities from one place where they're not needed to commodities where they are. Right now, this service is in record demand. There's few other people that can do this and service the world. This is commenting from the FT Commodities Conference that took place in Geneva last week. He also says, by the way, across the whole, nobody knows anything. Commodity traders, nobody knows anything. They have theories, they have plans, they have everything else, but this is the world of perfect competition. There is nothing that you can do to predict the future and forecast the future. In this market, and I'll try and be as brief as possible on these points, you can get hold of this later out. When you have geopolitical shifts in the tramp bulk markets, there are very few people that can take advantage of it unless they have a particular trade. A rising tide lifts all boats and then falls as the market readjusts. Everyone benefits for a while until they don't so much. It is near impossible to pre-position ships to take advantage of geopolitical risk because the situation is both volatile and febrile. And as any ship owner knows, as soon as there's a hot market somewhere, everyone else is going there, and it doesn't become hot anymore because everybody is there and the supply is too much and the values go down and the freight rates go down. This paper I like very much, Drobret's, Gavrilidis, Krokida, and True, they looked at the effects of positive shocks on economic price uncertainty and geopolitical risk in shipping freight markets. And the effects differ and widely. A positive shock, as they found, said that geopolitical risk has an immediate effect and then fades. Economic policy uncertainty has the opposite effect, mostly speaking. But I remind you, nobody knows anything. Nothing happens in isolation, and this is what we have to remember about shipping freight rates, the markets in general. This is really, we're asked to do this all the time. First of all, to quote Heraclitus, tapandari, okay, everything flows. Freight markets, remember, are shaped by interacting forces, not single drivers. Supply, demand, and inefficiencies constantly overlapped. Using the ripple effect that was spoken of before, things ripple through the markets. Shipping markets are very dynamic. Every factor is connected and gains and drops in its influence within the market itself. Timing of fundamentals and non-fundamentals is critical. We've been here before. So, my conclusions, such as they are, I first of all want to tell you one brief story that I came across, and this is a tale of two very large Greek tanker owners, if you allow me 2 more minutes to talk about this. One of these large Greek tanker owners had some ships in the Middle Eastern Gulf at the time that this thing started. And leaving aside all the noise about pirates and risk takers and all the other stuff that has been mentioned by some silly, loose-lipped analysts and, dare I say, brother and sister shipbrokers in the market, this particular owner was deemed to be lucky because then he was able to get some very large freight rates, over $500,000 a day, to get out of there taking cargo at the same time, and proceeded to do so, as has been documented. Another very large tanker ship owner, whose offices are based somewhere at the bottom end of Singru, you can make a guess, okay, commented to me last week that the fleet was very lucky too, because after I think at least a fleet of over 100 ships, not one ship, tankers, crude, was in the Middle Eastern Gulf at the time when this thing started to happen. Which one was the luckier? It's an open question. Do you get, if you're getting over $500,000 a day, as you've commented, you get it once. You're going to go back again? Then non miso. Or maybe you do. Yeah, yeah, malon body. No. But the second thing is, how do you look at luck? How do you consider luck to be? There is one thing that has not been said in the stuff that I've listened to, and I think it's something very, very important. These are not just ships. We're moving into a situation where ships are seen as legitimate collateral or even uncollateral damage. Ships have people and crew on board. Ships have livelihoods of those people on board to consider and their families. That is not just in the Philippines or elsewhere, but here in Greece. Geopolitical risk means something else for them too. And most Greek ship owners that I know are very concerned about what happens to the livelihood of their crew on board. And this is something that differentiates, if you will forgive me, and I've been here a long time, it differentiates Greek ship owners and the ability of Greek ship owners to stay in business over their competitors elsewhere. The knowledge of life at sea and ships at sea. So I come again to this question, what is lucky? Lucky is being in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately, and I thought about this a great deal, Professor, just as this time last year, we didn't know what we were going to be saying this time this year. Okay, well, some of us did, perhaps, okay. But we did, and I will round up on this point now. We did a couple of about 6 weeks ago, 2 days before all this started, we also, for the Piraeus Marine Club, did a geopolitical seminar under Chatham House rules. And you will remember, because you're one of the panelists, I think this is why I'm here today, to get payback, is one of the things that we discussed many things. But the one thing that we did not spot, 6 panelists, ship owners, charterers, lawyers, academics, and so on, we did not spot the bunker crisis. Not mentioned, not once. It's obvious. Not mentioned. And now I'm told by a friend of mine that there's another oil crisis coming through, which is important to ship owners more than anybody else. Lubricating oils are in short supply. Ships are not going to get just stuck in the Gulf. They're going to get stuck where they are. The engines are going to cease to turn. These are the unintended consequences that we can't see, and these are the things that we have very great difficulty in seeing what's going on. My own view on this, and I'll come to my conclusions now shortly when it comes down to it. First of all, leaving aside all of this, the knowledge that shipping needs is outside the shipping market to take advantage of these things. And this is why these things, these conferences and different points of view today are very important. Because the knowledge of how it's going to affect the other markets, let's say, have effect on shipping. It requires, however, not even lateral thinking, but creative thinking. So for ship owners and potential ship owners in the room, as most of my clients know, the first important thing to remember is always have ships and money. If you don't have ships and you're not in the market, you can't take advantage of what is happening immediately. You cannot invest in the market once it's gone. If you are going to go down that route, identify a sector which is susceptible to geopolitical pressure before the geopolitical pressure asserts itself. And this is why many people have been invested in crude oil tankers over a period of time, when the market fundamentally didn't make sense. Make the commercial, legal, and moral and ethical choices that you are comfortable with, and then stick to them. You can't run with the hares in the hands, as we say in England. And you certainly, and I know this as a shipbroker, you can't please all the people all the time. Or in my case, anybody, ever. The only things that increase luck are, apart from preparation and good and opportunity, are risk appetite and the speed of decision. This is something that the Greeks will always have, the ability to decide quickly and to measure what risk is appropriate for them very quickly. This, for me, being in this market for so long, is a feature that is not often talked about. Also, finally, and I think this is true, and I don't mean this about the conference at all, Professor, but when it comes down to it as far as information is concerned, assume everybody knows what you know, but also nobody knows nothing. Thank you for your time.
Of the Hellenic Shipbrokers Association, Mr. John Kodzias. I give him the floor. Let me just mention that there will be no coffee break because we are running late. You will follow up with Mr. Dendias's keynote speech right after Mr. Kodzias. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and Professor Platias, for having the honor to be here today and express my opinions. I will be shorter than usual. In respect of the Minister, I don't want to keep him waiting for his keynote speech, so I will try to cover as much as possible with a few points only of what I had prepared for today because of a short time. I respect very much the Minister's time too. I'm not here to speak as a geopolitical analyst, although these past days, actually it's not days, it's exactly 2 months today since the start of the Iranian conflict and the mess in the Middle East that we are seeing. And I'm trying to find a hat, which is not the shipbroker's hat, but a geostrategic, geopolitical, geoeconomic analyst, which I'm finding it very hard to be able to decode the signals that we are seeing and the signals that we are actually receiving. Within a day, we see many contradicting news that come in, and we have to redecode what we have analyzed in the morning. So I'm here as a shipbroker, and I will try to put a few numbers and a few facts that at least make some sense and keep a little bit, I would say, normalized our thoughts and our panic, and above all, the way of thinking, because markets react on psychology. We know it very much. And with the speed of technology that rapidly moves around, even a false rumor can be reproduced. And because even a very, I would say, esteemed news article has come up on a highly accredited news media, and it's reproduced, sometimes it's not validated. So I will stick to figures, I will stick to some numbers, and I will try to be as reasonable as we can be in an unreasonable time. First of all, we have 20,000 seafarers. I start with this, because for me this is the most important, the human element. Ships are not moving dots on a map, although we see them on ice as moving dots, but they're actually homes for the crew. And I stick to that because I've done 3.5 months as a deck cadet on a ship. I've lived with 25 Greek sailors, and it's a microcosm. It's a small little town. It's a small little village. And the life on board the ship is not, it was mentioned earlier by the speakers, it's not exactly the best life in the world. It's full of risks and perils. Although ships have become very safe and efficient, the risks and perils of the sea are tremendous. Going to rest in an area which is considered today a danger zone. Can you imagine being in the position of a crew member? Can you imagine sitting in your cabin or anywhere in the accommodation and not knowing if anything is going to land on the ship and explode the ship, and if you're going to be alive in the morning when you wake up? Now we have the extra fear of being captive, or being kept a hostage. We saw I was really shocked, really, when I saw masked people, heavily armed, coming on board the 2 ships, one of the Greek controlled ships as well, the Epaminondas and the MSC Federica. It was shocking. This is the war, and we're living in a war. But just for you to understand, 1,000 ships, above 20,000 tons, are in and out of the Gulf, and they're stranded. I heard something which Donald mentioned very rightly. It's not the premiums that have stopped the Straits of Hormuz, definitely. And it was falsely reported by major journalists that the London underwriters have stopped and have really made the Straits of Hormuz to be blocked. No, that's not the case. It's the crew. It's the decision of ship owners that they don't want to put in any peril their lives at sea. So I start with that, and I think this is the strongest statement. And also, what is very important is that geopolitics used to influence shipping in the past. And Simon, you have analyzed so much, many times, and we all have analyzed everywhere in our reports, in our conferences, that yes, geopolitics affects shipping, but now it's the opposite. Now geopolitics are being executed through shipping. And they're using shipping and the shipping lanes as their nuclear power, because it is a nuclear power. But putting a few figures, and I will end with that. The oil flows of crude are not affected in a way that should alarm us. Why? 17 million barrels per day were loaded on ships. That's the importance of the Arabian Gulf in the shipping oil flows of crude. Out of these 17 million, we have managed to deviate 7 million through the Red Sea and the port of Yanbu, and through the other pipelines that we also saw today very rightly by other speakers. So we're in shortage of 10 million. That is, in theory, 10 million a day. In actual fact, a lot of shipments have happened. A lot of ships have moved in and out, because if you don't get the ship to load, you don't continue the production. You don't continue the production from the oil well. And that has happened. Despite the choking of the US trying to keep the ships in and out of Iran blocked, ships have moved in and out. With ICE on, with ICE off, we don't know, but ships have moved out. So the 10 million per day of barrels, when we take March as a reference month, and we're also having very similar data for April because April is nearly finished, we haven't seen a tremendous reduction because from Yanbu, we have brought up 130 million barrels within a month, while we have lost 300 million barrels from the Arabian Gulf. And the rest of the world, which has really increased its production, USA, Brazil, West Africa, and Venezuela, above all, it was, you know, the apple, the cherry that we started our year very nicely. They have pumped up more petrol. So we are in shortage of 70 million barrels in a month. That's the crude oil shortage that we have. And the IEA said that 440 million barrels are being pushed into the market. That is enough to cover the deficit of between 70 and 100 millions per month for 4 months. So we will not be seeing shortages of crude oil and therefore refined products. Benzene, diesel, jet fuel should not come in shortage. What will come in shortage, and what is alarming, is something that affects a huge nation like India of 1.45 billion people, LPG, butane and propane, gas. 80% of India's imports come from the Gulf. And right now, the shipments of LPG have dropped down to more than half. India is suffering. 300 million households do not have cooking raw material. They don't have the gas to cook, and they don't have gas for heating. So that is a big issue, and we have seen this being affected. We have people in India who have told us that it's a serious concern. And the third major concern is fertilizers. It was mentioned earlier, I'm just putting the headline, that we're in shortage of 45% of urea, which comes from the Gulf, in the worst 4 months that this war could happen. It's the 4 months where the crops are being planted, and this fertilizer of urea is the most important to produce 20 to 50% more for rice, corn, and wheat. So this is a shortage that we will see, and we will see it also very soon in the production. Aluminium is the fourth concern, because from the Gulf we see about 14 to 15% of aluminium being exported. Naphtha is the fifth product that is in shortage. It's the raw material for creating plastics of all sorts, and it's the most important raw material that goes to the Far East, namely China, Japan, and South Korea. They will have a big problem, and especially China, in the manufacturing process to continue producing plastics. Also, it is a raw material used in melamine. Urea is a raw material used in melamine in all the fake wood that we use in our households. So it's not just for fertilizer, the urea that I mentioned earlier, I forgot to say, but also for creating artificial wood. Now, these are all material which are in shortage, but again, to calm everything, the dry bulk importance of the Arabian Gulf in all dry bulk products is only 3%. Did anybody know that figure? It's only 3%? It's quite low. So in terms of dry bulk cargoes that will be in shortage, it's only the products that I mentioned to you, which are with a bigger importance. All the rest are sort of manageable, and we will not be seeing any kind of real issues. The biggest issue that we see today is the disruption of trade, the disruption of free trade of the ships that have the right to sail freely in all seas of the world, and that is something that really alarms me. I want to mention also something. I think, Dominic, maybe you can say that, and I would like to know if somebody pays tolls to the Iranians, because this is something that has been said on TV, we have read it in journalism and in articles, and they say, yes, you pay 2 million, let's say, for a VLCC with 2 million barrels, you pay $1 per barrel, and that is a toll fee, and you get the carte blanche, as we call it, to go through. And you save on the insurance, because you tell your underwriters, I've got the carte blanche, I'm going to go through without any real issue and without any danger. So no extra war risk, I don't need to pay any premium. Is that the case? Because people have been reproducing that, and I heard you saying that you're not covered, actually. So I would like to have your opinion on that, because this is the biggest question that came out of today's speeches. Thank you.
Yes, very briefly. It wouldn't help, and in fact, the payment might actually void other policies. So essentially, your hull and machinery cover would be voided, and furthermore, you would be exposed to legal action. So it is essentially, the toll is only really an option for vessels that are engaged in the China trade, that have minimal exposure in Western legal systems, and fundamentally are veering towards joining the shadow fleet. That is the only chunk of the market for whom tolls is really a viable option.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was splendid. So again, without further ado, let's proceed with the program. No coffee break. Later on, we'll have a lunch break after the minister's speech. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Minister of Defense of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Nikos Dendias, to this conference. Mr. Dendias is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures in today's Greek politics. But what sets him apart? Most politicians operate in a reactive manner. They react to events as they unfold and try to manage crises as they arise. In short, they respond to pending problems with existing means. Mr. Dendias belongs to a different, rarer category, that of the transformative political entrepreneur, if you allow me the expression. These individuals grasp the bigger picture, the dynamics and macro trends that are bound to determine our situation looking forward, and challenge standard assumptions and established practices by setting new priorities and acting upon them preemptively. Over the past 2 decades, Mr. Dendias has been assigned a series of important ministerial portfolios, and in all cases, his main concern has been to modernize and transform the relevant organizations and their assumptions. Most notably, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, he recalibrated the focus of Greek foreign policy, complementing it somewhat, if you'll allow me, obsessive focus on the antagonism with Turkey, with a dynamic, multidimensional engagement with broader international issues, what he called the 5 overlapping circles, like the 5 Olympic circles of engagement. This helped to establish Greece's role as a productive partner in various international cooperation formats and a useful ally at the European and NATO levels. Notably, he resolved the impasse of endless and unproductive negotiations by reaching final agreements on the delimitation of our maritime zones with Egypt and Italy. At the Ministry of Defense, he launched the most remarkable modernization program in living memory. This involved accelerating the procurement of high-end weapon systems, but also undertaking a root and branch reform of the structure of the Greek armed forces. He also reorganized the system of national service. Most importantly, he rethought the security challenges that the country faces in the new environment of electronic and cyber warfare, drones, artificial intelligence, and the like. And he has launched a comprehensive effort to adapt our capabilities accordingly. The result of these policies are clear for all to see. We have seen them in the successful participation of the Greek Navy in international operations like Irini, etc., the unprecedented utilization of Greek anti-missile capabilities in Saudi Arabia, the rapid and decisive development of drone capabilities, and most recently, the delivery to the Greek Navy of its new ultra-modern frigate, Kimon, just last week. I'm sure that the Minister will have a lot to say about these issues. Please, Mr. Dendlias, you have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for this very kind introduction. It is, well, distinguished guests, I will save you from reading a well-prepared speech, as I feel that I came here to talk, not to read. So you will allow me to present to you my opinion on how the Greek armed forces and the Greek government addresses the current security environment, the current maritime security environment, listening for a while. I clearly understand, and of course it's totally expected, that the whole conference has been taken over mostly of what's happening in Hormuz, which is, I totally agree, a huge, huge challenge for maritime security, for the world economy, in fact. So Maritime Security Conference and maritime security, what a topic, really. It highlights the huge challenge we are facing. But let us first figure out where exactly we are if we watch with Greek eyes, with the Greek angle. So, in terms of new realities, let me start with a little less obvious, which we don't talk of, but it's there and it changes a lot. And I'm speaking about the northern route, the northern maritime corridor, which changes a lot. Also the security challenges we're going to face in the years to come. I will not expand on this, but please always have that in mind. And I have to say that there are courageous and far-sighting Greek ship owners who already use the northern corridor. But that northern corridor changes the security architecture we have to provide to maritime security. And of course, the Black Sea, challenges in the Black Sea are still there. Black Sea is being used, but you cannot call it safe. The state of Hormuz, I'm sure you have talked extensively. I will not expand per se on the state of Hormuz, but it is not the only choke point, of course. Bab al-Mandab is a few hundred miles to the east, and every here and then the Houthis tell us that they're going to close it again. And in the end of the day, we have to be thankful that Malacca is still open, because the very essence is challenged, the very essence of freedom of navigation. We never thought, I don't think anybody, except of analysts of a war in Iran, would have thought that we would see the day when the Strait of Hormuz would be completely closed. So, as if that was not enough, challenges that we're facing in the modern maritime environment do not just, they're not just on the surface. They extend beneath to critical undersea energy and communication infrastructure. Those we have to protect as well. Well, in that environment, we, Greece, had to make choices. We don't punch above our weight. We are a small, medium-sized country. But, of course, we're the country that has the biggest merchant maritime fleet in the world, that we rely upon open lines of communication, and that affect not just numbers or statistics. I'm always claiming the effect, the everyday life of the Greek and the European citizen. Inflation kills the economy, and it hurts especially the poorer among us. So freedom of navigation is not an abstract idea, not something that concerns international law experts or lawyers or ship owners or officers of navies. It concerns everybody, each one of us. So for Greece, these are the international challenges, and I have to tell you that do not forget a challenge closer to us, closer to home, because we still have a neighbor who understands the international law of the sea in a rather peculiar way. For example, our dear friends in our neighbor Turkey claim openly that islands are not entitled to continental shelf. That islands, no matter how big, Crete, for example, are not entitled to exclusive economic zones. That the islands of the Aegean sit on the Asian continental shelf. These claims are being presented in international fora with seriousness, although I have to tell you that if a student in the first year of any university attending a course of international law of the sea would write such a kind of thing, he will either fail miserably on the exams or his co-students will laugh to tears. But yet again, we have to address that kind of position on serious fora in the world. Now, what are we doing? What are we doing? First, on issues of the law. Greece has always proclaimed that UNCLOS, an international law of the sea, is a holy gospel for us and should be a holy gospel for the world economy and should be the holy gospel for all the states in the world, regardless if they have signed the UNCLOS, as most countries in the world have done, or not, because there are countries that totally accept UNCLOS, although they have not signed it, like the United States of America. The actual truth is that the United States have signed, but it is not ratified by Congress. But that's on the level of the law. We have to be more practical. Now, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're totally reforming ourselves in order to be able to address the challenges. Mr. Hadjimanuil was kind enough to make a reference to our new frigate. Kimon is right behind me. But Kimon is only the visible part of the iceberg. Iceberg being the Agenda 2030 in the Greek armed forces. And when somebody asks me what we're changing, my answer is very simple and very weak. We are changing everything. Everything except our values. We're changing how the Greek Navy operates. We're changing the means of the Greek Navy. Let me give you an example. As you know, or as you may know, we are acquiring 4 frigates from Groupe Naval, French frigates, the FDI, the Frigate d'Intervention. Now, these are not just a more modern variant of the Meko class or other frigates we already operate. it's a different kind of vessel. It's a different thing. And why it is that? Because those 4 frigates are part which is not, let me tell you, the kind of frigate that the French Navy operates. The French operate the Standard 2 type of frigate. We're going to operate the Standard 2+++. And I had the experience of explaining to President Macron just 3 days ago what we have changed, and he was quite impressed. And I think the French, they are going to upgrade their FDIs into +++. The +++ has the capacity of carrying 32 strategic missiles versus 12 anti-aircraft missiles of the French frigates. And that will be also the capability of the new Bergamini-class frigates, which we are going to acquire from Italy. 10-year-old frigates, great vessels, even bigger than the FDIs, north of 6,000 tons, able to operate in the open seas, again, frigates that will be able to carry strategic missiles. And that is going to be our deterrent, but also our capacity to be present in operations that safeguard freedom on the sea. And of course, the obvious question I'm being asked is, what about the Aegean? What about what is most important for Greece? And my answer is very simple. Of course, we will safeguard the Aegean. We will safeguard the Aegean much better than we did up today. But we're going to do it in a much more sophisticated way. We're going to do it with missiles. We're going to do it with unmanned vessels. We're going to do it also with smaller vessels on the surface, and we're going to do it with unmanned vessels under the surface. So we're going to safeguard the Aegean in a much cheaper way than we used to do. And we're going to allow our biggest platforms freedom of operation and freedom of deterrence. Because, as you know, up to now, the scenario that we were facing is that somebody comes, as we were told at the night, and takes over a small Greek island. And then Greece's choice is, what are we going to do? Declare a full-scale war, go into Eastern Thrace, do a small operation to recover, which would be extremely difficult. What are we going to do? What is the dilemma? And then, in such a scenario, the attacker has the advantage. Well, in the future case, the potential attacker will have to bear in mind that we have the capacity and we will have the capability to answer with a substantial number of strategic missiles from platforms that they will be spread, not just in the Aegean, but in the Eastern Mediterranean and wherever we think that will be useful and the platforms will be protected. And those same platforms will be able to be in the Red Sea, if needed, where Hydra, Psara, Spetses have been operating with enormous success last month in Aspides operation. By the way, Aspides has a Greek name because Greece was advocating from the beginning that the European Union must have an operation to safeguard the Red Sea and the Bab al-Mandab. And it's no honor title for the European Union that the ones constantly participating in the operation is Greece, Italy, and sometimes the Netherlands and Germany. when we are speaking about geopolitical Europe, and Ursula von der Leyen was speaking about the Geopolitical Commission, if we want to be taken seriously, we have to do a lot more than that as Europe. But that's another story. Now, let me be also clear to you. Greece is not and should not become Turcocentric. Turkey is not our main problem and should not be our main problem. We should only be capable enough to deter any threat coming from our neighbors. Greece must have, should have, a 360 degrees approach. And please remember that from those 360 degrees, more than 220, 230 degrees, if you see our geography, faces the sea, from the North Aegean to South Adriatic Sea. So how we operate in a maritime environment and how we can operate in a maritime environment is of cardinal importance. Apart from the platforms I have mentioned to you, there are lots more, but it will take hours to explain. Also, we invest in our human resources. We have in Crete the NATO Maritime Interdiction Center, which trains the best personnel to operate in a maritime environment, the best special forces the world has ever seen, to be able to safeguard our interests in the maritime environment. And as the name says, it's not only Greece, it's NATO. So the best in NATO come to train with us. But again, that is not enough. Things have changed and have changed substantially. And you have to be present, of course, on the sea, as you have to be present in the air, and you have to be present on land, but that is not sufficient anymore. The world has changed. That's why, as a part of the Agenda 2030, which I'm advocating since 2023, the first day I went to the Ministry of Defense, we have started something that we called Achilles' Shield. Now, why do I call it Achilles' Shield? Because the second shield of Achilles, I mean, the Greek one, among us remember the Trojan War. In that war, when Patroclus was killed, Hector took over the weapons. So Achilles had to plead with his mother for new weapons to be produced. Among them was this famous shield. This shield has 5 layers. Professor Hadjiemanuil was kind enough to remind me of the 5 circles that I was speaking about in my previous ministry. It seems I have something with number 5. Now, these 5 layers of Achilles' shield represent sea, land, air, but also cyber and space. And up to now, well, no, up to 24 months away, we didn't have any serious capacity on those 2 layers. So we're working very hard on both of them. I will not speak about cyber, although that would be extremely interesting. But I would like you to know that it's the first time in our history that Greece has already in space 2 mini satellites, 2 photographic mini satellites, and we'll go up into creating a whole constellation in the next 2 years. We will get something between 13 or 14. So we are able, by those mini satellites, to have photos available for our armed forces to analyze within minimum amount of time. And we don't have to rely to others to provide us with what is exceptionally essential information. And of course, the areas we were talking about are included in the area that those satellites can take photos of. But also, we are planning, and we will acquire, the first Greek-owned communication satellite. Because in the modern world, if you don't have communication, you have nothing. And without a satellite, in the modern environment, you cannot safeguard your communications. So, to cut a long story short, we're moving from a traditional environment of a number of frigates, other ships, to a totally different environment in which unmanned ships, modern platform, satellites, and human personnel under a holistic approach, which is called Achilles Shield, with modern communication equipment, will be able to guarantee, in the name of the Hellenic Republic, maritime security in the areas that we have a vital interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Landias, for an inspiring speech and enlightening. We hope to see the fruits of your work in operation sooner rather than later. In fact, time is of essence, but you have proven that you take this always into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I think that we should adjourn for a light lunch and be back, what, in 1 hour? In 45 minutes. Thank you so much.
Session, please. Gentlemen, thank you. You are in this panel. Welcome to this panel on technological transformation of shipping. Shipping has always been more than transport. It is a system of trade, connectivity, power, and security. Today, that system is being transformed. The ship is no longer just a physical asset. It is also a data platform, a digital node, and a strategic asset exposed to new opportunities and vulnerabilities. Artificial intelligence, surveillance, cyber risk, and the debate on nuclear propulsion are together reshaping safety, responsibility, efficiency, resilience, and maritime governance. We are here to explore not only what technology can do, but what kind of maritime order it may create. Thank you for being here. Let's us begin. And first of all, we start with Mr. Mike Hosberg from the Mackinder Forum. He's a visiting scholar of the Cambridge University Center of Geopolitics, co-founder, Society for Geopolitics. Michael, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So when I was invited to speak here about AI and the maritime industry, I thought, well, this is a big, sprawling, complicated topic to cover in 7 to 8 minutes. And it occurred to me that what I should try to do is tell you some things that you definitely don't want to hear. So with that, in the Black Sea right now, a Ukrainian unmanned surface vehicle that's the size of a jet ski costs about $300,000. With boats in that class, Ukraine has sunk 8 Russian warships, damaged 6 more, and inflicted more than $500 million of losses on a fleet that 3 years ago dominated the Black Sea. Last May, a Magura V-7 shot down 2 Russian Su-30 fighters with repurposed sidewinders. And in March, an American defense firm announced an autonomous turret integration onto the V-7 with semi-autonomous control and swarm coordination. What's going on is that we are moving in real time up the ladder toward full autonomy in combat of unmanned surface vehicles. Today, these systems are mostly a remote human operator with onboard AI acting in aid of that operator. The commander is a human connected by a wireless link or sometimes a fiber link. The autopilot, the target tracking, the video stabilization, these are on the boat. The targeting decisions, by and large, are not. Now new autonomy, I should say, is getting bolted on every day as more training data becomes available. And as with so many other things in AI, training data is, in many ways, the biggest limitation. So when you hear people talking about autonomous drones, a key question to ask is, where's the AI sitting and who's in the loop? The bigger and more expensive the system, the more autonomous it can be, since you can put more computation onto it in the form of GPUs and the power requirements and all the rest behind them. On-platform AI is one option. On-platform operators with AI assistance are another. Remote operators are a third. And remote AI is yet a fourth. All of those are different solutions that are getting used in different situations. Each is a very different paradigm and a very different kind of threat surface. So let's step back for a second. The AI boom that we're seeing is not like the dot-com bubble, which some of you are old enough to remember. I certainly am. I've spent a significant fraction of the last few months in the Bay Area talking to founders, to investors, to semiconductor folks. And one of the things that we're seeing that we did not see in the dot-com bubble is a whole generation of startups and mid-sized companies, even some quite large companies, where they're growing at 30, 40, 50% revenue per month. I'm just going to say that again. 30, 40, 50% revenue month-on-month growth. That's factors of 10 in 5, 6 months. And we're seeing that being sustained for 18, 24 months. So the way I look at this is, this is not like the dot-com bubble, where there really wasn't any revenue behind the promises that were being made. What we're seeing is something that's much more similar in my mind to the German Gründerzeit, which is the founders' years after 1871. What they saw was an order of magnitude increase in the pace of creation of new companies. They saw the railroad network quadrupling in size in the course of a generation. It did result in a crash. In that crash, they lost something like 20% of the new corporations that went bankrupt. But the railroads didn't get unbuilt. The infrastructure endured. By 1900, Germany was a serious economic rival to Britain. And if you look at it from a classical geopolitics lens, this was the moment when Halford Mackinder identified the railway build-out and the Russian railway build-out as well as the moment that the Eurasian heartland became strategically real and essential. The AI compute build-out that we're seeing is this generation's equivalent. The states that own that AI stack will write the rules. The ones that rent it and that attempt to regulate it will be followers at best. From my perspective for the maritime industry, there are two big opportunities here. The first is, if you listen to Sam Altman, who's the founder at OpenAI, he spent the last 2 years telling people that he and his peers run a betting pool on when the first one-person billion-dollar company will arrive. There's been some debate about whether that's actually already happened. That tells you what the real experts think is coming. 3 weeks ago, just to tell a story about this, I was in a hotel room with a friend who runs an agentic AI startup. They're talent constrained, they're having trouble hiring fast enough because there aren't that many people who have the kind of skills he's looking for. He was capping his engineers at $1,000 a month in token spend, which is basically spending on AI computation. In the middle of the conversation, he realized that he could take the budget for the hires that weren't happening because he couldn't find the talent and just convert that budget into tokens. He raised the cap on, he literally got out of the room, he walked out, came back 15 minutes later, said he'd raised the cap to $5,000 a month. 3 days later, his team was shipping twice as much code. The bottleneck was the AI, not the people. Now, ask yourself what that looks like for chartering, for agencies, for claims, for maritime insurance, for many of the things that people in this room do. The shop that's running 5 people with a serious token spend, which could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars a year, will, in the very near future, out-execute the 20, 25-person shop next door. The team that actually takes all of their historical data and uses it for training and treats it as a resource is going to outperform their competitors. Now, this is a dynamic that's not unique to the maritime industry. It's a dynamic I'm seeing across pretty much every industry I touch. Some firms in this room are going to understand the opportunity here, which is to build large-scale, very small, very elite, very effective teams by leveraging these tools. Others aren't going to figure this out. They're not going to be here in 5 years. Second opportunity, maritime domain awareness. Satellites and drones, modern vision models mean that dark fleet vessels, the shadow fleet, are basically findable in near real time. Historically, this was limited by human analyst time, by image recognition capabilities. The ability to see clearly what's going on in the maritime domain is a key strategic capability. Sea powers should want it in their own hands. Greece is clearly a sea power, not running on someone else's hardware and model stack. This is something where sovereignty is going to matter and where AI sovereignty is going to matter enormously. So let's talk about threats for a second. The first thing I want to talk about is the drones. The Russians lost real warships with trained crews and counter-drone systems to boats costing a few $100,000 apiece. And that was without autonomous AI navigation or autonomous AI warfighting. This was with humans in the loop, which meant that they were very dependent on their communications. The defense math for a tanker is worse. A VLCC carries 20 or 30 crew, no defensive systems, a couple $100 million of cargo. I've argued in print over the last couple of years that Ukraine should be hitting the Russian shadow fleet in blue water, buying commerce raiders, potentially issuing letters of marque, and really going after the tankers carrying the Russian oil. Now, I'm sure many of the people in this room think that's a terrible idea, and we could have a spirited discussion about that offline. But the reality is, it's happening. I personally think this sort of thing is inevitable and that it's going to spread. Ukraine already started using drones to attack Russian tankers in far waters, including an LNG carrier in the Mediterranean where they launched their drones from Libya. So this is effective, it's working, and it's going to spread. It's already spreading. If you look at Hormuz today, the Iranians are running a version of this playbook already. Mines in the Strait, gunboats firing on tankers, or at least threatening to fire on tankers, airborne drones launched at ships in Gulf ports. The Houthis have been doing a variety of similar things for 2 years in the Red Sea. What's coming next is that people will look at what's working for the Ukrainians and they'll copy it. And that's going to mean semi-autonomous USVs to start and more autonomy over time. As the AI capabilities get bigger and spread more broadly, the hardware limitations on being able to get strong autonomy off of commercial systems are going to get looser and looser. It's going to be easier and easier to do this kind of thing. What's at the edge of capabilities today will be table stakes consumer stuff 2 or 3 years from now. So what that means is that the assumption that's underwritten globalized shipping for 2 centuries, that the high seas are safe because someone's navy is making them safe and because the oceans are so large that it's hard to find things, those assumptions are breaking right now in real time while we're sitting in this room. The deeper point from my perspective is that maritime denial has always been something that required either a navy or a choke point. If you look at pirates in the Straits of Malacca or the Ottomans at the Dardanelles or Iran in Hormuz, you needed ships or you needed geography. With these cheap autonomous platforms, you need neither. A warehouse, a manufacturing capability, a few hundred drones, a satellite link, and you can go deny blue water. That is, from my perspective, the biggest change in the structure of sea power since steam. And it's going to fall on the people in this room first. Your ships, whether they are warships or commercial ships, are going to need either defensive systems or escorts or convoys, maybe all 3 in some cases. And it's going to happen sooner than you think. I'll highlight a second emerging threat. The maritime industry runs a lot on trust between people over the phone. That trust is now a huge security problem. AI-based voice cloning is a solved problem based on even very short snippets of a recorded conversation. You answer your phone from a random number, you say, "Who is this? Hello?" That's enough for them to produce a reasonably decent voice clone. The deepfake videos are here, and AI-drafted documents are getting to the point where they are now indistinguishable from the real thing. 2 years ago, not recent, 2 years ago, a finance worker in Singapore tried to verify a suspicious wire transfer request by jumping on a video call with his CFO and senior colleagues, people he knew well. And then he wired $25 million. Every face on the call except his was a deepfake being run in real time. The money disappeared. So the counterintuitive consequence of this is an opportunity, which is that the most critical deals are going to need to get done in person. Presence is becoming, in some ways, a new luxury good. The in-person handshake, I believe, will mean more in 2030 than it does today, not less. My sense is that this is actually going to be a net positive for the Greek shipping industry since it's geographically concentrated and involves a lot of direct personal relationships. I'll just close with this. The Russian Black Sea Fleet did not believe that drones built on jet skis and small boats could end their dominance of the Black Sea. They were dead wrong. This technology will spread. It is spreading in real time. And you need to think now about how to protect your fleets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. I will make questions in the end in order to have time. So, please, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Professor Platias, for the invitation. My name is Spiros Hirdaris, and I'm the manager of the Global Ship System Center of the American Bureau of Shipping, located in Athens. In ABS, we are looking at the future options of technology that apply to commercial shipping, and one of those with a great potential for decarbonization, but also with great potential for implementation is nuclear maritime propulsion. So over the next 10 minutes, I shall attempt to give you a little bit of the background to our work, our history, the regulatory developments, and what is coming next, and perhaps most importantly, what we are doing for Greece. ABS is a very historic organization. We are the first organization that classed a nuclear ship, namely nuclear ship Savannah, in 1961. And as a result, we published a guide for the classification of nuclear ships in 1962. The subject matter has not been discussed for quite a long time, especially after the end of the Cold War era. But more recently, specifically in 2021, the Department of Energy in the United States awarded our organization with $8.5 million to reinvestigate the current status of this type of technology and proceed with demonstration activities for merchant marine and offshore installations. As a result, we have been engaged with a number of projects, with the development of advisory services, and we have been members of global industry groups, including the Nuclear Energy Maritime Organization and the World Nuclear Transport Institute. It is perhaps obvious, but maybe I should refer to the fact that the nuclear industry, whether you look at it from across the supply chain or you look only at the maritime part, has enormous potential for expansion. It can offer unique energy security benefits and has great potential for the future. We are the first-class society that publishes guidance and industry reports on key technical and regulatory and policy matters in 2024, and I will give you a little bit more details on this as we proceed. Let me scan through the technology. I know this is a very confusing slide with many, many abbreviations. Just let me drive you through it briefly. You can see on the top we have 4 basic blocks of nuclear reactor technology, from generation 1 to generation 4. Generation 1 are the reactors that were commissioned just after the Second World War. I wouldn't describe them as experimental, but they were the first prototypes that were actually implemented in the industry in very selected projects. Generation 2, they are the reactors that appeared for commercial energy production units in the 70s and the 80s. Amongst those, we can say that the most successful type of reactor is the pressurized water reactor with direct steam generation. This is a type of reactor for which we have clearly operational experience in land installations and some experience in shipping installations, for example, see nuclear ship Savannah. In the 1990s and until 2020, we had the expansion of what we call Generation 3 and 3+ reactors. These are derivatives of the pressurized water reactors with advanced passive and active safety features. They are derivatives in the name of boiling water reactor or light water reactors, etc. And there are industry majors that invested heavily in implementing those in the land-based domain. See, for example, Hitachi, Toshiba, the Canadian reactor, namely Candu, etc., etc. Now, at the moment on the drawing board, we have what we call the Generation 4 reactors, or small modular reactors. For the Greek audience, mikri arthroty antidrastires. Those can be of various specification and complexity, and they rely on emerging technologies. The International Energy Agency have on their listing about 75 of those, and I would say that about 10% of these units have the potential to reach a higher technology readiness level by 2030. So what is the current status with the maritime safety regulations? The key safety regulation is what we call the IMO A49112 Code for Nuclear Shipping, which is a supplement to the regulatory instrument, namely Safety of Life at Sea International Code, Chapter 8. This was written in 1970s, and it was adopted as a resolution in 1981. At the time, performance-based standards or goal-based standards that are a norm in the nuclear industry were not known to maritime. So this code is limited to prescriptive requirements for ships using specifically early prototypes of pressurized water reactors and direct steam generation propulsion systems. In the code, there is a part that actually says the code should be updated as the technology develops. But this actually never happened. So as a result, over the last 4 years, we tried to take some steps forward to create a new version of the code that can be submitted to the IMO for further discussions. There is significant development from the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission that studied all the different advanced reactors and the performance-based framework within the context of which they could operate. Their aim has been transparency, public engagement, and stakeholder input, and those are going to be released by the end of this month. The International Maritime Organization Ship Design and Construction Committee, in their 2026 session, they identify the gaps in the existing nuclear code. They propose technology-agnostic nuclear code structure, which is very important considering that the reactors are still developing, and they suggested IMO-IAEA collaboration on future standards. Now, in ABS, we always try to be ahead of the game because we believe that the safety and security of emerging technology, and in this case, perhaps the most advanced emerging technology, namely nuclear, has to be well thought about before our clients or the industry in general decide to move forward. On this slide, you can see our requirements for nuclear power systems for marine and offshore applications. This is an interface document that establishes the division of responsibilities between the review and the approval authorities. It faces the ship as a unit which comprises of systems. So a ship is a system of systems, and these systems may be marine or nuclear. So with regards to marine systems, we are looking into marine hazards imposed on nuclear safety. For example, intact and damaged loads, motions, onboard fire and explosion, external hazards, including terrorist attacks and mooring. And on the nuclear front, we look at nuclear hazards imposed on maritime safety. And there we are interested in radioactivity, thermal energy, corrosive materials, and other topics. There are three major criteria for the safety and security in maritime applications when somebody looks at this interface document, but also in general. First of all, we have what we call the inherent safety features that can support automation in controls and therefore reduce manual operations. Something like towards thinking autonomy. What is fundamental to this is the existence of fail-safe shutdown features that reduce reactor criticality and can initiate or reduce or cold reactor state. The second is the emergency planning zone, known as EPZ, that can limit the potential impact to as small as possible in case of explosion. And the third is the resistance to proliferation, which is very fundamental for the case of merchant marine. Whether you look at the production of reactors that they need to have enrichment equal or less than 5%, and the arrangement of the fuel containment systems. So what are we doing in Greece? About a year ago, we carried out a report also in we carried out some work in association also with Professor Platias on the nuclear energy in shipping as a new technology and the role Greece could play in this new era. In this report that was published in Naftemboriki newspaper, we explained that geopolitics and decarbonization demands shape our world, and this is before the current geopolitical situation. And within this context, Greece may be called to protect their vital interests in the maritime and shipping domain by adopting modern national legal framework and regulations posed by new energy sources, such as nuclear. We also said that the successful integration of nuclear energy into Greek energy mix requires the support of society and the political leadership. And fundamental to this, of course, is education and development of the specialized workforce we are going to need in the future to build and operate these ships. And in terms of what's coming next, we just completed, with the support of the local industry and academia, a risk-based PESTLE analysis looking at the implementation of floating nuclear plants for Greece. The purpose of this work has been to analyze the conditions that should be taken under consideration for Greece to develop a stable social, political acceptance of the technology. And we hope to present key results of this work at Posidonia in 2026. The project assessed the development of floating nuclear power plants based on a concept of operations for the Aegean Sea. And the key questions we addressed is how FNPPs powered by small modular reactors can address the growing energy demands in remote and coastal areas. What are the political, environmental, social, technological, legal, and environmental challenges, and how a strategic policy framework can be deployed? The work we are going to present includes a roadmap that the political authorities of this country could take under consideration if they wish to take the next steps forward. So, to conclude, and looking ahead, somebody may ask when nuclear ships will happen. What is the next step? We believe that offshore applications, such as the case of floating nuclear power plants, would come first. This is because of the availability of space and the easier permissions. The regulatory system is simpler. You don't need nuclear corridors. You don't need bilateral agreements of complex format, or at least those can be reduced to a size that is achievable. The application is quite obvious and very useful actually for the case of Greece. They can be very useful as a feedstock for hydrogen production. They can be useful for cold ironing and for coastal communities, including our port communities. Power, data, and fuel production centers, they can be based on FNPPs. Shipping applications, we believe they are going to happen a little bit later. We should see the regulations, the insurance, the production scale to take a step forward. We are not there yet. The IMO regulatory framework has to be ratified. There has to be a proposal that is solid, first of all, and then it has to be ratified. And the military experience can't be translated to commercial uses because of the Proliferation Act, so that's another stopper. The licensing involves multi-coastal states, and this can be quite complicated. The United Kingdom and the United States of America can have taken some first steps towards this direction, and perhaps our country should consider something similar in the future. What is fundamental is the collaboration between marine and nuclear industries, the regulators, and the government. is not a one-man band show. Everybody has to dance together, in very simple terms. But irrespective to this, and to conclude, I would like to say that nuclear as a topic is of course technologically and regulatory challenging, and the design is not so easy. It pushes the envelope of idealizing the performance-based of a design to extremes. However, centric to this is what we call the public perception. The subject is systemic. It brings together technical, regulatory, and economic feasibility concepts. And when we say economic feasibility, we don't simply mean the operational expenditure of an asset at sea. We mean also the cost of research and development, which is a stopper to even start with pilot studies. Risk acceptance, innovation partners and research, investors, they should work together, having in mind the public. And governmental and policy support is fundamental to this. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Spiros. And now, Mrs. Katerina Tasiopoulou is the CEO of ThreatSkin, a cybersecurity organization in Greece, and Excellencies in the United Kingdom. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you. A small introduction. My background is in offensive cybersecurity before moving to incident response and intelligence services. And today we're here to talk about cybersecurity, but not as IT. Cyber is not IT anymore. It's not just your passwords or your firewalls or all these vendors trying to sell you tools. Cyber is now a matter of national defense, economic resilience, and our strategy in modern warfare. So I'll talk to you a little bit about how it's being used currently in the geopolitical situation and in the war. And I'm surprised you actually haven't touched upon it a lot today, because in the current situation in Iran, cybersecurity is not accompanying the war. It's what started it. It was the first step before any physical move was made. And it's a step that continues, and the situation is becoming kind of out of hand in terms of cybersecurity. So we'll talk about what's happening, how it's happening, and how it's affecting shipping. So just to take it a little bit backwards, many of us don't really sit down and think on how modern warfare has actually changed. Warfare is no longer the traditional battlefield. It's not physical. It's now hybrid. And cybersecurity is officially a fifth domain, although many countries don't even recognize that. They don't even invest in cybersecurity. So the traditional domains of Navy, land, and Air Force, and now space, are all interconnected in themselves. They're all digital. And they speak. They're interconnected. Cyber sits on top of that. It's a new domain, but it actually is so much more important, because breaching this new space means you breach every other domain. And it's a weapon. It's cyber warfare, which is so powerful as a weapon because you're able to attack everything remotely, invisibly, with very little cost. It doesn't cost as much as a missile, and untraceably very often. Now, what's happening at the moment, and I'll speak openly and briefly without really any notes. What's happening in Iran? On the 28th of February, before the first attack happened, it was called Operation Epic Fury, the US performed a cyber attack. So they tried to disable communications, they tried to tamper with the sensor systems, so that when they sent the missiles in the Air Force, it wasn't really detected. The intrusion detection systems weren't really working. The same happened in Venezuela. Before Trump entered that country, it was a cyber attack. They actually blocked communications. Imagine being in a country where you have no CCTV, cameras don't work, communication doesn't work. This is exactly what happens to make the physical attack then effective. Israel is renowned for cybersecurity, especially intelligence. They're the best in intelligence and pre-war intelligence. The individuals that they were tracking over the last few months, how did they find them? It was through cybersecurity. Not only intelligence, but actively breaching cyber cameras, CCTVs, not just on the road, but from ATMs to find those people and do facial recognition. Israel's renowned for this. And even the war with Palestine and Israel, it is cyber. It's a cyber war. When you invest in a in your missiles and your anti-missile systems, just hacking them can disable them. I mean, speaking very abstractly and high level, but it is a cyber war. The same with Russia and Ukraine. And this actually affects us, and it affects Greece and every nation more than we think, because we don't have to be the direct target in a cyber attack. We are used as an affiliate because it's all politics, it's geopolitics. We're used as a pressure point. We're used because, especially in Greece, we're the global bloodstream of global trade. And obviously this war, as we're aware, one of the mega motives is oil and the Strait at the moment, and shipping is the biggest targets for what's going on. Now, to prove that this is what's happening geopolitically, let's see a little bit what's happening generally to B2B, because you guys don't have that much insight on what's happening in Greece to organizations in the industry. Every day we're under attack. And if we do some profiling on the threat actors that are attacking us, it's very relevant to the political situation. So until recently, we had Russian threat actors. They've been hitting us since 2019, all of the West, and their motive was financial. The ransom collected is in the trillions. People don't report on this. Their motive was money because that's how the war was funded. It was Russian. Now, over the last 3 months, what's crazy is that we're seeing Iranian threat actors. And it's very different because their motive is not really financial, it's disruptive. They want to disrupt. And we're seeing the attacks on all critical infrastructure in Greece as well. That's something else cyber has done. It's changed the battlefield. It's no longer just the war front, it's the whole country. It's your hospitals, your transport systems, your food, your electricity. It's so easy to do now remotely. So in Greece, we're seeing so many attacks, specifically in the energy, from Iranian actors. There's about 50 groups targeting us. We don't have that much insight on them because it's so fresh, and their motives are very different. The third actor has always been China, silently. They have always been around espionage, and that's why we don't hear about it. Because when you want to be known to steal money, you blackmail or to disrupt. But espionage, you don't want to be known. So the Chinese, which are very strong as well, have been conducting espionage for a very long time now. But at the moment, through this profiling, we're seeing how relevant it is to the war situation. Now, if we go a little bit to the shipping, what's happening specifically in shipping, at the moment, separating B2B and the military side, shipping companies are under attack, as they've always been, but now it's from Iranian actors. We're seeing a lot of phishing attempts, trying to get the initial foothold, and a lot of attempts to cause disruption. The vessels that are stuck in the Strait, or that are generally not in the Strait, but on sea, they are facing attacks. And we've seen around 5,800 attacks in the last 3 months on vessels, of which half of them almost have to do with GPS spoofing. And why that's very important is because cyber attacks have two different, I guess, fields. One is the general attacks, and one is the nation-state-sponsored attacks that are a lot more sophisticated. So when we're seeing almost 2,000 cases of spoofing, it means that the state is funding this in a way. You need close proximity, you need equipment, it's very expensive, and it's actively happening without you even knowing. So many ship owners don't even know probably that their vessels are spoofed because you don't really see it. And why they're being spoofed is because they want to be able to change the location of a vessel so it's closer to a strategic point. So if it's closer to a military base, no one's going to bomb that base because there's a vessel nearby. So they put it near strategic bases at the moment. The attacks are growing. We can talk a little bit about how sensitive shipping is in general, even prior to this war. But it's important to see a little bit at the moment who our new threat actor is, because Iran has been very underestimated because they have not been that active. Iran is actually very strong technically in cybersecurity, and there was a leak, I don't know if any of you are aware, a couple years ago, all over BBC and Sky News, that showed files on Iranian research from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard on how they could sink cargo ships. It was shocking. It was hundreds of pages research on how they can sink a ship through cybersecurity. And specifically, I remember through the water ballistic system, they can just hack something, change a little measurement, and the whole cargo ship sinks. The same with fuel, how to blow up fuel at petrol stations. So we're talking about actors that are very, very capable, that have done years of research and preparation, and we're just lucky that they're not using this preparation and research. And when it comes to our country, which is a different question on how ready we are, we have not invested that much because we are further behind. I mean, the National Cybersecurity, Ethnicki Archi Asfalias, was just founded a year and a half ago in Greece. The equivalent in the UK was over 10 years ago, and in the US it was an era ago, which means they've had so much time to get accustomed to this. In Greece, we're just starting now. And it's not just about the regulation of this new society that's being formed or the new center. It's about the whole mentality of people, the investments in the country around cybersecurity. My company that's based in Greece, we don't even have talent. We don't find talent. There's no Greeks here locally that can help us. And that results in us going abroad to acquire solutions from other countries, which goes back to the same situation. Things change every day, that our friends now may be our enemies tomorrow. So we need to be able to be self-sufficient in our country as part of national defense. And closing now a little bit with shipping, shipping is the same. The industry is not ready. Before the war, before digitalization, before AI and everything we're talking about, it's such a critical industry. But inside shipping, no one invests in cybersecurity. They can invest in hundreds of mechanics because the ship owner understands that. But cybersecurity is invisible. They don't understand it. If you see that these companies make millions and millions in revenue, they have 60 vessels fleet, but they have one IT guy or two IT guys. That's crazy. And IT is not even cyber. We're friends, but we're not exactly colleagues. So we see that we're so far behind in something so critical. And this new regulation that came, NIS2 in Europe, that helps strengthen organizations as a whole, it doesn't really affect shipping. Shipping doesn't fall under that. It's a gray area, and vessels are registered under other flags, so it's not even Europe anymore. So it's a gray area for the country. I think organizations, the IMO, UN, shipping societies, classing societies are trying to enforce regulations, which is very new. But the current situation is showing us that it's bigger than what we think. Cyber is not tools. It's society now. It affects every person, every organization, and every state. And it's something we have to take seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katerina, for your very informative presentation. I have some questions for you in the late. And now is the Mike St. Pierre, is Lieutenant Commander, Canadian Navy. He's a clearance diving and bomb disposal officer and commanding officer of fleet diving units on Atlantico. Thank you very much, Mike.
Professor Platias, Admiral, distinguished guests, and most importantly, my brothers and sisters in the Hellenic Navy. Distinct pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Having served with you and your Navy on Standing NATO Mine Countermeasures Group 2, working with your SEALs and sending my operators to NMI OTC regularly, it's a great privilege to be here. I'm going to frame things very simply. I bring you no flashy whiz-bang solutions to operationalizing the latest in maritime technologies, whether autonomous systems, vehicles, uncrewed vessels, AI-enabled whiz-bang solutions. We've all seen their potential and their effects, whether as sailors in uniform or as informed civilians. Instead, I speak from 15 years of expeditionary operations across the maritime and littoral domains, from sea to land, land to sea, in the water, under the water, above it, and often very, very cold. For the past 3 years, my unit and I have worked intensively in the Black Sea, right around the corner from you, trying to counter the mine threat while simultaneously planning contingency operations for a coalition of the willing commitment. More recently, we have wrestled with the practical questions of reopening critical energy corridors in yet another contested choke point. These experiences have taught me that the real barrier to progress is rarely technology itself. I deliberately chose the word operationalization, and it was not accidental, because it points to that really critical middle ground, something that is being flattened daily with the advancements in technology. For years now, strategists, pundits, sometimes politicians, deliver sweeping pronouncements about revolutionary change in warfare and magic technologies. Meanwhile, tactical operators wait for the systems, the doctrine, the specialists, and the permissions to arrive to employ them. the truth is simpler and far more demanding. Warfare has always evolved. It remains a constant and a feature of human affairs, and it is shaped by the tools that we decide to use. But those tools are enabled by the will, intellect, and preparation of those in uniform, and the civilians who guide our militaries in democracies. I've seen often and regularly lately in planning rooms across NATO partners the exasperations of my colleagues and senior naval officers of many, many nations who throw their hands up in exasperation and say, well, we can't do anything with what's going on. That phrase haunts me. It is not the mines, the anti-access area denial weapons, or the drones that ultimately limit us. What constrains us most in the operationalization of remote and autonomous systems is the prosaic view of what naval power is, should look like, or what it should look like tomorrow. What constrains us are sometimes our traditions, or more simply put, our organizational structures and questions of military sociology, psychology, and incentives. It is the intra-service politics and inter-service politics. It is the protectionism of platforms, budgets, and careers. Ultimately, it is a lack of creativity, of risk aversion, and an inability to push innovations down to the deck plates of our servicemen and women in uniform. Doctrine and tactics, techniques, and procedures are not carved in stone. Navies have always been amongst the first in the service to embrace transformative technology, but never without fierce internal battles, bruised egos, bloody noses. The courage we need today is not only on the bridge or in the operations room, it is in the back rooms and the challenging jobs of staff officers to take that risk, to think about what is required over the horizon. Moving fast and breaking things is not simply a tech bro slogan or for recklessness in the use of force. It is a call to experiment boldly in doctrine and training so that when violence becomes necessary, we are ready. We must become platform agnostic, not platform dependent. We must work back from the threat to the desired effect, whether that is in sensing or in engaging. Remote systems in the maritime environment must embrace the multi-domain reality of today's threats, sea to shore, shore to sea, on the surface, beneath it, and above it, and cyber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Before we move into the discussion, let me say one point. During the break, I had the opportunity to speak with a number of participants in order to express me some questions. So, Mr. Platias, I bypass the denial to ask the question because I used the break in order to find some questions from the audience. So therefore, I do some questions, first of all, to Mr. Hosberg. And are we moving toward autonomous shipping or toward the lasting model of human-machine cooperation? Where should responsibility lie when decisions go wrong? And also, what about the new educational models under this shipping fast transformation pace?
So I think that one thing that's underappreciated in thinking about these kinds of questions is the criticality of training data. So it's relatively easy to train a model to do something that you do a lot of, right? So, you know, the reason that we have really good large language models is because we basically lucked into having a huge corpus of training data on the internet, right? The large language models, you know, from ChatGPT and from Anthropic, they're trained on basically the entirety of the internet. And the more text they have, the better off they are, and the better they work. And so we ended up with these sort of magical accidents, like it turned out that ChatGPT by accident was a pretty good coder because there happened to be a lot of code on the internet that it could read and understand. As you get into things that are done relatively infrequently or in a relatively scarce way, and ships are big and expensive and there aren't really that many of them, it's going to take you a long time to train in order to actually get to the point where you have a useful AI. So in the shipping industry, you have an advantage, which is that you have a big, expensive asset, which means that you can have a lot of computation and labor costs are significant. So being able to pull labor cost out is desirable. But as you say, you know, for instance, the US Navy has put a huge amount of work into embodied robotics for things like firefighting, because it's very hard to train people to do firefighting. I don't think that you're going to end up with autonomous, automated shipping anytime in the near future for non-attritable systems. I think for naval applications, it's going to be a big deal. For sensing applications, it's going to be a big deal. But what you're going to see first is agentic specialists. So you see this in the drone business, for instance. You have these drones that can fly for 30, 40 hours, and the limiting factor is being able to get enough operators, because like that one drone might have 4 or 5 operators on the ground. One of them is a gimbal operator, for instance. You get agentic task-based operators where it's the person who operates the gimbals gets replaced. The person who's doing the piloting gets replaced. But the things that require a lot of judgment and that only happen once in a while, like weapons release, that gets replaced later, or maybe even not at all in some situations. It takes longer to develop enough data to have good trust in the system. Now, in circumstances of war, it happens faster because it's an emergency, and you can live with lower quality. But I don't think we're going to be designing the humans out of ships for commercial shipping anytime soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Mr. Hidaris Spiros, is nuclear propulsion a realistic medium-term option for commercial shipping, or does it remain primarily a regulatory or conceptual project? And what is the greater barrier to the adoption today?
Okay, so I believe that nuclear shipping could be possible from 2040 onwards, assuming that the regulatory framework is modernized, the insurance framework is in place, and very importantly, there have to be pilot projects that are going to prove the concept. Mm-hmm. Fundamental to this, of course, is finance. So, for example, if we look at it from the for smaller countries like Greece, they actually need to have access to a European mechanism of guarantees that are actually going to enable the new construction of nuclear ships. So provided that these steps take place over the next 5 to 7 years, then it's possible that by 2040 we could see a couple of very good pilot projects.
Okay, knowing your scientific background, how should maritime safety framework evolve as vessels of all times become larger and more complex, and as the potential consequences of an accident may exceed traditional assumptions about human scale evacuation, crisis management, and emergency response?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the economies of scale, they impact on how ships may be evacuated or what may happen in case of emergency. This may be impacted as well by extreme weather phenomena. I think where we are heading at is a performance-based standardization framework where the ship is going to operate as her own lifeboat. So, in other words, people would not need to evacuate, for example, but the ship would need to have these risk control options embedded so she can withstand almost all eventualities. If we look at the way the Safety of Life at Sea International Code is developing, then we see this, for example, in probabilistic damage stability criteria in the design of ships. But of course, there's a lot more work to be done in the years to come. But we are heading towards this direction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Katerina, after your very informative presentation, I want to ask you, in a world of dark shipping AIS manipulation, satellite interference, navigation spoofing, port system compromise, and cyber threats to data. How should maritime resilience now defined? And should cyber resilience be regarded as an integral element of seaworthiness itself?
It's a very big question. First of all, cybersecurity is not a metric, so resilience can never be defined because it's not something measurable. What should happen, it should be reconsidered, so we can have a look at, we're making it a bit too complicated. Before we add this complexity of AI and digitalization and all this new stuff that is happening, the reality is that in itself, the foundations of shipping is quite old, and we are already vulnerable there. So the biggest problem we have is that it's OT systems, not IT. The reality is that even from our industry, we don't have much data, we don't have much experience on OT, so it's even difficult protecting a vessel, let alone a digital vessel. It's something that's floating. It's a floating office in a way. So if it is breached or under attack, you don't even have close proximity to it anymore. Like I said, there's not much IT, there's not many regulations, and the mentality is really not there from the ship owner. So we already have a fundamental problem. AI is changing that. I know we've touched upon AI and nuclear digitalization, and it's going to change it because we're moving towards that, but we're adding complexity. So for example, if we look at a bicycle, it takes you from point A to B. That's like traditional shipping. Very low cost if it breaks at the moment, not low cost, but generally it's a lower risk, lower attacking risk. And if it does, a bicycle does break, it's a smaller cost to fix it. But now we're moving towards having a Formula One racing car. It takes you from A to B a lot faster, a lot quicker, higher performance, but to sustain this new beast is a lot bigger. So we're talking about moving to digital shipping, digitalizing it, having the first autonomous ships, but we haven't even fixed the bicycle at the moment. So before we even look at this resilience, we need to reconsider what this is. And of course, I think one thing that I would leave there is I think that the industry should request it from shipping itself. It should not be a regulation. It should be the actual customers. They would say, I'm not going to load my fuel on your vessel unless you are cyber insured and protected. So it should be the industry promoting that.
Thank you very much. And Mike, if risk now extends across ships, ports, platforms, and data systems, how must maritime governance, security adapt to protect the whole ecosystem rather than only the vessel?
That is a tough one. I think the biggest thing we can do, I'm not going to frame any governance structures or anything around legal structures, but I think we can all assume right now that much of the governance and legal structures have fallen apart. So knowing that, it's what can we do to enable our forces and our alliances to offer optionality, escalation options, and the ability of small remote teams that can provide that optionality, whether they be on a land-based platform, sea-based platform, commercial platform, or otherwise. And the scalability that remote systems now provide, I think that changes the equation for navies, our training systems, our admiralty, and our politicians as well, in that you can generate effects a lot easier than you used to and provide consequences which can extend that deterrence to other layers when that governance structure and rules that we assumed were assured are no longer there.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, one point stands out clearly. The transformation of shipping is not only technological. It is also strategic, institutional, and doctrinal. What we have here today is that transformation at sea brings not only gains in performance and efficiency, but also new questions of responsibility, resilience, legality, human oversight, and geopolitical exposure. The future of shipping will depend not only on better technologies, but also on better education, governance, clearer accountability, and sounder judgment. I warmly thank our speakers, they were excellent, all of them, and all of you for your engagement. I hope today's discussion will serve not as a conclusion, but as a beginning of a deeper and more forward-looking conversation. And Mr. Platias, we are on time. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό.
Χάρηκα που σας γνώρισα.
Πάω πάντα στην άκρη.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are moving into the next panel. As you see from the program, I'm Konstantinou Botsou. I'm a history and IR professor at the University of Piraeus and director of the CfIR. I welcome you all, and especially I welcome our speakers, who are great speakers and top thinkers, as I would like to say. We're going to talk about a topic that is entitled Managing Risk in an Era of Maritime Instability, or Insecurity, much better, that. We heard a lot about risk in the previous sessions of this very important conference, and it's still an open question whether risk bears more opportunities or more threats. So our speakers and thinkers are going to, is a promising panel. This is a promising panel in which they will try to address this question. Each of the speakers have about 12 minutes to make their presentations. They all have PPTs. I will take a long time to read, only to read their very long CVs. They come from the armed forces, and now they work for private organizations and enterprises, and I'm very privileged to be among them. Without further ado, as it's the main topic of this conference, because we're running a little bit late. I will give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Reid Simmons, who is the head of strategy at Maitreya.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reid Simmons, and as you said, I'm the head of strategy at Maitreya. So first, who is Maitreya? Maitreya is a defense and security company focused on delivering elegant solutions to our partners' most wicked, most challenging problems. And we do this by organizing and orienting ourselves around three core principles. The first is hunting for asymmetry. Instead of waiting for a government or a potential customer to hand us their requirements, instead we scan the environment looking for those most challenging problems against which we may be able to build a uniquely effective and evolvable solution. And in short, we invest early, at risk, ahead of need. The second is connecting design with effect. When we do build a solution, we try to build a full solution stack. And often this means that the designing, the engineering, the manufacturing, the testing, the training, and the operations are all done in-house. And we do this so that we can rapidly adapt and iterate our solutions at the pace of the changing threat. If we get feedback from the field, we can then easily feed that back into the design through operation stack to, again, iterate and adapt that solution as needed. And the third is effects as a service. We prefer to deliver our solutions as a service to our partners. And we do this for a number of reasons, but primarily to keep ourselves honest. We want to be incentivized to continue to invest in those solutions. For if we're on a subscription-like contract and we're not delivering the effects needed, or if that threat has changed, our customers can drop us. And the second bit is, if we are operating our solutions, we're the first to know if the effects that we're generating are not right, or if that threat has changed, and then we can feed that back into our full solution stack. So where is this model taking us? Maitreya is a multi-mission, multi-domain company spanning air-to-air refueling, which I include in our strategic enablers mission stack, to special missions, including airborne intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, maritime ISR, to electromagnetic and cyber. We make many of the payloads and sensors that go onto our air and maritime platforms, as well as have significant experience in the signals intelligence and communications realms. And then digital and synthetic. We make the mission systems that connect our operators with our platforms and our payloads at the tactical level, and then take this information back, generate a common operating picture, give the real-time data analytics at the operational. And then synthetic. We do quite a bit of synthetic training. We make the US Air Force's F-16 simulator, as well as more traditional simulation, which informs our other products and solutions. Which brings us to why we're here today. If we go back to hunting for asymmetry, looking for those wicked problems, it's very clear that the maritime security environment is flashing red. Just this year, we've witnessed the US quarantine and effective seizure of Venezuelan maritime and energy assets, the subsequent quarantine of Cuba, which may lead to the downfall of that regime, and then obviously the Iran war, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, direct attacks against port infrastructure, maritime ships. And this doesn't even mention the continued proliferation of shadow fleets, the enduring threats to our undersea infrastructure. We've seen a number of cable cutting events in the past year, nor, as previous panel has mentioned, the democratization of cheap, low cost and effective unmanned assets to state and non-state actors alike. Now, the way that I view all of these phenomena is through the lens that we're in the midst of a competition for control of global infrastructure between great powers, but middling and non-state actors alike. And this competition is comprehensive. It spans energy infrastructure, we're seeing that right now in the Strait of Hormuz, to critical minerals and our supply chains, rare earth materials, semiconductors, saw that in the US-China trade war earlier this year, to financial infrastructure. It is control of SWIFT, based right here in Europe, that gives Western financial stations much of their teeth, to digital infrastructure, those undersea cables, the backbone of our digital and internet economies, and logistics infrastructure. And unfortunately, no matter which direction the Iran war takes, this is likely to get worse. Right now, East Asia remains peaceful. What if the South China Sea, where $5 trillion in economic activity flow annually, closes? Or the Taiwan Strait, where 95% of high-end semiconductors reliant on a peaceful strait shuts down? These are the backbone of AI and again, our digital economy. We risk a complete rupture in global trade, dwarfing what we've seen right now in the Strait of Hormuz. And even if it doesn't, even if East Asia does not reach the threshold of war, I think we can all agree that maritime choke points, sea lines of communication are increasingly contested and under elevated threats. So what can we do about it? Greece has a significant role to play. From its history as the gateway to Europe, to its geography adjacent to key maritime choke points, Black Sea Straits, Strait of Hormuz, to its role as the bastion of stability in the increasingly contested Eastern Mediterranean. But Greece also holds a unique and invaluable asset to strengthening our maritime security. As you all know far better than I do, Greek companies own the largest commercial fleets in the world. And at a time that the West struggles to build any type of infrastructure, any type of tangible assets, what a contribution this is to our shared maritime security. So how do we protect these fleets? I don't pretend to know all of the wicked problems that commercial companies face, but if those companies need access to a recognized maritime picture to detect threats early, inform their risk and fleet management models, optimize routing and decision-making, and then at the core protect those fleets, then I can envision the following tiered solution. And it starts with shipboard multi-int payloads installed on that fleet. These would provide much of that point threat detection and early warning through long-range cameras, passive RF collection, SIGINT, comment, ELINT, and edge processing to provide real-time alerts to those captains. Now, networked together, this would enhance threat coordination between the fleet, as well as function as a global mesh intelligence network with significant reach. The second is what to do with all of the intelligence that those shipboard payloads generate. Using our Maitreya's significant experience providing a similar type product to our national security partners, we could provide a maritime intel operations center as a service, which would fuse all of those shipboard payloads with third-party open source or proprietary information to generate that recognized maritime picture, inform fleet and decision models. Now, the third is on-demand ISR overwatch. When threats reach critical levels in choke points or on the open sea, Maitreya could dedicate our airborne or maritime ISR platforms to deliver 24/7 eyes on your fleet or scout the path ahead. Now, together, this should provide a better measure of the threat environment facing commercial companies and informing and optimizing their decision-making and protection of those fleets. Now to governments. Threats have continued to proliferate in both magnitude and diversity, which has stretched Western armed forces, and particularly navies, organic capacities thin. It is inefficient for a frigate or a destroyer to shadow a dark fleet vessel. There are plenty of military objectives that those military assets can help prosecute. And in that gray zone, Maitreya may be able to help. And it starts with integrated multi-domain operations. As we've heard from other panelists, you need space for persistent collection, air for broad area search, and then maritime for proximity operations to discover new threats and then find, fix, track, and target those that you know. The second key part is how to enable our government partners to stay ahead of the threats, to make decisions in advance of those threats. And using Maitreya's MITO-mission system, which each of those assets in the space, air, and maritime domain will be using to coordinate operations and share intelligence at the tactical level, we can take all of this back to a cloud-hosted environment to run those decision science algorithms, to generate that recognized maritime picture, to process, exploit, and then disseminate with near real-time post-mission products to keep our government partners informed and ahead of those threats. Now, what all of this together combines into is a near-complete, turnkey ISR plus solution that doesn't just find, fix, and track these threats, but also gives commanders the optionality to target them with either non-kinetic cyber effects or physically. Now, in conclusion, it's clear that the maritime security environment is flashing red, and Maitreya wants to go all in to help do what we can to solve it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Reid. Coming from a former U.S. Navy and intelligence officer, those comments of yours are really valuable for us. And I hope we will come back again with more questions in the end. Now I'm blessed to present to you Mr. Yannis Pavlopoulos. What can I say for Mr. Yannis Pavlopoulos? Just two things, that he was a former commander of the Hellenic Fleet, as you all know, and has a vast experience in NATO and EU defense and security operations, and now he's the president of the Sea Guardian. Mr. Pavlopoulos.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Botsiou, I'm sorry. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege and an honor to address a few words to you today. I will start from the political strategic level, and we will land together down to the operational tactical level. So the subtitle I decided to integrate to the thematic of maritime security in an era of geopolitical, geoeconomic, and technological disruption is From the Black Sea to the Indian Ocean, as the hottest area of the world the last 4 years, but also for centuries. Since 2022, we are experiencing a violently transforming world, and mainly because after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 90s, the international community and international organizations failed to give solutions to geopolitical problems such as Ukraine, Gaza, Iran, Cyprus, the Kurds, Syria, or Libya. There is no doubt anymore that there are clashes spread in all domains, nation states against globalists, East against the West, democracy against authoritarianism, naval powers against land powers, clash of civilizations, religious classes. And finally, the end of history, a book written in 1992 by the neoliberalist Francis Fukuyama, who promoted, after the fall of the Soviet Union, the global ruling through the globalization of economy versus the rebirth of history and the rise of a multipolar world by revising the results of the First and the Second World War. And I name two results of World War I that are actually under revision: the dissolution of the Russian and the Ottoman empires and the Arab states established by the British and the French, and the emergence of the US as a dominant global economic power, marking the start of the American century, as well as the results of World War II and the establishment of United Nations, NATO, in EU and the State of Israel. All these organizations or states are at stake or under reform, actually. But let's focus on my subtitle. There is a salty river from the Black Sea south to the Indian Ocean where three continents are meeting: Europe, Asia, and Africa, where for more than 70 years we are facing the everlasting wars. I named it the Ipalos River in the memory of Ipalos, who was a Greek navigator living in the 1st century before Christ during the Roman Empire, and who sailed and recorded all the ports of the Red Sea. The Greeks were there, we were there centuries now, thousands of years. He then, this guy, studied the monsoons phenomenon in the Indian Ocean in order to arrive and return safely from India. So we are not facing something new today. Everything was written, have been said, have been realized before in the past. And I include this, let's say, river in an area that constitutes a rectangle where all wars are taking place, including 4 out of 8 main maritime choke points, which, by the way, are controlled by Muslim countries. And I name Turkey, Egypt, Suez, Yemen, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Hormuz. The slide depicts how connected and captured we are with geography and history. The similarities with the war in Troy 3,276 years ago are unquestionable. Returning to the ongoing changes in the Middle East, the US administration last November publicly announced exactly what its strategy is. And I quote, "To prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies, the choke points through which they pass, while avoiding the forever wars that bogged us down in the region at great cost, and to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open, preserving freedom of navigation in all crucial lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical materials. Beyond any results the wars and diplomatic actions are going to produce to achieve peace in the Middle East, the Arabian Peninsula, and the Horn of Africa, the most critical factor is duration. And I have to mention that Minister Pierrakakis yesterday evening, he spoke during his speech at the Club of Athens. He mentioned the word duration. We need duration on results. In order to guarantee secure and reliable supply chains, there are 2 game changers, in my humble opinion. First, the development of the India-Middle East corridor project that will reduce the significance of three major choke points of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and Suez Canal. And secondly, the establishment of Somaliland as a sovereign state with the intention to deny the control of Bab el-Mandeb controlled by the Iranian proxies. Concerning the Sea Guardian assessments, the way we decipher the international environment on a daily basis that we are examining is as follows. The security situation in the Middle East and the Arabian Peninsula is not expected to improve before the end of 2026. Wars in Israel, Lebanon, Iran, and Ukraine will continue at least until the end of 2026. It seems that the Houthis, the last months, converge with Saudi Arabia. Somali piracy, although expected, is always an unpredictable factor and could be played as a card by third states to cancel the Somaliland project. And this has to be taken under consideration, seriously under consideration. These wars raise, of course, the price of household goods as well as oil and gas in global markets. It is obvious that Europe will pay again the price. For me, pivotal points are the visit of US President to China 14th and 15th of May 2026 and the NATO summit in Ankara coming July 7 and 8 of July. For the time being, new routes are going to be used as an alternative, and I mentioned the High North, new energy pipelines, and in the future, the IMEC corridor. And finally, according to a study issued by Noteboom, Haralambidis, and Cullinane in February 2024, more than 200 vessels are needed to preserve the volume of global trade in these turbulent times. And in a previous panel, Mr. Vavitskiotis mentioned the need to give rebirth to the Greek shipping industry in Greece. And my conclusions to finish my intervention, according to a study funded by the Hellenic Ship Owners Union and presented during Posidonia in 2024, the consequences for the global economy after a month without shipping is a black swan scenario. And I think that today we are facing a part of this black swan scenario. From a maritime security perspective, 4 factors are of the utmost importance for sailing safety for seafarers, vessels, and cargoes through the high-risk areas: a comprehensive threat and risk assessment, a robust security plan to safeguard maritime assets, including certified security teams on board, a state-of-the-art data monitoring and reporting system, and the presence of decisive, and I say again, decisive naval forces that they have the will and the power to produce safety for seafarers and the shipping industry out in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pavlopoulos, always at the edge of theoretical thinking and practical advice. It's the second year in a row that I have the honor of moderating a panel where you and Mr. Georgopoulos sit at the same time. And Mr. Nicholas Georgopoulos works now for the Diablos Group, but is also an ex-Navy officer and veteran, and we are looking forward to hearing your views on risk. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, we're classmates and friends since the age of 18. Right, so allow me to use the podium. I'm usually very active. I use a lot of my hands. So if you're telling me to speak from the chair, it's my worst nightmare. So I'll use the podium. Now, thank you, Professor Platias, for inviting me for the second year. Also, I would like to please thank Ambassador Theophili for mentioning us, and especially myself, in her keynote speech. I'm wondering all day. I notice from the morning that the room is full of young people. And I'm wondering how they are hearing us, the experienced people, who are having more or less the age of their father, or even worse, their grandfathers, talking about their future. So my proposal for next year, dear professors, is to invite these young minds to tell us how they think about their future. Now, let's move to the presentation because Mrs. Boschi will chase me. I think the best phrase that I'm using as a general comment, I'm borrowing from the UK First Sea Lord, General Jenkins, in his speech in IMO, where he said that these days, stability is a fiction. So, first of all, who we are. No. Diabolus. Diabolus is a maritime risk management company. We are servicing our customers since 2010, so we have a wide experience through these years. And as one of our younger managers says, and I'm using the phrase again, I'm borrowing phrases, I like this idea. He says that we are not very loud in the media, but we have a very significant footprint on the ground. And I think that concludes what we do. You can see some of our figures. We work closely with the Foreign Ministry, advising about maritime security. We work closely with the EU, participating in Horizon programs about the border control. And you also work together on the US for special projects. What I want to talk to you about is, picking up from the previous panel, how technology can help us move to prediction. And I'm using the Greek word that all the English-speaking understand, prognosis. So what we have to do, first of all, let's think about the threats. What are the threats today? I'm using these slides every year. And I keep adding photographs every year, more and more, because the threats are not conventional threats anymore. And if you're looking at the past days, the worst nightmare of a master was a cargo fire. These days, it's much worse and much different threats that they are facing. First of all, what's the risk assessment? Just a word about the fundamentals. The risk assessment, we are doing that every day in our move, in our every decision. We are looking into the threats, we analyze the threats, we take mitigating actions to reduce the risk, and then we'll see how it goes. And if the plan is followed, then we adjust. If it's not followed, we adjust. If it's followed, we continue. This is generally the theory about the risk assessment. Now, how do we put that into maritime sector and into the maritime security? It's doing the same process in a maritime environment. How do you predict? How do you can have a prognosis? You have to have data. So you have to do mapping, you have to do monitoring, you have to do analyzing, and then you have to come up with outcomes about the threats. Measure the threats and come out with outcomes. And these outcomes help you by using AI agents and ML machines to do the prediction, check the behaviors, and detect the anomaly. And the anomaly will tell you that something is wrong. Then the analyst comes and tries to understand how important this is, the anomaly, what is the problem, what mitigating measures can have. And this is the way the theory works on prognosis. How do you apply this? By having sectors, by having the area, the sector, and the point protection. And that is a holistic approach, which means, as I said, we analyze, we have the threat, we send the alert, we propose mitigating actions, then we mitigate the risk, we take the actions, we implement the plan, and then if something goes wrong, then we have the measures and the actions to reduce the impact of the event. And that is the response. These are some examples of the response in a maritime environment. Now, that's the end of the theory. Let's go on to more important and more significant things. Case studies. That's the way you can understand what are the threats that a master faces today. Oh, no, sorry. We had the wrong presentation. No problem. I'll take it by heart. Mrs. Theophili talked about the Sunian case. The Sunian case was a vessel that was attacked by the Houthis, and then the crew abandoned it, and the Houthis came back and exploded the vessel. The vessel was contained 150,000 tons, and that was probably the worst nightmare for an environmental catastrophe. So by bringing together and cooperating state actors like foreign ministries, international forces, and also private sector, that disaster was avoided. And the vessel and the cargo was taken safely into a safe environment. And that is a very good example that we were able to present, as Ms. Ambassador Theophili said, at the UN, as a case study of the cooperation between the stakeholders. Now let's move to another example. Another vessel, same area, Red Sea, was attacked by the Houthis. There were casualties. The crew abandoned the vessel and jumped into the sea. What was the problem? The SAR areas and the responsibility for the search and rescue belonged to Yemen, to the Houthis. So nobody could actually get into the area and do a rescue operation because he had to take permission from the Houthis. So the only solution was to charter a vessel, go to the area, and rescue the people. And that was done by the private sector because the public actors could not interfere. Why? Because the area was controlled by the Houthis. So that's another example that the master can face and is relied to the private sector to do that. Another example, that's lately, that happened 10 days ago. One of the vessels near the area of Oman was hit by a drone. The drone was stuck in the chimney, and the warhead did not explode. So we had a vessel, had a bomb in the chimney, and it couldn't do anything. It was international waters, so no state actor could intervene. So he asked again the private sector to come and support. So we went onto the vessel. We managed to defuse the warhead, deactivate, and throw it into the sea. And that was international waters. Again, the master had to rely on the private sector. Another example, we see seas of vessels, either from state actors or even the crew. We have seen cases that the crew is seizing a vessel, it doesn't follow the orders of the master, of the owner, or even the master, and takes the vessel somewhere else. Again, international waters. Who can intervene? Again, the public sector could offer a solution and do the intervention and bring back stability into the vessel. The last one, I think, Dominic explained very well what is a joint war committee and how it works and how it affects the underwriters and the premiums. So how do you think? Mediterranean Sea, is it a high-risk environment or not? According to Joint War Committee, it's not. But I had to show you a picture of a vessel that was hit in the middle of the Med Sea. It's an LNG. It was hit by a USV. One of the tanks was exploded. The other two still contain LNG. And it's drifting more than 2 or 3 months now. It's an environmental problem. It's a safety problem. And nobody is touching it. Why? Because it's sanctioned, a sanctioned vessel, and a sanctioned cargo. And this vessel, this bomb, is drifting in the waters of the Mediterranean. And it's not the first time that the vessel was hit and bombed by a USV or a limit mine in the Med. So actually, there's no safe waters What it is a word that came up after the Houthis, a term that goes affiliation. What means affiliation? It's a process that you are looking back to understand if a vessel can be targeted. And that's a typical process we do every day for every vessel. Try to understand, according to the attack protocols in each area, for specific vessel, the specific route, the specific manager, that vessel can be targeted. What's the possibility of being targeted, and what is the risk? Now, all of these, at the end of the day, they end up into a formal protocol that does not exist. IMO does not have a security committee. So who is regulating the security aspects in the maritime industry? A safety committee, a committee that is dealing with all the SOLAS issues, the safety issues. The same people are dealing also the security issues. So this is, for us, this is the main problem. Security is not handled by the general regulator, which is IMO, and it has to be a protocol, a formal protocol connecting the private sector, the international forces, and the private companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Georgopoulos, for this excellent presentation, combining practical and theoretical knowledge. And thank you and congratulations for bringing ex-officers of the armed forces into private companies. Now, these are new professions, people that really specialize in geopolitics, on strategy, on security, can find new enterprises and fora and companies. If one takes into account Maitreya, Sea Guardian, the Applus Group, and now the Ambrey Group. Please allow me to speak to Mr. Daniel Müller, also in German, schönen guten Tag, since he comes from Germany, and he's a senior intelligence analyst for Indian Ocean and the Middle East. Since Mr. Pavlopoulos talked about the Indian-Middle East corridor, perhaps we have read your mind in order to have Daniel speaking to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and having me here today. I'll be less focused on regional issues and concerns. I'll take more the topic of the panel for what I have to share with you today. The header of the panel is Managing Risk in an Era of Maritime Insecurity. So we've heard today a lot about what the threats are that we currently see, which are affecting shipping. And we've also heard about threats that are on the horizon. We already see them coming, be that the South China Sea or geopolitical contest in the Arctic. To kick things off, I'd like to distinguish between threats and risk. Threat is a threat actor, often state, sub-state, we've heard these terms today, state-like threat actors. They have intentions to operate against an environment in their reach to cause an impact according to their policies. The risk is the probability of this threat impacting my asset and what level of impact that will be. In the shipping industry, that's usually a financial figure. How much will it cost me if I'm impacted by this threat? What I want to present to you is a bit of an idealistic take on how we can better manage these risks as an industry, not just private security providers, not just owners, not just military, but as an organized group that are interconnected in the end of the day. To start things off, Mr. Ward earlier provided us with a statement along the lines of nobody knows anything. As an intelligence analyst, I am inclined to disagree. At the same time, of course, nobody can predict the future with absolute certainty. What we deal with is probabilities, the probability of risk. We know the threat. There's no doubt about the threat. The probability of this risk is what we need to identify. That is where we want to introduce a more structured, intelligence-led risk understanding. We've heard the term risk assessment, threat assessment. Oftentimes, the shipping industry either does that on their own, in their own structures, by former master mariners, and sometimes, increasingly, externalize that to companies such as the ones here on this panel. To also lean on something Mr. Oza, you said, was engaging in the future, chief geopolitical officer, geostrategic. That is, in essence, something we already consider ourselves working in. We are monitoring threat areas and also potential emerging threat areas, and therefore can take from that for the shipping industry, for we are specialized on the shipping industry, what the risks are to these vessels that can be broken down to specific vessel types, cargo types, area operations. So that is my proposal number one, adapting that more structured, initially with external support, but longer term, possibly even internalizing that within your own companies. Essentially an embedded, as that also exists already, intelligence provision element that helps understand risk more accurately, more nuanced. We've heard of vessels being at risk in the Red Sea. That didn't apply unilaterally to every vessel sailing through the Bab el-Mandeb. The term used affiliations. We also use the term target profile. These threat actors target specific assets for specific reasons. Once we understand that, we can determine that the risk does not apply universally to everyone operating in the same area. That is where I use terms such as intent, opportunity, and capability. The intent we've covered. Capability is having the weapon system to use, be that in the cyberspace, be that a drone, unmanned air vehicle, unmanned surface vessel, or a missile naval ship to act against a commercial vessel. The opportunity is to be able to use that. A few days ago, the government of Somalia declared that they would ban all Israeli shipping from sailing through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Sounds very similar to what the Houthi had done previously. The key difference is opportunity and capability. The Somali government, the federal government, does not have direct access to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and therefore has a harder time disrupting shipping on that route. So it's less of a credible threat, especially risk, to vessels in the area. No one's talked about it today because no one's considered a true possibility, realistic possibility, that this will actually occur. Apologies, lost my train of thought. We want to also introduce this thought process across all layers, at all steps of a decision-making process. We heard about the need for fast decision-making processes. Oftentimes the delays come within the company, needing sign-off from higher up, but it's also gathering information that delays decision-making. Having an integrated relationship, long-lasting, trustful relationship with an intelligence or security provider can shorten these decision-making processes, the times needed to deliver that knowledge and therefore take the action of conducting an operation or not conducting an operation. That also helps with the different stakeholders involved in commercial shipping. We've spoken a lot about owners. There are operators, charterers, the military, our companies as security providers, and we've once heard that today specifically mentioned the crew. I want to offer a little story. A few weeks or months back, actually, a client of ours was under increased commercial pressure to resume transit through the Red Sea. They had stopped that once the threat had materialized, and now were increasingly pressured by various stakeholders within their fields to resume. They came to us, we provided them with threat assessments, risk assessments, the whole 9 yards, and they were convinced in the end that the risk is permissible to continue with the operation. One key issue remained, the crew was not convinced. The crew, overwhelmingly Filipino, had the right to refuse to remain on board as the vessel goes through the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden. The company could have easily just exchanged the crew, take them off at one port, sail through, and maybe put them on again at the other port. This company said, no, we want to actually address the issue because it's more about misinformation than a true threat existing. Filipino crew at this point had seen and heard about Filipino individuals, nationals, dying at sea due to the Houthi attacks. As I said, not every attack, or the attacks were not unilateral. Not every vessel going through faced the same risks. Therefore, it had little to do with the Filipino national being on board, and even less to do with a specific vessel going through at a specific time. I eventually flew out to the vessel as on request of this client. We spoke to the crew, we had an engagement, open. I'd never promised them that there is no threat, but I showcased to them the risks of their vessel with their cargo on their route at this point in time and what the near future may or may not hold. The result of that interaction was that the crew accepted the voyage and would have gone through. To me, that showcases what I'm trying to tell you. It's on all levels, adequate risk assessments with the intelligence to underline what is factual, what is truthful, and what is more propaganda or misconceptions about the threats out there. Help reduce friction, costs, and time in convincing different stakeholders to proceed with different operations. An outcome of this I'm also seeing is charter party disputes, where the offset oftentimes is that one party had a false concept of the threats at hand. And these disputes obviously cost a lot of money, they cost a lot of effort, and the losing party pays quite substantially in the end. My last point off the back of this little story with the crew is it is an ecosystem. We are not looking at the ship in itself, we're not looking at the ship owner itself. We have various stakeholders with various concepts, aligning them, bringing them together, collaborating, coordinating stronger throughout the year, throughout the time, globally, not just where there is a risk area, identified risk area, not only when risk emerges and suddenly I need something and it's more transactional, regularly being informed, seeing these developments coming across the industry on all levels, and that includes the Navy. Navy isn't your maritime security provider. The Navy is an element of maritime security. We should not exclude it, but not consider it the main focus. Providing that integration, to me, is the path forward for successful risk management with emerging threats and the instability that we are seeing now and can anticipate to see in the coming future. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. On behalf of the older generation, I have to say that you brought into old-fashioned values that have to do with a human factor, namely human rights, rule of law, and all the things that are dear to our souls, actually. And Mr. Schiopoulos before is right. I think that sometimes we don't understand the developments that runs it's in an accelerated tempo, actually. And Mr. Geropoulos, you're right. Actually, next year we're going to have the younger generation talking about the younger generation. So I wanted to address a question to all of you, namely, what tools do you use for your risk assessment? And whether this human factor I talked about is a factor, plays a role in that, or is everything AI? And have you thought about that risk within the risk? Reid, would you like to take the floor?
Sure. Thank you. what's difficult about AI is its unexplainability, and trust is such a critical component of risk assessments. You know, you can get an answer, but if you don't trust it, you're not going to take action on it. I mean, this is the same thing for intelligence professionals in militaries. When you don't know the chain of custody and you can't assess risks in that chain of custody throughout, it's very difficult to make life or death decisions on that.
It's a matter of trust.
Yeah.
You said trust. Trust is a very strong word.
Yes, I mean, if you're going to take action on the assessments that you give, you have to know that they're informed. And I mean, just like risk versus uncertainty, you have to know that you're making a probability judgment and be comfortable with that, as opposed to leaping off of a cliff and hoping that it's going to go well.
Would you like to take the floor on that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to tell you how we work on a daily basis, we are collecting information from open sources, of course. We don't have access to other military sources or other type of information. We are scrutinizing all the media that we are receiving information, and through algorithms we arrive to, let's say, specific events that they affect the current situation. Twice a month we are issuing a report, a threat and risk assessment, as we are following around 20 to 25 regions all over the world. We expanded also to Venezuela and the Arctic cycle, as we are seeing that shipping is moving towards there. And finally, we developed in-house development, an application, and so we can have access to all the areas of the world, and we can see the assessment of every region. If we will go, there are red dots, green dots, blue dots. Red dots are incidents that they are happening, and we know that from the UKMTO, the GMIC, etc., we are collecting the information, and then we are visualizing this on this application. So everyone can have in his pocket, on a mobile phone, a smartphone, can have the risk assessment of the specific area that is sailing. So the captain can have access to the database. The team leader of the security team has access and can see what is happening in front of him. And of course, the shipping company that operates the vessel. So these are smart solutions, cheap solutions, that every company can develop and can offer to its clients.
They are cheap, but what if AI is conflict?
AI is a tool, but who knows who is using AI? So we are arriving to our outcomes, our conclusions, our assessment, with our brainstorming that we are doing. And we are not following, let's say, what the West media are saying, or the East media are saying, or the North media are saying in Russia. You have to be smart, to be critical, and find solutions for your clients and propose proper actions.
Mr. Iopoulos, will the young generation that you're rightly proposing to be part of this conference be more prone to AI than the older generation? Or is it already a temptation that you cannot resist?
Definitely. We don't have the mind to understand AI. And I want to be more radical. I think at the end of what we are looking today is the first generation of AI and the machine learning. And at this stage, the machine is learning. And is as good as the data that we are feeding the machine, through which the machine learns. Through the years and through the next generations of AI, I think we will face a more critical issue is what Terry said, it's can we trust? And I think at the end of the day, we realize that our mind, our expert's mind, is probably less efficient than the machine. So I believe, not now, I don't know in how many years, but with the progress and the learning of the machine, at the end of the day, we will end up to trust more the machine than our colleague or what we call today an expert.
Daniel, you caused all this discussion, so I wanted to ask you, do we need more democracy in order to have more AI? Perhaps the AI is a powerful tool in the hands of a licensed government or authoritarian government.
The simple answer, I would say, is yes. It needs understanding of the input into AI. So the output is one thing. The output of AI is what we all want to use and what is supposed to simplify our lives. But the input is, it's not just about the quality of the input, but also the intention of the input. So as you say, a malign actor, if they utilize AI for hostile reasons, we need to be aware of that and understand that and be able to differentiate between the negative output and the output we're looking for. And to take hostage the question of how we're utilizing AI as companies, that is essentially it. Right now, in its relative infancy, it's a tool we can use to navigate the wealth of information that exists through open source intelligence. But we cannot rely on AI to run the analysis for us without telling AI explicitly how to go about that. So we need to come up with the learning or teaching models for AI to operate the way we want them to operate. And that is still then based on my take on it or other companies' takes on it. And a hostile actor can obviously misuse it in that very same sense. And that has to, we have to identify ways of ensuring that we understand that what we're seeing is AI with an intention to mislead us.
The discussion would go on for longer. I think this is the end of this panel. I must justify my fame as the Stalin of the conference. So please, now we call Mr. Georgios Alexandratos, the president of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, to take the floor and talk about this. And this is the end of this panel to continue later on. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σας. Good afternoon. Dear President of International Propeller Club and Propeller Club Piraeus, my dear friend Kostis Fragoulis. Dear Professor Platias. Dear Presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have to thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, which is the formal advisor of the state for maritime affairs and contribution to the economy, always through the maritime field. This year, we celebrate 90 years of history, and we represent about 22,000 members. It is a privilege to share with your good selves some views at a forum that defines not only the maritime transport, but the global economic stability. So let me give you, for the beginning, 3 numbers. And I want you to have those numbers at your mind through my speech. 90%, 12 billion, 20%. 90% refers to the global trade, which is moved by sea. 12 billion refers to the 12 billion tons of cargo transported by sea every year. And the 20% belongs to the world's oil passes through only a single checkpoint, Strait of Hormuz. Now, maybe here I find a problem. We talk, I'm not a professor, I'm not an expert for history, but we talk about geopolitics as it happens on land. No, it doesn't, because it happens at sea. What I don't hear frequently, for example, about the war, First World War, 1917, during the World War, the First World War, the United Kingdom, for example, was not losing the war on the battlefield. It was losing it at sea. The German submarines were sinking one ship every 12 minutes at the peak intensity. Britain had less, the consequence, had less than 6 weeks of food left. 6 weeks. Not food means there's not economy, and of course there's not any war effort. And what saved them? Sorry to the diplomats, but I don't think that saved the diplomacy. They saved them the shipping coordination, the convoys, and the maritime control. Now let's go some years after, Second World War. People talk about tanks, aircraft, strategy. But maybe to my interpretation, here's the reality. This war was decided by tonnage and not tactics. Over 30 million gross tons of ships were destroyed. The Allies lost ships faster than they could replace them until one thing changed. One of the things, but I find it basic. The United States of America turned shipbuilding into a weapon. And at that point, I have to say, because yesterday we, at the Hall of Fame, there was a dedication about the Liberty ships in the presence of Her Excellency Ambassador of USA to Greece, Mrs. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Apart from thanking her yesterday for the development and the strengthening of bilateral relations amongst USA and Greece, by having the responsibility of what I'm telling, as the president of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, I have to thank the Propeller Club of Piraeus, in the name of the President Kostis Frankoulis and Vice Presidents and to all the governors, for contributing to the strengthening of the bilateral quality relations we have with United States of Greece, with the United States of America and Greece. And thank you for that. Yes, with you, you are so powerful, maybe it will be United States of Greece. I don't know what's going to happen. So I'm going back to the history with that small parenthesis, αλλά πρέπει να τα λέμε αυτά. Because everybody, you know, puts his or her brick, the institutional brick, for strengthening the power of Greece. So, I'm going back to the United States. They turned shipbuilding into a weapon. At peak production, they produced 3 ships per day, not per month. 3 ships per day, not per week. And this is when logistics became hard power. I read that the Liberty ship, SS Robert Peary, was built in 4 days and 15 hours. That was the record. 4 days and 15 hours. Now, I'm going back to another geopolitical, not absolutely war, a different war, the COVID. The system almost snapped. COVID was not a health crisis for shipping. I think it was a synchronization failure of a global network. Over 400,000 seafarers were effectively trapped at sea. Some stayed on board for over 18 months. Container imbalance reached historic levels, which in some regions, 1 in 3 containers was at the wrong place. The cost of moving a container from Asia to Europe went from about $1,500 close to $10,000. But here's the side. The system broke? No. It distorted massively, but it did not collapse. Why? Because shipping always absorbs shock and exports and becomes inflation. This is why every household on this planet felt it, and we did, also in Greece. Now I'm going to Ukraine, the hidden maritime war. Everybody talks about the land war, but what is the real strategic battlefield? The Black Sea, to my interpretation. Before the war, Ukraine exported 6 million tons of grain per month. After the invasion, exports dropped by more than 80% overnight after the invasion. 80% and more overnight. Food prices surged globally. Countries in Africa and Middle East were dire exposed. And then something extraordinary happened. Shipping didn't wait for stability. It re-engineered routes under active conflict conditions. Grain corridors, alternative ports, and new insurance structures. This is not resilience. This is a real-time redesign under fire. And now let's go to Hormuz. The numbers that maybe could scare us. One number, and this one matters. 20 million barrels per day at normal procedure. That's what passes through the Strait of Hormuz. But here maybe is what most of the people don't realize. At any given moment, under normal circumstances and peace, there are over 3,000 ships waiting or transiting in the wider Gulf region. This is not a passage. This is a congestion-sensitive energy artery. And what will happen if they continue to close even for a few days or maybe for a few weeks? Oil doesn't just become expensive. You know that if they continue, the oil will become unavailable. And yesterday I had a talk with our ministry. You know that grain also and fertilizers will become unavailable. And what happens when energy stops? Everything stops. Related to the Greek factor. You know about Greek factor and Greece. The numbers speak and matter. And then the number that we all have to have in mind is that we owe the 20% of global capacity. We owe around 30% of the world tanker fleet and about 25% of LNG carriers. But here is a part that maybe will surprise also your good selves. Greek-owned ships carry more energy in volume than most G20 countries consume domestically. Imagine, but this is real. A private fleet is moving energy at a scale comparable to entire national economies. So, if tomorrow the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, the Black Sea shuts down, and Asia and Europe routes are disrupted, the question definitely is not if shipping will survive. The shipping will survive. But the real question is, who will control the new routes? Who will carry the energy? And who will stabilize the system? And the answer, whether people like it or not, will include Greece. Because in the end, geopolitics are not decided by speeches. They are decided by flows, and flows move by sea. And if maybe we remember from that excellent forum from today, Professor, I remember that the world is not connected by agreements. Sorry to say. It's connected by ships. No ship, no energy. No ship, no food. No ship, no stability. And I would like to end, as I'm an optimistic person, as I'm derived from Kefalonia Island, and we are much optimistic there, to end with a brief wish. I wish for health, for peace, for stable and fair markets, markets that they do not serve only the shipping industry, but also the over 8 billion of inhabitants, whose daily lives depend directly or indirectly on maritime transport and the global supply chains it obtains. Because at the end, every ship at sea is not only carrying cargo, but is carrying the continuity of global life. Thank you very much. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexandratos, for this very inspiring speech. This conference would not be complete if a panel was not in place regarding the effects of the shifting geopolitics in the world on the Greek shipping industry and maritime industry. And with industry, I mean the entire jobs, all the jobs that have to do with shipping, not only shipping. So I would next invite Mr. George Tsavliris to the panel, who is going to moderate the next panel, which is a panel. And also Mrs. Fidakis, Terzis, Xanaratos, and Zafet. Please come and take your seats. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's always a bit of a handicap when you come to the finishing line of a long conference or the finishing line of a marathon run. And you probably know that I've done about 10 marathons, so I know the feeling on the finishing line, especially in the afternoon. I think what we heard today were matters which I find very, very controversial. The reason why I always try to make the best of attending conferences is because it puts you in a thinking pattern and a learning mode. So effectively, I find that whenever one goes to a conference and provided you focus on what you can hear, what you can literally absorb, one always leaves here knowing something more than when we came. And that's one reason why we all have the patience, the resilience. We sacrifice time in many respects to make sure that this situation is always an opportunity to maintain lateral thinking, to say things which are not really what I call sometimes politically correct. They can be controversial, but I believe in sincerity, and I believe that effectively that in a situation like this where Mr. Rangoulis has organized such a great venue, it's an opportunity for all of us to think out of the box and actually tackle matters which in a certain way, we haven't got the faintest idea what it's all about, because all these issues which we're confronted with today, you know, they all have a different dimension, different issues of tension, different elements of insecurity. And I find that one has the ability in conferences to share our insecurities or our concerns and our worry, because let's face it, I mean, we've all been through a phase the last month or two where, you know, we're very vulnerable in Greece, as you know, from the point of the position point of view. And it also makes us basically think about the fact that the security is not a commodity which you can buy. I want to make one comment, if I may, before I call on my team here, is that being, as you know, a guy who got a bit of scar tissue, and I've been around the block for a while, and I'm also very romantic in my work, and I find that there's always an assembly or a resilience or a certain connection between the Greek history and everything we see around us. Now, what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to quote Thukydides. Now, Thukydides mentioned the following. First of all, as you probably recall from your history, that the Peloponnesian War, which took place between 431 and 405 before Christ, the historian wrote after this war, it was the rise of Athens. As you know, the Peloponnesian War was the war between Athens and Sparta. It was probably one of those first pseudo civil wars, but it wasn't really a civil war at the time, because at that time there were actually different countries. But effectively, that's the perception of the famous, or the fabulous, the thing we have in our history of always fighting each other. We've had so many civil wars, it's going out of fashion. But anyway, what he mentions is the following. It was the rise of Athens and the fear that this installed in Sparta that made war inevitable. Now, for Sparta, today we can just read America. And for Athens, read China. Now, this does not mean that war between them will happen, but it is a warning that without imaginative statecraft and compromise on both sides, you always have that risk. And I find that what we have today is, because we've got our topic here, as a maritime industry and change the geopolitical environment, I personally think, and I want the comments of my panel here, is that one of the main issues we have is the tension between the United States and China. I take the personal view, which is controversial, and probably one shouldn't say this, but I will. I feel that the tension which has arisen between the States and Iran may not be directly involved with Iran. It may be involved with the idea of the States and China and the vulnerability which China may have by virtue of the energy deficiency which will arise by having this part of the world closed down or put in under tension. That could be a way of maybe, as one puts it more colorfully, of weakening the enemy. Now, I won't say anything more than that. I just want to mention that point because I think it's one of the main issues of our attention today. And I want to call on my panelists here to, first of all, I want each one of you to make a few-minute statement to say what your experiences are in general, what you'd like to portray in terms of what you've actually experienced over the last, at least a couple of months. Now, the couple of months is something which we shouldn't really focus on as such, because we've got many experiences going way back. We've had a lot of issues in politics and upheavals in history. But I think we also have a time limit here, which in fact are going to make our session rather short, and because we will over-push the time, and I think we have to leave in maybe half an hour or so. So I think I'll just leave you to each one of you make your point. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with good friends. As far as our experience is concerned, I mean, this is not the first time that we are facing crises of various sorts, and we deal with them as we have done with every crisis in the past. Again, the most important thing we always have to keep in mind is the heart of shipping, which is the seafarer and the cargoes that we carry. But life, obviously, our cargoes and the environment are the most important thing. And we try to make sure that these are looked after. In terms of what the cause of this geopolitical tension is at the moment, it's very, very difficult to read what Mr. Trump might be thinking, whether it has to do with Israel pushing him into it, whether it has to do with his thought that it would go like Venezuela, whether it has to do with China. It's very, very difficult to tell. They have been quite, the Americans have been quite eager to accommodate China to a certain extent, I think. They don't want to starve them of supplies. But of course, they have said, on the other hand, that they want to control Iranian oil. So that might be a point of tension going forward. But for the moment, I think they're trying to keep the Chinese at peace. And it will be very interesting to see what happens in the meeting that they have in a few weeks. Thank you very much.
Vasilis, you're a ship in that part of the world. You can give us some experience about. Thank you.
I thank you very much, the organizers, to invite me to talk. What I have to transfer is the really experience that we have with a small bunkering vessel that is operating in Fujairah all this time. Of course, it's a difficult time because the Vopak terminal, more or less 50% is out of order from the drones that bombing the installation and the terminal. Our crew, once it was alongside in the jetty, they are going out, and so overall in the anchorage it was more safe anyway. It was a difficult time for our crew because our crew scared. It is illogical, and of course are workers, and they are not decide to be in this area, that it is a really dangerous area. And some of them, they are really like to leave from the vessel. That is also logical. But no one wishes to go back to replace them. So we face a really problem with the master, that it was the time to relieve the master that it was on board. And obvious is giving a lot of headache how to do all these changes. Of course, that it was on the first days of the attack of the American, the Iranian, and now the more or less is on a normal way. You can replace them and so, but it seems they are not willing to go there. So that we have to extract of this that how many other difficult things are arising of this war. And I believe that a lot of Siemens are in the same position. And also some owners that they don't know what they do with the charterers, that they are not, they don't want to transfer the vessel in other areas. And 1 week ago, it was ready to move the vessel to the Red Sea, to Jeddah, in order to avoid more complications, because of course the supplies, it was absolute zero. So that I believe that everybody of us, we can understand that commercially and practically, the headache, it was really, really serious. So we hope that all these things is going to be solved, because my personal opinion is a matter of business, everything. I don't want to analyze my own opinion why all this happened. It's not the right time, I suppose. I'm optimist that this is going to be finished when all the contracts of the United States to export all the oil that I have in the mind exporting, and then they are open all these channels to operate. So that the reality, and this is that I have to say for the moment as a statement.
Thank you. Panagiotis and Thanasi, if I could just maybe focus on restricting the question, following from what Vasily mentioned, is, as you know, we have a lot of ships which are trading in the area, and of course they've got war risk insurance, they've got their own facilities for actually covering the security issues. But do you feel, both of you, that in terms of the crew which are on the ships, I mean, the crew may not be directly concerned with the owner earning $750,000 to $800,000 a day on his time charter. you know, you've got the security aspects, which one can take the view that the crew are paid adequately for taking the risk of being in that area. But on the other hand, would you think there's a close call on the code of ethics, if I may use that term, for the crew members who are literally on ships in a very vulnerable area at a high risk, whereby they may be supported and they're actually paid to go and do that job? But do you think it's marginal, or do you think it's a matter which one can look into more carefully in terms of whether one can, is within one's personal convictions as a ship owner to have ships trading in that areas with that kind of risk?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Council, Professor Platias and the Propeller Group, my co-governors, for inviting us here. And most of all, I would like to thank the heroic audience, because it's getting quite late and they have stayed the course for quite a while. Now, going to your question, human element is extremely important, and it is also ruled by IMO and ILO regulations. So anybody who wants, any seafarer who wants to leave the ship, he has the right to do so. Also, when you are trading into warlike areas, there's a different way of calculating the wages, an increased way. On the other hand, the reality is that approximately 858 tankers and bulkers are at this time blocked in the Arab Gulf. And if you also take into consideration smaller ships, crafts, and feeder carriers, the number is close to 2,000 ships. All these people right now do not have too many alternatives. And in this respect, we have to really honor them for their dedication and the support they are giving the global shipping industry. I don't think it's an easy position for any one of us, because nobody knows how it will go. Only today we had so many different news arising, and this is constantly changing, and this is creating a very difficult problem for us to assess the situation. Today we had Kuwait, we had the Emirates, and I think Bahrain saying that they will arrest any pro-Iranian demonstrators if they show their feelings in public. We also had the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying that the terms that Iran has proposed are not negotiable, because they don't want to discuss about their nuclear program. And things are changing rapidly every day. You have to assess the situation, get advice from people, and also give the seafarers the psychological support they need, because this is a very dangerous situation. And it is very easy to say that nothing has happened so far, but it has happened in certain occasions. We've seen new rules, we've seen state-invoked invasions on ships, vessels being targeted because they didn't obey certain orders. The situation is critical, and of course we can understand their position.
Thank you. Vasily, if I remember correctly, you have a ship also actually in the area right now, don't you, if I remember correctly?
No, not anymore. Not anymore.
But only recently?
Yeah, only recently.
Okay. Well, give us some first-hand...
for
sorry.
being here and hearing this out. There you go. Better? Yeah. So yeah, our job basically is not to pick sides, at least not at this point. Our job is to securely transport cargo, take care of our seafarers, the vessel and the cargo, right? As the hostilities and skirmishes and the war started breaking out, we were finishing some cargo operations inside the Gulf. So we wanted our crew to be heard and consulted. So we sat down with them. We said, in essence, it's your choice what you want to do. And with immense bravery, the crew actually decided that they wanted to exit. That was on the third day, around the third day of the war. So pretty early on. And no one was really sure of what's happening and what the exact risks are. So again, they were very, very brave, and in essence, we gave them the choice. Do you want to try and exit? And they took it upon themselves, and they decided that they wanted to leave. They thought that there was potentially more risk staying inside the Gulf. Fuel may run out, food may run out, water may run out, you don't know. Psychology, and the people are going to start questioning everything, what they hear on the news, what they hear from back home. So, you know, immense bravery. They decided they want to leave, and it was a very successful transit on the first days of the war. So, yeah.
So, in fact, it's quite unusual to find a crew who literally wanted to take a decision on the risk to move out rather than stay put. In fact, I had a similar example of Konstantinos Tasoulas. He's got, I think, Carnival cruisers, cruise ships, and they were stuck in there for a couple of months, I think, and effectively, the last time they made a move, where they had this kind of a window, weather window, or what do you call it, or not weather window, but a political window to get out, and they just ran like nothing, because effectively the suffering of ships which are in the area with lack of food, lack of all kind of lack of everything, pharmacy, medicine, and the fact that you've got this unknown factor being permanently stuck in there must be terribly, terribly frustrating and very, very worrying.
That's exactly the thing. It was on the very first days of the war, and the crew decided, they consulted to each other as well as the shore-based personnel, and you know, they didn't know how long this was going to last, what kind of supplies would be available at the region. You know, is this going to last a week, a month, a year? So, you know, they discussed among themselves, they discussed with the shore-based personnel, and, you know, collectively, we decided with the majority of the weight of this decision being on them, that it's better for them to leave. And it was very successful.
Tell me, we all aware of the fact...
And again, this was our own potentially singular experience, right? I'm not suggesting that this happens everywhere and every time.
No, fair enough, fair enough. What I want to ask you, ask the panel, is that we're aware of the fact that most of us are aware of the fact that the main issue with the cargoes we have out of the Gulf is oil and gas and you know, petrol, I mean like fuel. We're also aware of the fact that one of the main commodities which we're lacking with a massive deficiency is fertilizers. And fertilizers is going to actually have a tremendous impact on the food chain throughout the world, including Europe. Would any of you want to comment on that, or do you have any other cargoes or any commodities over and above fertilizer which you find are going to be in shortage with the closure?
Yes, I mean the obvious is fertilizers, which are needed immediately, but that will affect the food chain going forward. So we're going to have a shortage of food next year if we don't have enough fertilizers this year. The other shift I think is going to happen is demand for energy, of any kind of energy. So we're likely to see increased demand for coal. And the other thing is it will affect probably the green transition, which will affect it both negatively and positively, because on the one hand, countries will be more likely to use fossil fuels more in order to compensate for the non-existence of enough oil, but also they will try to shift as quickly as possible to renewables, and that'll be very interesting in the medium term. So immediate is the fertilizers, medium term coal, and further down the road grains, and that sort of thing I think is more likely.
The UN Secretary today, Antonio Guterres, spoke about gas stations not having petrol for the cars in the near future. He talked about supermarkets. He talked about many issues that might be arising, because it's not only about urea that everybody has heard about, that 35% of the global urea production comes from the Gulf. We're talking about ammonia, we're talking about petrochemicals, and these all affect not only gas stations and diesel that will be available, but they also have to do with construction and manufacturing. So that's another area that we will suffer. It's not only about inflation, it's also about scarcity of materials.
Thank you.
I try to be more optimistic on, at least on the fertilizer part. We read that, you know, crops can be adjusted. The main problem, from what we understand, is diesel. Even on the farming level, it's diesel that's going to be the main problem, not so much fertilizers. That's what we understand. Again, I'm not a farmer, but that's what we understand. But the truth is, there used to be a dogma around the Second World War that, you know, if you don't have energy, steel, and food, you cannot go to war, and you almost don't have a state. And it seems that, you know, security on these three very important assets, or secure access to it, is going to be very, very important in a very, very fragmented world as we move forward. So that's important.
I'm more optimist. I don't believe that the war is going to take years and years, and I don't believe that the market is going to have so big shortages. Of course, affecting the market and the production, but finally I believe that this is for short term, and the things is going to be back to normal very, very quick, because it's not helping all the global economy, even the United States, even the Iranians. I am sure that they have to find the solution as soon as possible, and nothing this happen. All the media, as you know, that inform us for the catastrophe and make everything bad, and everything is going to be changed, and I don't believe that we have this kind of scenario like the Second War.
I think Mr. Terzias is probably right. I think once the war is done with, there will be huge efforts to bring everything back to normal. I don't think anyone wants it to be protracted. So the logical situation is for it to be resolved sooner rather than later. But I mean,
with the consensus of my panel, could I make the daring suggestion about getting some comments from the audience? Because we're late in the afternoon. I mean, and I think some faces, long faces. Some of you are worried, some are concerned. But since we heard a few words in terms of optimism, does anybody want to mention something from the floor? Μα γι' αυτό το είπα. Anybody? Εσένα σ' ακούω σιγανό σήμερα. Sorry?
At least they're not looking at their watches.
Yeah.
And put them next to their ear.
But yeah, anybody want to mention anything? A comment or a suggestion? Ella.
Thank you, sir. Just a very brief comment. It's the fact that we began this discussion with one of history, and when nations go to war, nations do not go to war wanting war to have a long duration, but they happen. They're non-linear factors that happen because of how humans interact. So I think we just have to be very, very cautious and skeptical of this question of how long this conflict, which in many ways is representative of a series of interrelated conflicts, will endure. Just a note on that. Thank you.
You haven't made that comment, and aren't we all worried about the fact that our beloved friend Trump, in the beginning of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, you say have it sorted out within 24 hours? We're 4 years into it now. How many 4 years now are we? About 4 years. That is an example, for example, of sometimes things being so prolonged, and I find it's astonishing that we pass day by day without having any reference or anything to do what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. In fact, it's quite worrying, actually, to a certain extent. Any comments there?
I can.
Alliances are always under consideration, and they can change, and we will have to address them as the problems arise. You know, we have seafarers from Russia and Ukraine. They work together on the ships. Initially, we didn't know exactly how this would work. They both blame their leaders, and they get along. So, but it has created some thoughts for us how we should go forward. We used to take a lot of our ships to the Ukraine for ship repairs. Now, obviously, it's not possible. We had to create new alliances and new corporations in new places. So you have to deal with it as it comes. And I think that is one of the big, because it being the subject of our topic today, I think this is the big strength of the Greek shipping community and the shipping industry, that we find ways, we can think outside the box, and we find ways to deal with the problems when they arise. So we go with the punches, see what happens.
Obviously, there is a polarization that we are witnessing right now, and we have to think about all the facts that we considered in the past that they might change. On the other hand, you have to be adaptable and you have to be able to be resourceful in order to continue. You cannot make right now a safe prognosis about what's going to happen next. It's changing on a daily basis. You just have to follow the advice and be pragmatic.
Anybody else? Yanni, you're quiet. No. Other Yannis. Έλα.
Means to an end. And I think that wasn't commented on enough, because I think it's a dark route to go down, and I think this is the type of place where one should try to stop this type of thinking from becoming a new normal. So parading an example of striking an energy vessel in the Med, or of striking vessels while they're moored in Black Sea ports, simply because they happen to be trading with the wrong cargo, I think is a very wrong precedent, and especially as a Greek tramp shipper, I think it's a very dangerous precedent. And I think places like that ought to highlight that kind of thinking, to dissect it, isolate it, and neutralize it before it permeates everything. So that's the Mackinder forum.
George, thank you for provoking me. Like the two gentlemen on the right, Mr. Tezis and Mr. Xanaratos, I'm very optimistic. On the other hand, I have to be pragmatic, because war is father of all. If you don't destroy, you cannot rebuild. This is the pitiful message in history, with a combination that there's always the first time. What will come, it will be worse than an Armageddon. You know, from London, your good self and myself, when we go to Baker Street, the memorial says, for those who have fallen in the Great War. Then on the second, we renominated first and second. So you don't know yet what is to come. Thank you, George.
First of all, as we are at the end of this third Maritime Security Conference, I think sometimes that we jeopardize the terminology. First of all, likelihood is different than the probability.
Louder.
Likelihood is different than probability. Likelihood is a matter of calculation, a matter of frequency and repetition of frequency, while the probability is something else. It's a matter of assessing. At the end, what's the opinion of this panel? We know that maritime security and navigational safety are different disciplines. But do you believe that they can work apart of each other?
Repeat the question, please. Repeat the question.
Maritime security and navigational safety are different domains, different disciplines. Do you believe that they can work apart of each other?
That's the billion-dollar question, because they are interrelated to a certain extent, but as to how far they're going to coincide and supplement each other, that's a different story. I mean, that's a matter that, unfortunately, history is full of examples of scenarios where one comes close to the bone, where one contradicts situations, or where you have one act or whatever. We know about Newton's theory, that every action has a reaction. But here you've got a situation where when you have two forces working in parallel, unfortunately, one can never be sure. I think you can be more sure if you're conducting an orchestra. I don't know whether you're musical, but if you're conducting an orchestra, even though you may have 60 players, the one who's the maestro in an orchestra, it's more easy to go and do that, to share music which is beautiful to the ear, rather than friction, which we happen in day-to-day life. That's my view.
And I'm closing. That's the way international security cannot work outside or in different procedure than the geopolicy.
No, I fully agree. Then on the other hand, my friend, security is a matter of opinion rather than a matter of fact. Anyway, anything else? Kosti? Δεν είχε πολύ, είναι. Πάντως, τουλάχιστον, I achieved something. Σας ξύπνησα.
Now, even I can hear me. Well, our distinguished guests, having the privilege to conclude the third Maritime Security Conference, I decided in the beginning of the conference to pay attention and close attention to all these sessions so as to summarize the key takeaways. Merely 20 minutes later, I realized that to do so, I would need at least 1 hour, and this is not the case right now. And this was because of the density, the quality, and the importance of what our distinguished panelists and keynote speakers offered to us. We thank them for sharing their knowledge with us and their expertise. And we also thank our sponsors, the Maria Tsakos Public Benefit Foundation, the Mackinder Forum, and Metrea. We also thank our media sponsors, το Βήμα, τα Νέα, Οικονομικός, Ταχυδρόμος, το Βήμα.com, and Citizen Policy Journal. Last but not least, I would like to thank Professor Athanasios Platias and Mr. Kostis Fragoulis, as well all those that contributed to this, to the realization of this event. Without your personal commitment and dedication, this event wouldn't be like that today. Last but not least, we thank all of our audience for being here and attending this conference, and we wish a safe trip back home, especially to our abroad speakers. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.